many shafts that resembled angry snakes. Karna then pierced Partha with 10 shafts and Krishna with half a dozen, each of which looked like an angry snake. Then Dhananjaya desired to shoot a mighty and terrible arrow, made wholly of iron, resembling the poison of snake or fire in energy, and whose was resembling the peal of Indra's thunder, and which was inspired with the force of a high, celestial weapon. At that time, when the hour of Karna's death had come, Kala, approaching invisibly, and alluding to the Brahmana's curse, and desirous of informing Karna that his death was near, told him, "The earth is devouring thy wheel." Indeed, O foremost of men, when the hour of Karna's death came, the high Brahmastra that the illustrious Bhargava had imparted unto him, escaped from his memory, and the earth also began to devour the left wheel of his car. Then, in consequence of the curse of that foremost of Brahmanas, Karna's car began to reel, having sunk deep into the earth and having been transfixed at that spot like a sacred tree with its load of flowers standing upon an elevated platform. When his car began to reel from the curse of the Brahmana, and when the high weapon he had obtained from Rama no longer shone in him through inward light, and when his terrible snake-mouthed shaft also had been cut off by Partha, Karna became filled with melancholy. Unable to endure all those calamities, he waved his arms and began to rail at righteousness, saying, "They that are conversant with righteousness always say that righteousness protects those that are righteous. As regards ourselves, we always endeavor, to the best of our ability and knowledge, to practice righteousness. That righteousness, however, is destroying us now instead of protecting us that are devoted to it. I, therefore, think that righteousness does not always protect its worshippers." While saying these words, he became exceedingly agitated by the strokes of Arjuna's arrows. His steeds and his driver also were displaced from their usual position. His very vitals having been struck, he became indifferent as to what he did, and repeatedly railed at righteousness in that battle. He then pierced Krishna in the arm with 3 terrible arrows, and Partha, 2, with 7. Then Arjuna sped 7 and 10 terrible arrows, perfectly straight and of fierce impetuosity, resembling fire in splendor and like unto Indra's thunder in force. Endued with awful impetuosity, those arrows pierced Karna and passing out of his body fell upon the surface of the earth. Trembling at the shock, Karna then displayed his activity to the utmost of his power. Steadying himself by a powerful effort, he invoked the Brahmastra. Beholding the Brahmastra, Arjuna invoked the Indra weapon with proper mantras, inspiring Gandiva, its string, and his shafts also, with mantras, that scorcher of force poured showers like Purandara pouring rain in torrents. Those arrows endued with great energy and power, issuing out of Partha's car, were seen to be displayed in the vicinity of Karna's vehicle. The mighty car warrior Karna baffled all those shafts displayed in his front. Seeing that weapon thus destroyed, the Vrishani hero, addressing Arjuna, said, "Shoot high weapons, O Partha. The son of Radha baffles thy shafts." With proper mantras, Arjuna then fixed the Brahmastra on his string, and shrouding all the points of the compass with arrows, Partha struck Karna with many arrows. Then Karna, with a number of whetted shafts endued with great energy, cut off the string of Arjuna's bow. Similarly he cut off the second string, and then the third, and then the fourth, and then the fifth. The sixth also was cut off by Vrisha, and then the seventh, then the eighth, then the ninth, then the 10th, and then at last the 11th. Capable of shooting hundreds upon hundreds of arrows, Karna knew not that Partha had 100 strings to his bow. Tying another string to his bow and shooting many arrows, the son of Pandu covered Karna with shafts that resembled snakes of blazing mouths. So quickly did Arjuna replace each broken string that Karna could not mark when it was broken and when replaced. The feat seemed to him to be exceedingly wonderful. The son of Radha baffled with his own weapons those of save the Arsi. Displaying also his own prowess, he seemed to get the better of Dhananjaya at that time. Then Krishna, beholding Arjuna afflicted with the weapons of Kana, said these words unto Partha, approaching Kana, strike him with superior weapons. Then Dhananjaya, filled with rage, inspiring with mantras another celestial weapon that looked like fire and that resembled the poison of the snake and that was as hard as the essence of adamant, and uniting the Rudra weapon with it, became desirous of shooting it at his foe. At that time, O king, the earth swallowed up one of wheels of Kana's car. Quickly alighting then from his vehicle, he seized his sunken wheel with his 2 arms and endeavored to lift it up with a great effort. Drawn up with force by Kana, the earth, which had swallowed up his wheel, rose up to a height of 4 fingers' breadth, with her 7 islands and her hills and waters and forests. Seeing his wheel swallowed, the son of Radha shed tears from wrath, and beholding Arjuna, filled with rage, he said these words, O Partha, wait for a moment, that is, till I lift this sunken wheel. Beholding, O Partha, the left wheel of my car swallowed through accident by the earth, abandon, instead of cherishing, this purpose, of striking and slaying me, that is capable of being harboured by only a coward. Brave warriors that are observant of the practices of the righteous, never shoot their weapons at persons with dishevelled hair, or at those that have turned their faces from battle, or at a Brahmana, or at him who joins his palms, or at him who yields himself up or beggeth for quarter, or at one who has put up his weapon, or at one whose arrows are exhausted, or at one whose armour is displaced, or at one whose weapon has fallen off or been broken. Thou art the bravest of men in the world. Thou art also of righteous behaviour, O son of Pandu. Thou art well acquainted with the rules of battle. For these reasons, excuse me for a moment, that is, till I extricate my wheel, O Dhananjaya, from the earth, thyself staying on thy car and myself standing weak and languid on the earth. It behoveth thee not to slay me now. Neither Vasudeva, nor thou, O son of Pandu, inspirest me with the slightest fear. Thou art born in the Kshatriya order. Thou art the perpetuator of the high race. Recollecting the teachings of righteousness, excuse me for a moment, O son of Pandu. 91. Sanjaya said, then Vasudeva, stationed on the car, addressed Kana, saying, by good luck it is, O son of Radha, that thou rememberest virtue. It is generally seen that they that are mean, when they sink into distress, rail at providence but never at their own misdeeds. Thyself and Suayodhana and Dushasana and Shakuni, the son of Sabala, had caused Draupadi, clad in a single piece of raiment, to be brought into the midst of the assembly. On that occasion, O Kana, this virtue of thine did not manifest itself. When at the assembly Shakuni, an adept in dice, vanquished Kunti's son Yudhishthira, who was unacquainted with it, whither had this virtue of thine gone? When the Kuru king, Duryodhana, acting under thy counsels, treated Bhimasena in that way with the aid of snakes and poison food, whither had this virtue of thine then gone? When the period of exile into the woods was over, as also the 13th year, thou didst not make over to the Pandavas their kingdom. Whither had this virtue of thine then gone? Thou didst set fire to the house of Lakatva and of Atta for burning to death the sleeping Pandavas. Whither then, O son of Radha, had this virtue of thine gone? Thou laughtest at Krishna while she stood in the midst of the assembly, scantily dressed because in her season and obedient to Dushasana's will. Whither, then, O Kana, had this virtue of thine gone? When from the apartment reserved for the females innocent Krishna was dragged, thou didst not interfere. Whither, O son of Radha, had this virtue of thine gone? thyself addressing the Princess Draupadi, that lady whose tread is as dignified as that of the elephant, in these words, viz., the Pandavas, O Krishna, are lost. They have sunk into eternal hell. Do thou choose another husband. Thou lookest on the scene with delight. With then, O Kana, had this virtue of thine gone. Covetous of kingdom and relying on the ruler of the Gandhras, thou summonedst the Pandavas to a match of dice. Whither then had this virtue of thine gone? When many mighty car warriors, encompassing the boy Abhimanyu in battle, slew him, whither had this virtue of thine then gone? If this virtue that thou now invokest was nowhere on those occasions, what is the use then of parching thy palate now, by uttering that word? Thou art now for the practice of virtue, O Suta, but thou shalt not escape with life. Like Nala, who was defeated by Pushkara with the aid of dice but who regained his kingdom by prowess, the Pandavas, who are free from cupidity, will recover their kingdom by the prowess of their arms, aided with all their friends. Having slain in battle their powerful foes, they, with the Somakas, will recover their kingdom. The Dhartarashtras will meet with destruction at the hands of those lions among men, viz., the sons of Pandu, that are always protected by virtue. Sanjaya continued, thus addressed, O Bharata, by Vasudeva, Kana hung down his head in shame and gave no answer. With lips quivering in rage, he raised his bow, O Bharata, and, being endued with great energy and prowess, he continued to fight with Partha. Then Vasudeva, addressing Vilgana, that bull among men, said, O thou of great might, piercing Kana with a celestial weapon, throw him down. Thus addressed by the Holy One, Arjuna became filled with rage. Indeed, remembering the incident alluded to by Krishna, Dhananjaya blazed up with fury. Then, O king, blazing flames of fire seemed to emanate from all the pores of the angry Partha's body. The sight seemed to be exceedingly wonderful. Beholding it, Kana, invoking the Brahmastra, showered his shafts upon Dhananjaya, and once more made an effort to extricate his car. Partha also, by the aid of the Brahmastra, poured arrowy downpours upon Kana. Baffling with his own weapon the weapon of his foe, the son of Pandu continued to strike him. The son of Kunti then, aiming at Kana, sped another favourite weapon of his that was inspired with the energy of Agni. Sped by Arjuna, that weapon blazed up with its own energy. Kana, however, quenched that conflagration with the Varuna weapon. The Suta's son also, by the clouds he created, caused all the points of the compass to be shrouded with a darkness such as may be seen on a rainy day. The son of Pandu, endued with great energy, fearlessly dispelled those clouds by means of the Vaivya weapon in the very sight of Kana. The Suta's son then, for slaying the son of Pandu, shook up a terrible arrow blazing like fire. When that adored shaft was fixed on the bowstring, the earth, O king, trembled with her mountains and waters and forests. Violent winds began to blow, bearing hard pebbles. All the points of the compass became enveloped with dust. Wails of grief, O Bharata, arose among the gods in the welkin. Beholding that shaft aimed by the Suta's son, O sire, the Pandavas, with cheerless hearts, gave themselves up to great sorrow. That shaft of keen point and endued with the effulgence of Sakra's thunder, sped from Kana's arms, fell upon Dhananjaya's chest and penetrated it like a mighty snake penetrating an ant-hill. That grinder of foes, viz., the high sword of Batsu, thus deeply pierced in that encounter, began to reel. His grasp became loosened, at which his bow Gandiva dropped from his hand. He trembled like the prince of mountains in an earthquake. Availing himself of that opportunity, the mighty car warrior Vrisha, desirous of extricating his car wheel that had been swallowed up by the earth, jumped down from his vehicle. Seizing the wheel with his two arms, he endeavoured to drag it up, but though possessed of great strength, he failed in his efforts, as destiny would have it. Meanwhile the diadem-decked and high-souled Arjuna, recovering his senses, took up a shaft, fatal as the rod of death, and called Anjulika. Then Vasudeva, addressing Partha, said, "Cut off with thy arrow the head of this enemy of thine, viz., Vrisha, before he succeeds in getting upon his car." Applauding those words of the Lord Vasudeva, and while the wheel of his enemy was still sunk, the mighty car warrior Arjuna took up a razor-headed arrow of blazing effulgence and struck the standard of Karna, bearing the elephant's rope and bright as the spotless sun. That standard, bearing the device of the costly elephant's rope, was adorned with golden pearls and gems and diamonds, and forged with care by foremost of artists excelling in knowledge, and possessed of great beauty, and variegated with pure gold. That standard always used to fill thy troops with high courage and the enemy with fear. Its form commanded applause. Celebrated over the whole world, it resembled the sun in splendor. Indeed, its effulgence was like that of fire or the sun or the moon. The diadem-decked Arjuna, with that razor-headed shaft, exceedingly sharp, equipped with wings of gold, possessed of the splendor of fire when fed with libations of clarified butter, and blazing with beauty, cut off that standard of Adrita's son, that great car warrior. With that standard, as it fell, the fame, pride, hope of victory, and everything dear, as also the hearts of the Kurus, fell, and loud wails of woe, and alas, arose from the Kuru army. Beholding that standard cut off and thrown down by that hero of Kuru's race possessed of great lightness of hand, thy troops, O Bharata, were no longer hopeful of Karna's victory. Hastening then for Karna's destruction, Partha took out from his quiver an excellent Anjulika weapon that resembled the thunder of Indra or the rod of fire, and that was possessed of the effulgence of the 1,000-rayed Sunday, capable of penetrating the very vitals, besmeared with blood and flesh, resembling fire or the sun, made of costly materials, destructive of men, steeds, and elephants, of straight course and fierce impetuosity. It measured 3 cubits and 6 feet. Endued with the force of the 1,000-eyed Indra's thunder, irresistible as Rakshasas in the night, resembling pinnacle or Narayana's discus, it was exceedingly terrible and destructive of all living creatures. Partha cheerfully took up that great weapon, in the shape of an arrow, which could not be resisted by the very gods, that high-souled being which was always adored by the son of Pandu, and which was capable of vanquishing the very gods and the Asuras. Beholding that shaft grasped by Partha in that battle, the entire universe shook with its mobile and immobile creatures. Indeed, seeing that weapon raised, or being sped, in that dreadful battle, the rishis loudly cried out, "Peace be to the universe." The wielder of Gandiva then fixed on his bow that unrivaled arrow, uniting it with a high and mighty weapon. Drawing his bow Gandiva, he quickly said, "Let this shaft of mine be like a mighty weapon capable of quickly destroying the body and heart of my enemy. If I have ever practiced ascetic austerities, gratified my superiors, and listened to the counsels of well-wishers, let this shaft, worshipped by me and possessed of great sharpness, slay my enemy Karna by that truth." Having said these words, Dhananjaya let off that terrible shaft for the destruction of Karna, that arrow fierce and efficacious as a rite prescribed in the Atharvanavanjiras, blazing with effulgence, and incapable of being endured by death himself in battle. And the diadem-decked Partha, desirous of slaying Karna, with great cheerfulness, said, "Let this shaft conduce to my victory. Shot by me, let this arrow possessed of the splendor of fire or the sun take Karna to the presence of the armor." Saying these words, Arjuna, decked with diadem and garlands, cherishing feelings of hostility towards Karna and desirous of slaying him, cheerfully struck his foe with that foremost of shafts which was possessed of the splendor of the sun or the moon and capable of bestowing victory. thus sped by that mighty warrior, that shaft endued with the energy of the sun caused all the points of the compass to blaze up with light. With that weapon Arjuna struck off his enemy's head like Indra striking off the head of Vritra with his thunder. Indeed, O king, with that excellent Anjalika weapon inspired with mantras into a mighty weapon, the son of Indra cut off the head of Vakatana in the afternoon. Thus cut off with that Anjalika, the trunk of Karna fell down on the earth. The head also of that commander of the Kaurava army, endued with splendor equal to that of the risen sun and resembling the meridian sun of autumn, fell down on the earth like the sun of bloody disk dropped down from the Uster hills. Indeed, that head abandoned with great unwillingness the body, exceedingly beautiful and always nursed in luxury, of Karna of noble deeds, like an owner abandoning with great unwillingness his commodious mansion filled with great wealth. Cut off with Arjuna's arrow, and deprived of life, the tall trunk of Karna endued with great splendor, with blood issuing from every wound, fell down like the thunder-riven summit of a mountain of red chalk with crimson streams running down its sides after a shower. Then from that body of the fallen Karna a light passing through the welkin penetrated the sun. This wonderful sight, O king, was beheld by the human warriors after the fall of Karna. Then the Pandavas, beholding Karna slain by Filgana, loudly blew their conchs. Similarly, Krishna and Dhananjaya also, filled with delight, and losing no time, blew their conchs. The Somakas beholding Karna slain and lying on the field, were filled with joy and uttered loud shouts with the other troops of the Pandava army. In great delight they blew their trumpets and waved their arms and garments. All the warriors, O king, approaching Partha, began to applaud him joyfully. Others, possessed of might, danced, embracing each other, and uttering loud shouts, said, "By good luck, Karna hath been stretched on the earth and mangled with arrows." Indeed, the severed head of Karna looked beautiful like a mountain summit loosened by a tempest, or a quenched fire after the sacrifice is over, or the image of the sun after it has reached the Uster hills. The Karna sun, with arrows for its rays, after having scorched the hostile army, was at last caused to be set by the mighty Arjuna time. As the sun, while proceeding towards the Uster hills, retires taking away with him all his rays, even so that shaft of Arjuna passed out, taking with it Karna's life breaths. The death hour of the suitor's son, O sire, was the afternoon of that day. Cut off with the Anjalika weapon in that battle, the head of Karna fell down along with his body. Indeed, that arrow of Arjuna, in the very sight of the Kaurava troops, quickly took away the head and the body of Karna. Beholding the heroic Karna thrown down stretched on the earth, pierced with arrows and bathed in blood, the king of the Madras went away on that car deprived of its standard. After the fall of Karna, the Kauravas, deeply pierced with shafts in that battle, and afflicted with fear, fled away from the field, frequently casting their eyes on that lofty standard of Arjuna that blazed with splendor. The beautiful head, graced with a face that resembled a lotus of 1,000 petals, of Karna, whose feet were like those of the 1,000-eyed Indra, fell down on the earth like the 1,000-rayed sun as he looks at the close of day. 92. Sanjaya said, beholding the troops crushed with arrows in that encounter between Karna and Arjuna, Shaulya proceeded, filled with wrath, on that car divested of equipment. Beholding his army deprived of the suitor's son and its cars and steeds and elephants destroyed, Duryodhana, with eyes bathed in tears, repeatedly sighed the very picture of woe. Desirous of beholding the heroic Karna, pierced with arrows and bathed in blood, and stretched on the earth like the sun dropped from the skies at will, their warriors came there and stood surrounding the fallen hero. Amongst those belonging to the enemy and the army that thus stood there, some showed signs of joy, some of fear, some of sorrow, some of wonder, and some gave themselves up to great grief, according to their respective natures. Others amongst the Kauravas, hearing that Karna of mighty energy had been slain by Dhananjaya, his armor, ornaments, robes, and weapons having all been displaced, fled in fear like a herd of kine afflicted with exceeding fear at losing its bull. Bhima then, uttering loud roars and causing the welkin to tremble with those awful and tremendous shouts, began to slap his armpits, jump, and dance, frightening the Dhritarashtras by those movements. The Somakas and the Srinjayas also loudly blew their conchs. All the Kshatriyas embraced one another in joy, upon beholding the suitor's son slain at that juncture. Having fought a dreadful battle, Karna was slain by Arjuna like an elephant by a lion. That bull among men, Arjuna, thus accomplished his vow. Indeed, even thus, Partha reached the end of his hostility towards Karna. The ruler of the Madras, with stupefied heart, quickly proceeding, O king, to the side of Duryodhana, on that car divested of standard said in sorrow these words, the elephants, the steeds, and the foremost of car warriors of thy army have been slain. In consequence of those mighty warriors, and steeds, and elephants huge as hills, having been slain after coming into contact with one another, thy host looks like the domains of the armor. Never before, O Bharata, has a battle been fought like that between Karna and Arjuna today. Karna had powerfully assailed the two Krishnas today and all others who are thy foes. Destiny, however, has certainly flowed, controlled by Partha. It is for this that destiny is protecting the Pandavas and weakening us. Many are the heroes who, resolved to accomplish thy objects, have been forcibly slain by the enemy. Brave kings, who in energy, courage, and might, were equal to Kuva or Yama or Vasava or the Lord of the Waters, who were possessed of every merit, who were almost unslayable, and who were desirous of achieving thy object, have in battle been slain by the Pandavas. Do not, O Bharata, grieve for this. This is destiny. Comfort thyself. Success cannot be always attained. Hearing these words of the ruler of the Madras and reflecting on his own evil doings, Duryodhana, with a cheerless heart, became almost deprived of his senses and sighed repeatedly, the very picture of woe. 93. Dhritarashtra said, what was the aspect of the Kuru and the Srinjaya host on that awful day while it was crushed with arrows and scorched with weapons, in that encounter between Karna and Arjuna, and while it was flying away from the field? Sanjaya said, hear, O king, with attention how that awful and great carnage of human beings and elephants and steeds occurred in battle. When, after Karna's fall, Partha uttered leonine shouts, a great fright entered the hearts of thy sons. Upon the fall of Karna no warrior of thy army set his heart on rallying the troops or putting forth his prowess. Their refuge having been destroyed by Arjuna, they were then like craftless merchants, whose vessels have wrecked on the fathomless ocean, desirous of crossing the uncrossable main. After the slaughter of the suitor's son, O king, the Kauravas, terrified and mangled with shafts, masterless and desirous of protection, became like a herd of elephants afflicted by lions. Vanquished by Savyasasi on that afternoon, they fled away like bulls with broken horns or snakes with broken fangs. Their foremost of heroes slain, their troops thrown into confusion, themselves mangled with keen arrows, thy sons, after the fall of Karna, O king, fled away in fear, divested of weapons and armor, no longer able to ascertain which point of the compass was which, and deprived of their senses, they crushed one another in course of their flight and looked at one another, afflicted with fear. It is me that Vatsu is pursuing with speed. It is me that Vrikadara is pursuing with speed, thought every one among the Kauravas, who became pale with fear and fell down as they fled. Some on horses, some on cars, some on elephants, and some on foot, mighty car warriors, endued with great speed, fled away in fear. Cars were broken by elephants, horsemen were crushed by great car warriors, and bands of foot soldiers were trodden down by bodies of horsemen, as these fled in fear. After the fall of the suitor's son, thy warriors became like people without protectors in a forest teeming with beasts of prey and robbers. They were then like elephants without riders and men without arms. Afflicted with fear, they looked upon the world as if it were full of pather. Beholding them fly away afflicted with the fear of Bhimsena, indeed, and seeing his troops thus leave the field in thousands, Duryodhana, uttering cries of woe, and alas, addressed his driver, saying, Pather will never be able to transgress me standing bow in hand. Urge my steed slowly behind all the troops. Without doubt, if I fight standing in the rear of the army, the son of Kunti will never be able to transgress me even as the vast deep is unable to transgress its continents. Slaying Arjuna and Govinda and the proud Vrikadara and the rest of my foes, I will free myself from the debt I owe to Karna. Hearing these words of the Kuru king that were so worthy of a hero and honourable man, the charioteer slowly urged his steeds adorned with trappings of gold. Then 25,000 warriors on foot, belonging to thy army, without cars and cavalry and elephants among them, prepared for battle. Bhimsena, filled with wrath, and Drishthadhyumna the son of Prishata, encompassed them with 4 kinds of forces and began to strike them with their shafts. In return, those warriors fought with Bhima and Prishata's son. Some amongst them challenged the 2 heroes by name. Then Bhimsena became filled with rage. Alighting from his car, mace in hand, he fought with those warriors arrived for battle. Observant of the rules of fair fight, Vrikadara, the son of Kunti, came down from his car, and relying upon the might of his arms, began to fight on foot with those foes of his that were on foot. Taking up his massive mace adorned with gold, he began to slaughter them all, like the destroyer armed with his bludgeon. The Kaurava warriors on foot, filled with rage and becoming reckless of their lives, rushed against Bhima in that battle like insects upon a blazing fire. Those infuriated combatants, difficult of being defeated in battle, approaching Bhimsena, perished in a trice like living creatures upon seeing the destroyer. The mighty Bhima, armed with a mace, careered like a hawk and destroyed all those 25,000 combatants. Having slain that division of heroic warriors, Bhima, of prowess incapable of being baffled and of great might, once more stood, with Drishthadhyumna before him. Possessed of great energy, Dhananjaya proceeded against their remnant of the car force of the Kauravas. The 2 sons of Madri and Satyaki, filled with joy, rushed with speed against Shakuni and slaughtered the troops of Sabala's son. Having slain with keen shafts his cavalry and elephants in that encounter, they rushed impetuously against Shakuni himself, upon which a great battle took place. Meanwhile Dhananjaya, O Lord, proceeding against thy car force, twanged his bow Gamdiva celebrated over the 3 worlds. Beholding that car having white steeds yoked unto it and owning Krishna for its driver, and seeing that Arjuna was their warrior standing on it, thy troops fled away in fear. 25,000 soldiers on foot, deprived of cars and mangled with shafts, had perished at the hands of Bhima and Drishthadhyumna. Having slain them, that tiger among men, that great car warrior among the Panchalas, viz., the high-souled Drishthadhyumna, the son of the Panchala king, soon showed himself, with Bhimsena before him. That slayer of foes and mighty bowmen appeared exceedingly handsome. Beholding Drishthadhyumna's car, which had steeds white as pigeons yoked unto it, and whose lofty standard was made of the trunk of a Kovidara, the Kauravas fled away in great fear. The twins, Nakula and Sahadeva, of great fame, and Satyaki, having pursued with great speed the king of the Gandhras, who was possessed of lightness of hands in the use of weapons, reappeared amid the Pandava ranks. Chekatana and Shikandi and their 5 sons of Draupadi, O sire, having slaughtered thy vast army, blew the conchs. All those heroes, although they saw thy troops flying away with faces turned from the field, still pursued them, like bulls pursuing angry bulls after vanquishing them. Pandu's son saved the Arsasi of great might, O king, beholding a remnant of thy army still standing for battle, became filled with wrath. Possessed of great energy, Dhananjaya rushed against that car force, drawing his bow. Gamdiva celebrated over the 3 worlds. Suddenly he shrouded them with showers of arrows. The dust that was raised darkened the scene, and nothing could any longer be distinguished. When the earth was thus shrouded with dust, and when darkness covered everything, thy troops, O king, fled on all sides from fear. When the Kuru army was thus broken, the Kuru king, O monarch, viz., thy son, rushed against all his foes advancing against him. Then Duryodhana challenged all the Pandavas to battle, O chief of Bharata's race, like the Ajuravali in days of yore challenging the gods. At this, all the Pandava heroes, uniting together, rushed against the advancing Duryodhana, shooting and hurling at him diverse weapons and upbraiding him repeatedly. Duryodhana, however, filled with rage, fearlessly slaughtered those enemies of his in hundreds and thousands, with keen shafts. The prowess that we then beheld of thy son was exceedingly wonderful, for alone and unsupported, he fought with all the Pandavas united together. Duryodhana then beheld his own troops who, mangled with arrows, had set their hearts on flight, gone not far from the field. Rallying them then, O monarch, thy son who was resolved to maintain his honor, gladdening those warriors of his, said these words unto them: I do not see that spot in the earth or on the mountains, whither if ye fly, the Pandavas will not slay you. What use then in flying away? Small is the force that the Pandavas now have. The 2 Krishnas also are exceedingly mangled. If all of us stay for battle, victory will certainly be ours. If we fly in disunion, the sinful Pandavas, pursuing us, will certainly slay all of us. For this, it is better that we should die in battle. Death in battle is fraught with happiness. Fight, observant of the Kshatriya's duty. He that is dead knows no misery. On the other hand, such a one enjoys eternal bliss hereafter. Listen, ye Kshatriyas, all of you, that are assembled here. When the destroyer Yama spareth neither the hero nor the coward, who is the so foolish of understanding, although observant of a Kshatriya's vow like us, that would not fight. But ye place yourselves under the power of the angry foe Bhimasena. It behoveth you not to abandon the duty observed by your sires and grandsires. There is no greater sin for a Kshatriya than flight from battle. There is no more blessed path for heaven, ye Kauravas, than the duty of battle. Slain in battle, ye warriors, enjoy heaven without delay. Sanjaya continued, while even these words were being uttered by thy son, the Kaurava warriors, exceedingly mangled, fled away on all sides, regardless of that speech. 94. Sanjaya said, the ruler of the Madras then, beholding thy son employed in rallying the troops, with fear depicted on his countenance and with heart stupefied with grief, said these words unto Duryodhana. Surely he said, behold this awful field of battle, O hero, covered with heaps of slain men and steeds and elephants. Some tracts are covered with fallen elephants, huge as mountains, exceedingly mangled, their vital limbs pierced with shafts, lying helplessly, deprived of life, their armor displaced, and the weapons, the shields and the swords with which they were equipped lying scattered about. These fallen animals resemble huge mountains riven with thunder, with their rocks and lofty trees and herbs loosened from them and lying all around. The bells and iron hooks and lances and standards with which those huge creatures had been equipped are lying on the ground, adorned with housings of gold. Their bodies are now bathed in blood. Some tracts, again, were covered with fallen steeds, mangled with shafts, breathing hard in pain and vomiting blood. Some of them are sending forth soft wails of pain, some are biting the earth with rolling eyes, and some are uttering piteous neighs. Portions of the field are covered with horsemen and elephant warriors fallen off from their animals, and with bands of car warriors forcibly thrown down from their cars. Some of them are already dead, and some are at the point of death, covered also with the corpses of men and steeds and elephants, as also with crushed cars and other huge elephants with their trunks and limbs cut off. The earth has become awful to look at, like the great Vaitarani, skirting the domains of the armor. Indeed, the earth looketh even such, being strewn with other elephants, stretched on the ground with trembling bodies and broken tusks, vomiting blood, uttering soft cries in pain, deprived of the warriors on their backs, divested of the armor that covered their limbs, and reft of the foot soldiers that protected their flank and rear, and with their quivers and banners and standards displaced, their bodies adorned with housings of gold struck deep with the weapons of the foe. The earth looked like the cloud-covered welkin in consequence of being strewn with the fallen bodies of elephant warriors and horsemen and car warriors, all of great fame, and of foot soldiers slain by foes fighting face to face, and divested of armor and ornaments and attire and weapons, covered with thousands of fallen combatants mangled with arrows, fully exposed to view, and deprived of consciousness, with some amongst them whose breaths were returning slowly. The earth seemed as if covered with many extinguished fires, with those foremost of heroes among both the Kurus and the Srinjayas, pierced with arrows and deprived of life by Patha and Karna. The earth seemed as if strewn with blazing planets fallen from the firmament, or like the nocturnal firmament itself bespangled with blazing planets of serene light. The shafts sped from the arms of Karna and Arjuna, piercing through the bodies of elephants and steeds and men, and quickly stilling their lives, entered the earth like mighty snakes entering their holes with heads bent downwards. The earth has become impassable with heaps of slain men and steeds and elephants, and with cars broken with the shafts of Dhananjaya and Adrita's son, and with the numberless shafts themselves shot by them, strewn with well-equipped cars crushed by means of mighty shafts, along with the warriors and the weapons and standards upon them, cars, that is, with their traces broken, their joints separated, their axles and yokes and trevenues reduced to fragments, their wheels loosened, their upaskaras destroyed, their inukasanas cut in pieces, the fastenings of their quivers cut off, and their niches, for the accommodation of drivers, broken, strewn with those vehicles adorned with gems and gold. The earth looks like the firmament overspread with autumnal clouds, in consequence of well-equipped royal cars deprived of riders and dragged by fleet steeds, as also of men and elephants and cars and horses that fled very quickly. The army has been broken in diverse ways. Spiked maces with golden bells, battle axes, sharp lances, heavy clubs, mallets, bright unsheathed swords, and maces covered with cloth of gold, have fallen on the field. Bows decked with ornaments of gold, and shafts equipped with beautiful wings of pure gold, and bright unsheathed rapiers of excellent temper, and lances, and scimitars bright as gold, and umbrellas, and fans, and conchs, and arms decked with excellent flowers and gold, and gay parisons of elephants, and standards, and car fences and diadems, and necklaces, and brilliant crowns, and yak tails lying about, O king, and garlands luminous with corals and pearls, and chaplets for the head, and bracelets for both the wrist and the upper arms, and collars for the neck with strings of gold, and diverse kinds of costly diamonds and gems and pearls, and bodies brought up in a great luxury, and heads beautiful as the moon, are lying scattered about, abandoning their bodies and enjoyments and robes and diverse kinds of agreeable pleasures, and acquiring great merit for the devotion they showed to the virtuous of their order. They have speedily gone in a blaze of flame to regions of bliss. Turn back, O Duryodhana. Let the troops retire. O king, O giver of honours, proceed towards thy camp. There, the sun is hanging low in the welkin, O Lord. Remember, O ruler of men, that thou art the cause of all this. Having said these words unto Duryodhana, Shaulya, with heart filled with grief, stopped. Duryodhana, however, at that time, deeply afflicted and deprived of his senses, and with eyes bathed in tears, wept for the suitor's son, saying, Karna, O Karna. Then all the kings headed by Drona's son, repeatedly comforting Duryodhana, proceeded towards the camp, frequently looking back at the lofty standard of Arjuna that seemed to be ablaze with his fame. At that terrible hour, when everything around looked so resplendent, the Kauravas, all of whom had resolved to repair to the other world, their features incapable of recognition owing to the blood that covered them, beholding the earth that was drenched with the blood flowing from the bodies of men and steeds and elephants, looking like a courtesan attired in crimson robes and floral garlands and ornaments of gold, were unable, O king, to stand there. Filled with grief at the slaughter of Karna, they indulged in loud lamentations, saying, Alas, Karna! Alas, Karna! Beholding the sun assume a crimson hue, all of them speedily proceeded towards their camp. As regards Karna, though slain and pierced with gold-winged shafts, whetted on stone and equipped with feathers and dyed in blood and sped from Gandiva, yet that hero, lying on the ground, looked resplendent like the sun himself of bright rays. It seemed that illustrious Surya, ever kind to his worshippers, having touched with his rays the gore-drenched body of Karna, proceeded, with aspect crimson in grief, to the other ocean from desire of a bath. Thinking so, the throngs of celestials and rishis, that had come there for witnessing the battle, left the scene for proceeding to their respective abodes. The large crowd of other beings also, entertaining the same thought, went away, repairing as they chose to heaven or the earth. The foremost of Kuru heroes also, having beheld that wonderful battle between Ananjaya and Adrata's son, which had inspired all living creatures with dread, proceeded to their nightly quarters, filled with wonder and applauding the encounter. Though his armor had been cut off with arrows, and though he had been slain in course of that dreadful fight, still that beauty of features which the son of Radha possessed did not abandon him when dead. Indeed, everyone beheld the body of the hero to resemble heated gold. It seemed to be endued with life and possessed of the effulgence of fire or the sun. All the warriors, O king, were inspired with fright at sight of the suitor's son lying dead on the field, like other animals at sight of the lion. Indeed, though dead, that tiger among men seemed ready to utter his commands. Nothing, in that illustrious dead, seemed changed. Clad in beautiful attire, and possessed of a neck that was very beautiful, the suitor's son owned a face which resembled the full moon in splendor. Adorned with diverse ornaments and decked with angadas made of bright gold, Vaikatana, though slain, lay stretched like a gigantic tree adorned with branches and twigs. Indeed, that tiger among men lay like a heap of pure gold, or like a blazing fire extinguished with the water of Patha's shafts. Even as a blazing conflagration is extinguished when it comes in contact with water, the Karna conflagration was extinguished by the Patha cloud in the battle. Having shot showers of arrows and scorched the 10 points of the compass, the tiger among men, viz. Karna, along with his sons, was quieted by Patha's energy. He left the world, taking away with him that blazing glory of his own which he had earned on earth by fair fight. Having scorched the Pandavas and the Bankalas with the energy of his weapons, having poured showers of arrows and burnt the hostile divisions, having, indeed, heated the universe like the thousand-rayed Surya of great beauty, Karna, otherwise called Vaikatana, left the world, with his sons and followers. Thus fell that hero who was a Kalpatri into those swarms of birds represented by suitors. Solicited by suitors, he always said, I give but never the words I have not. The righteous always regarded him as a righteous person. Even such was Vrisha who fell in single combat. All the wealth of that high-souled person had been dedicated to the Brahmanas. There was nothing, not even his life, that he could not give away unto the Brahmanas. He was ever the favourite of ladies, exceedingly liberal, and a mighty car-warrior. Burnt by the weapons of Patha, he attained it to the highest end. He, relying upon whom thy son had provoked hostilities, thus went to heaven, taking away with him the hope of victory, the happiness, and the armour of the Kauravas. When Karna fell, the rivers stood still. The sun set with a pale hue. The planet Mercury, the son of Soma, assuming the hue of fire or the sun, appeared to course through the firmament in a slanting direction. The firmament seemed to be rent in twain. The earth uttered loud roars, violent and awful winds began to blow. All the points of the horizon, covered with smoke, seemed to be ablaze. The great oceans were agitated and uttered awful sounds. The mountains with their forests began to tremble, and all creatures, O sire, felt pain. The planet Jupiter, afflicting the constellation Rowena, assumed the hue of the moon or the sun. Upon the fall of Gana, the subsidiary points also of the compass became ablaze. The sky became enveloped in darkness. The earth trembled. Meteors of blazing splendor fell. Rakshasas and other wanderers of the night became filled with joy. When Arjuna, with that razor-faced shaft, struck off Karna's head adorned with a face beautiful as the moon, then, O king, loud cries of woe and alas were heard of creatures in heaven, in the welkin, and on the earth. Having in battle slain his foe Karna, who was worshipped by the gods, the Gandharvas, and human beings, Pritha's son Arjuna looked resplendent in his energy like the deity of a 1,000 eyes after the slaughter of Vritra. Then riding on that car of theirs whose rattle resembled the roar of the clouds and whose splendour was like that of the meridian sun of the autumnal sky, which was adorned with banners and equipped with a standard incessantly producing an awful noise, whose effulgence resembled that of the snow or the moon or the conch or the crystal, and whose steeds were like those of Indra himself, those two foremost of men, viz., the son of Panda and the crusher of Keshi, whose energy resembled that of the great Indra, and who were adorned with golden pearls and gems and diamonds and corals, and who were like fire or the sun in splendour, fearlessly careered over the field of battle with great speed, like Vishnu and Vasava mounted on the same chariot, forcibly divesting the enemy of his splendour by means of the twang of Gandhaiva and the slaps of their palms, and slaying the Kuras with showers of shafts, the ape-bannered Arjuna, the Garuda-bannered Krishna, both of whom were possessed of immeasurable prowess. Those two foremost of men, filled with joy, shook up with their hands their loud-sounding conchs adorned with gold and white as snow, and placing them against their lips, blew simultaneously with those beautiful mouths of theirs, piercing the hearts of their foes with the sound. The blare of Pankajanya and that of Devadatta filled the earth, the sky, and heaven. At the sound of the heroic Madhava's conches, also at that of Arjuna's, all the Kauravas, O best of kings, became filled with fright. Those foremost of men, causing the forests, the mountains, the rivers and the points of the compass to resound with the blare of their conchs, and filling the army of thy son with fright, gladdened Yudhishthira therewith. As soon as the Kauravas heard the blare of those conchs that were thus being blown, all of them left the field with great speed, deserting the ruler of the Madras and the chief of the Bharatas, O Bharata, viz. Duryodhana. Then diverse creatures, uniting together, congratulated Dhananjaya, that hero shining resplendent on the field of battle, as also Janardana, those two foremost of men who then looked like a couple of risen suns. Pierced with Karna's arrows, those two chastisers of foes, Achyuta and Arjuna, looked resplendent like the bright and many-rayed moon and the sun risen after dispelling a gloom. Casting off those arrows, those two mighty warriors, both endued with unrivaled prowess, surrounded by well-wishers and friends, happily entered their own encampment, like the lords Vasava and Vishnu duly invoked by sacrificial priests. Upon the slaughter of Karna in that dreadful battle, the gods, Gandharvas, human beings, Karanas, great Rishis, Yakshas, and great Nagas, worshipped Krishna and Arjuna with great respect and wished them victory in all things. Having received all their friends then, each according to his age, and applauded by those friends in return for their incomparable feats, the two heroes rejoiced with their friends, like the chief of the celestials and Vishnu after the overthrow of Vali. 95. Sanjaya said, upon the fall of Karna, otherwise called Vaikartana, the Kauravas, afflicted with fear, fled away on all sides, casting their eyes on empty space. Indeed, hearing that the heroic Karna had been slain by the foe, all thy troops, stupefied with fear, broke and fled in all directions. Then, O king, the leaders, filled with anxiety, desirous of withdrawing their troops, O Bharata, whose flight had been endeavoured to be checked by thy son. Understanding their wishes, thy son, O bull of Bharata's race, acting according to the advice of Shaulya, withdrew the army. Then Kritavama, O Bharata, surrounded by thy onslaught to a remnant of thy Narayana troops of thy army, quickly proceeded towards the encampment. Surrounded by 1,000 Gandharas, Shakuni, beholding the son of Adrata slain, proceeded quickly towards the encampment. Sharadvata's son, Kripa, O king, surrounded by the large elephant force that resembled a mass of clouds, proceeded quickly towards the encampment. The heroic Ashvatthama, repeatedly drawing deep breaths at the sight of the victory of the Pandavas, proceeded quickly towards the encampment. Surrounded by the onslaught to a remnant of the Samsaptakas, which was still a large force, Sushama also, O king, proceeded, casting his eyes on those terrified soldiers. King Duryodhana, deeply afflicted and deprived of everything, proceeded, his heart filled with grief, and a prey to many cheerless thoughts. Shaulya, that foremost of car warriors, proceeded towards the camp, on that car deprived of standard, casting his eyes on all sides. The other mighty car warriors of the Bharata army, still numerous, fled quickly, afflicted with fear, filled with shame, and almost deprived of their senses. Indeed, seeing Karna overthrown, all the Kauravas fled away quickly, afflicted and anxious with fear, trembling, and with voices choked with tears. The mighty car warriors of thy army fled away in fear, O chief of Kuru's race, some applauding Arjuna, some applauding Karna. Amongst those thousands of warriors of thy army in that great battle, there was not a single person who had still any wish for fight. Upon the fall of Karna, O monarch, the Kauravas became hopeless of life, kingdom, wives, and wealth. Guiding them with care, O Lord, thy son, filled with grief and sorrow, set his heart upon resting them for the night. Those great car warriors also, O monarch, accepting his orders with bent heads, retired from the field with cheerless hearts and pale faces. 96. Sanjaya said, after Karna had thus been slain and the Kaurava troops had fled away, he of Dasha's race, embracing Partha from joy, said unto him these words, Vrittara was slain by thee. Men will talk, in the same breath, of the slaughter of Vrittara and Karna in awful battle. Vrittara was slain in battle by the deity of great energy with his thunder. Karna hath been slain by thee with bow and sharp arrows. Go, O son of Kunti, and represent, O Bharata, unto King Yudhishthira the just, this prowess of thine that is capable of procuring thee great fame and that hath become well known in the world. Having represented unto King Yudhishthira the just, this slaughter of Karna in battle for compassing which thou hadst been endeavouring for a long course of years, thou wilt be freed from the debt thou owest to the king. During the progress of the battle between thyself and Karna, the son of Dharma once came for beholding the field. Having, however, been deeply and exceedingly pierced with arrows, he could not stay in battle. The king, that bull among men, then went back to his tent. Partha answered Keshava, that bull of Yadu's race, saying, So be it. The latter then cheerfully caused the car of that foremost of car warriors to turn back. Having said these words unto Arjuna, Krishna addressed the soldiers, saying, Blessed be ye, stand all of you carefully, facing the foe. And to Drishtadama and Yadamanu and the twin sons of Madri and Vrikadara and Ayudana, Govinda said, Ye kings, until we come back having informed the king of Karna's slaughter by Arjuna, stand ye here with care. Having received the permission of these heroes, he then set out for the quarters of the king. With Partha in his company, Govinda beheld Yudhishthira, the tiger among kings, lying on an excellent bed of gold. Both of them then, with great joy, touched the feet of the king. Beholding their joy and the extraordinary wounds on their bodies, Yudhishthira regarded the son of Radha to be dead and rose quickly from his bed. That chastiser of foes, the mighty armed monarch, having risen from his bed, repeatedly embraced Vasudeva and Arjuna with affection. That descendant of Kuru's race then asked Vasudeva the particulars of Karna's death. Then the sweet-speeched Vasudeva, the descendant of the Yadu race, spoke to him of Karna's death exactly as it had happened. Smiling then, Krishna, otherwise called Dasayuta, joined his palms and addressed King Yudhishthira, whose foes had been killed, saying, By good luck, the wielder of Gandhaiva, and Vrikadara, the son of Pandu, and thyself, and the two sons of Madri, are all safe, having been freed from this battle that has been so destructive of heroes and that made the very hair of the body to stand on end. Do thou those acts, O son of Pandu, which should next be done. The Suta's son Karna, possessed of great might and otherwise called Vaikartana, hath been slain. By good luck, victory hath become thine, O King of Kings. By good luck, thou growest, O son of Pandu. The earth drinketh today the blood of that Suta's son, that wretch among men, who had laughed at the dice one Krishna. That foe of thine, O bull of Kuru's race, lieth today on the bare ground, pierced all over with arrows. Behold that tiger among men, pierced and mangled with shafts. O thou of mighty arms, rule now, with care, this earth that is divested of all thy foes, and enjoy with us all kinds of enjoyable articles. Sanjaya continued, having heard these words of the high-souled Keshava, Yudhishthira, with great joy, worshipped in return that hero of Dasahu's race. Good luck, were the words, O monarch, that he said. And he added, It is not wonderful, O mighty armed one, in thee, O son of Devaki, that Partha, having obtained thee for his charioteer, should achieve feats that are even superhuman. Then that chief of Kuru's race, that righteous son of Pritha, taking hold of Keshava's right arm adorned with angadas, and addressing both Keshava and Arjuna, said, Narada told me that ye two are the gods Nara and Narayana, those ancient and best of rishis. that are ever employed in the preservation of righteousness. Gifted with great intelligence, the Master Krishnadvapayana, the highly blessed Vyasa, also hath repeatedly told me this celestial history. Through thy influence, O Krishna, this Dhananjaya the son of Pandu, facing his foes, hath vanquished them, without ever turning back from any of them. Victory, and not defeat, we are certain to have, since thou hast accepted the drivership of Partha in battle. Having said these words, King Yudhishthira the Just, that tiger among men, mounting his car, adorned with gold and having steeds of ivory white and black tails and fleet as thought harnessed into it, and surrounded by many Pandava troops, set out, conversing pleasantly with Krishna and Arjuna along the way, for beholding the field of battle on which thousands of incidents had taken place. Conversing with those two heroes, viz., Madhava and Falguna, the king beheld Kana, that bull among men, lying on the field of battle. Indeed, King Yudhishthira beheld Kana pierced all over with arrows like a kadamba flower with straight filaments all around its body. Yudhishthira beheld Kana illuminated by thousands of golden lamps filled with perfumed oil. Having beheld Kana with his son slain and mangled with shafts sped from Gandhara, King Yudhishthira repeatedly looked at him before he could believe his eyes. He then applauded those tigers among men, Madhava and Falguna, saying, O Govinda, today I have become king of the earth, with my brothers, in consequence of thyself of great wisdom having become my protector and lord. Hearing of the slaughter of that tiger among men, the proud son of Radha, the wicked son of Dhritarashtra will be filled with despair, as regards both life and kingdom. Through thy grace, O bull among men, we have acquired our objects. By good luck, victory hath been thine, O Govinda. By good luck, the enemy hath been slain. By good luck, the wielder of Gandhara, the son of Pandu, hath been crowned with victory. 13 years we have passed in wakefulness and great sorrow. O thou of mighty arms, through thy grace, we will sleep happily this night. In this way, O ruler of men, King Yudhishthira the Just, praised Janardana greatly as also Arjuna, O monarch. Sanjaya continued, beholding Kana with his son slain with Partha's shafts, that perpetuator of Kuru's race, Yudhishthira regarded himself as reborn. The kings, in the Pandava army, great car warriors, all filled with joy, approached Kunti's son Yudhishthira and gladdened him greatly. Nakula, and Sahadeva, and Vrikadara, the son of Pandu, and Satyaki, O king, that foremost of car warriors among the Vrishnis, and Drishadama, and Shikandi, and others among the Pandas, the Panchalas, and the Saranjayas, worshipped the son of Kunti at the slaughter of the suitor's son. Extolling King Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, those delighters in battle, those effectual smiters, those heroes possessed of sureness of aim and longing for victory, also praised those scourgers of foes, viz., the two Krishnas, with speeches fraught with panegyrics. Then those great car warriors, filled with delight, proceeded towards their own camp. Thus occurred that great carnage, making the hair stand on end, in consequence, O king, of thy evil policy. Why dost thou grieve for it now? Vshampayana continued, hearing those evil tidings, the Kuru king Dhritarashtra suddenly fell down on the ground from his excellent seat. Similarly, the royal lady Gandhari of great foresight fell down. She indulged in diverse lamentations for the slaughter of Kana in battle. Then Vidura and Sanjaya both raised the fallen monarch and began to console him. Similarly, the Kuru ladies raised Gandhari. Thinking destiny and necessity to be all-powerful, that royal ascetic, under that great grief, seemed to lose his senses. His heart filled with anxiety and sorrow. The king, however, did not again swoon away. Comforted by them, he remains silent, indulging in melancholy musing. He that reads of this great battle, which is like unto a sacrifice, between the high Sultananjaya and Adrata's son, so also he that hears the account of this battle read, both obtain, O Bharata, the fruit of a great sacrifice duly performed. The learned say that the holy and the eternal Vishnu is sacrifice, and each of those are the gods, viz., Agni, wind, Soma, and Surya, is so. Therefore, he that will, without malice, hear or recite this pavan, will be happy and capable of attaining to every region of bliss. Filled with devotion, men always read this sacred and first of samatas. They that do, rejoice, obtaining wealth, and grain, and fame. A man must, therefore, ever hear it without malice. He that does so will obtain all kinds of happiness. With that foremost of persons, Vishnu, and the illustrious self-born, and Bhava also, become pleased. A Brahmana, by reading it, would obtain the fruit of having studied the Vedas. A Kshatriya obtains strength and victory in battle. Vaishyas would obtain immense wealth, and Shudras would obtain health and freedom from disease. Then again the illustrious Vishnu is eternal. And since it is that God who hath been glorified in this pavan, it is for this that the man reading or hearing it becometh happy and acquireth all the objects of his heart. These words of the great Rishi, Vyasa, can never be untrue. The merit that may be attained by listening to the recitation of the Karna Pavan is equal to his who giveth away unceasingly for a whole year good cows with calves. The end of Karna Pava. The Mahabharata. Of Krishna Dwapayana Vyasa. Book 9. Shulyapava. Translated into English prose from the original Sanskrit text. By Kesari Mohan Gung Li. 1883 to 1896. Scanned and proofed by Mantrakaitanya. Additional proofing and formatting at sacredtexts.com. By J.B. Hare, October 2003. 1. Having bowed down unto Narayana and Nara, the most exalted of male beings, and the goddess Sarasvati, must the word Jaya be uttered. Janamejaya said, after Karna had thus been slain in battle by Savyasi, what did the small, unslaughtered, remnant of the Kauravas do, O regenerate one? Beholding the army of the Pandavas swelling with might and energy, what behavior did the Kuru Prince Ayodhya adopt towards the Pandavas, thinking it suitable to the hour? I desire to hear all this. Tell me, O foremost of regenerate ones, I am never satiated with listening to the grand feats of my ancestors. Vshampayana said, after the fall of Kana, O king, Dhritarashtra's son Ayodhya was plunged deep into an ocean of grief and saw despair on every side, indulging in incessant lamentations, saying, Alas, O Kana! Alas, O Kana! He proceeded with great difficulty to his camp, accompanied by the unslaughtered remnant of the kings on his side. Thinking of the slaughter of the Suta's son, he could not obtain peace of mind, though comforted by those kings with excellent reasons inculcated by the scriptures. Regarding destiny and necessity to be all-powerful, the Kuru king firmly resolved on battle. Having duly made Shulya the generalissimo of his forces, that bull among kings, O monarch, proceeded for battle, accompanied by that unslaughtered remnant of his forces. Then, O chief of Bharata's race, a terrible battle took place between the troops of the Kurus and those of the Pandavas, resembling that between the gods and the Asuras. Then Shulya, O monarch, having made a great carnage in battle, at last lost a large number of his troops and was slain by Yudhishthira at midday. Then King Duryodhana, having lost all his friends and kinsmen, fled away from the field of battle and penetrated into the depths of a terrible lake from fear of his enemies. On the afternoon of that day, Bhimasena, causing the lake to be encompassed by many mighty car warriors, summoned Duryodhana, and having obliged him to come out, slew him speedily, putting forth his strength. After Duryodhana's slaughter, the 3 car warriors, of the Kuru side, that were still unslain, Ashvatthama and Gripa and Gritavama, filled with rage, O monarch, slaughtered the Panchala troops in the night. On the next morning Sanjaya, having set out from the camp, entered the city, the Kuru capital, cheerless and filled with grief and sorrow. Having entered the city, the Suta Sanjaya, raising his arms in grief, and with limbs trembling, entered the palace of the king. Filled with grief, O tiger among men, he wept aloud, saying, Alas, O king! Alas, all of us are ruined by the slaughter of that high-souled monarch. Alas, time is all-powerful, and crooked in his course, since all our allies, endued with might equal to that of Shakra himself, have been slain by the Pandavas. Seeing Sanjaya come back to the city, O king, in that distressful plight, all the people, O best of kings, filled with great anxiety, wept loudly, saying, Alas, O king! The whole city, O tiger among men, including the very children, hearing of Duryodhana's death, sent forth notes of lamentation from every side. We then beheld all the men and women running about, deeply afflicted with grief, their senses gone, and resembling people that are demented. The Suta Sanjaya then, deeply agitated, entered the abode of the king and beheld that foremost of monarchs, that lord of men, having wisdom for his eyes. Beholding the sinless monarch, that chief of Bharata's race, seated, surrounded by his daughters-in-law and Gandhari and Vijaya and by other friends and kinsmen that were always his well-wishers, and engaged in thinking on that very subject, the death of Karna, the Suta Sanjaya, with heart filled with grief, O Janamejaya, weepingly and in a voice choked with tears, said unto him, I am Sanjaya, O tiger among men. I bow to thee, O bull of Bharata's race. The ruler of the Madras, Shaulya, hath been slain. Similarly, Sabala's son Shakuni, and Aluka, O tiger among men, that valiant son of the gamester, Shakuni, have been slain. All the Samsaptakas, the Kambojas together with the Sakas, the Malechas, the Mountaineers, and the Yavanas, have also been slain. The Easterners have been slain, O monarch, and all the Southerners. The Northerners have all been slain, as also the Westerners, O ruler of men. All the kings and all the princes have been slain, O monarch. King Duryodhana also has been slain by the son of Pandu after the manner he had vowed. With his thighs broken, O monarch, he lieth now on the dust, covered with blood. Drishthadama also hath been slain, O king, as also the vanquished Chikandi. Yatamur and Yadamanyu, O king, and the Prabhadrakas, and those tigers among men, the Panchalas, and the Siddhas, have been destroyed. Thy sons have all been slain, as also their 5 sons of Draupadi, O Bharata. The heroic and mighty son of Karna, Vrishasana, hath been slain. All the men that had been assembled have been slain. All the elephants have been destroyed. All the car warriors, O tiger among men, and all the steeds, have fallen in battle. Very few are alive on thy side, O Lord. In consequence of the Pandavas and the Kauravas having encountered each other, the world, stupefied by time, now consists of only women. On the side of the Pandavas 7 are alive. They are the 5 Pandava brothers, and Vasudeva, and Satyaki, and amongst the Dhartarashtra's 3 are so, Kripa, Kritavama, and Drona's son, that foremost of victors. These 3 car warriors, O monarch, are all that survive, O best of kings, of all the Akshayinis mustered on thy side, O ruler of men. These are the survivors, O monarch, the rest have perished. Making Duryodhana and his hostility towards the Pandavas, the cause, the world, it seems, hath been destroyed, O bull of Bharata's race, by time. Shampayana continued, hearing these cruel words, Dhritarashtra, that ruler of men, fell down, O monarch, on the earth, deprived of his senses. As soon as the king fell down, Vidura also, of great fame, O monarch, afflicted with sorrow on account of the king's distress, fell down on the earth. Gandhari also, O best of kings, and all the Kuru ladies, suddenly fell down on the ground, hearing those cruel words. That entire conclave of royal persons remained lying on the ground, deprived of their senses and raving deliriously, like figures painted on a large piece of canvas. Then King Dhritarashtra, that lord of earth, afflicted with a calamity represented by the death of his sons, slowly and with difficulty regained his life breaths. Having recovered his senses, the king, with trembling limbs and sorrowful heart, turned his face on every side, and said these words unto Kshatri, Vidura. O learned Kshatri, O thou of great wisdom, thou, O bull of Bharata's race, art now my refuge. I am lordless and destitute of all my sons. Having said this, he once more fell down, deprived of his senses. Beholding him fallen, all his kinsmen that were present there sprinkled cold water over him and fanned him with fans. Comforted after a long while, that lord of earth, afflicted with sorrow on account of the death of his sons, remained silent, sighing heavily, O monarch, like a snake put into a jar. Sanjaya also wept aloud, beholding the king so afflicted. All the ladies too, with Gandhari of great celebrity, did the same. After a long while, O best of men, Dhritarashtra, having repeatedly swooned, addressed Vidura, saying, Let all the ladies retire, as also Gandhari of great fame, and all these friends. My mind hath become greatly unsettled. Thus addressed, Vidura, repeatedly trembling, slowly dismissed the ladies, O bull of Bharata's race. All those ladies retired, O chief of the Bharatas, as also all those friends, beholding the king deeply afflicted. Then Sanjaya cheerlessly looked at the king, O scorcher of foes, who, having recovered his senses, was weeping in great affliction. With joined hands, Vidura then, in a sweet words, comforted that ruler of men who was sighing incessantly. 2. Shampayana said, after the ladies had been dismissed, Dhritarashtra, the son of Ambika, plunged into grief greater than that which had afflicted him before, began, O monarch, to indulge in lamentations, exhaling breaths that resembled smoke, and repeatedly waving his arms, and reflecting a little, O monarch, he said these words. Dhritarashtra said, Alas, O Suta, the intelligence is fraught with great grief that I hear from thee, that the Pandavas are all safe and have suffered no loss in battle. Without doubt, my hard heart is made of the essence of thunder, since it breaketh not upon hearing of the fall of my sons. Thinking of their ages, O Sanjaya, and of their sports in childhood, and learning today that all of them have perished, my heart seems to break into pieces. Although in consequence of my blindness I never saw their forms, still I cherished a great love for them in consequence of the affection one feels for his children. Hearing that they had passed out of childhood and entered the period of youth and then of early manhood, I became exceedingly glad, O sinless one. Hearing today that have been slain and divested of prosperity and energy, I fail to obtain peace of mind, being overwhelmed with grief on account of the distress that has overtaken them. Come, come, O King of Kings, Duryodhana, to me that am without a protector now. Deprived of thee, O mighty armed one, what will be my plight? Why, O sire, abandoning all the assembled kings, dost thou lie on the bare ground, deprived of life, like an ordinary and wretched king? Having been, O monarch, the refuge of kinsmen and friends, where dost thou go now, O hero, abandoning me that am blind and old? Where now, O king, is that compassion of thine, that love, and that respectfulness. Invincible as thou wert in battle, how, alas, hast thou been slain by the Pathers? Who will now, after I will have waked from sleep at the proper hour, repeatedly address me in such endearing and respectful words as, O Father, O Father, O great King, O Lord of the world, and affectionately clasping my neck with moistened eyes, will seek my orders, saying, Command me, O thou of Kuru's race. Address me, O son, in that sweet language once more. O dear child, I heard even these words from thy lips. This wide earth is as much ours as it is of Pritha's son. Bhagadatta and Gripa and Sholya and the two princes of Avanti and Jayadratha and Bharishriva and Sala and Somadatta and Balika and Ashvatthama and the chief of the Bijas and the mighty prince of Magadha and Vrihadvala and the ruler of the Kazi and Shakuni the son of Sabala and many thousands of Malechas and Sakas and Yavanas and Sudakshina the ruler of the Kambojas and the king of the Trigatas and the grandsire Bhishma and Bharadwa the son and Gotama's son, Gripa, and Sarutayush and Ayutayush and Satayush of great energy, and Jalasundha and Rishayasringa's son and the Rakshasa Alayuda, and the mighty armed Alambusa and the great Ka warrior Sabala, these and numerous other kings, O best of monarchs, have taken up arms for my sake, prepared to cast away their very lives in great battle, stationed on the field amidst these, and surrounded by my brothers, I will fight against all the Pathas and the Pankulas and the Siddhas, O tiger among kings, and the sons of Draupadi and Satyaki and Kuntiboa and the Rakshasa Ghatotkaka. Even one amongst these, O king, excited with rage, is able to resist in battle the Pandavas rushing towards him. What need I say, then, of all these heroes, every one of whom has wrong to avenge on the Pandavas, when united together? All these, O monarch, will fight with the followers of the Pandavas and will slay them in battle. Karna alone, with myself, will slay the Pandavas. All the heroic kings will then live under my sway. He, who is their leader, the mighty Vasudeva, will not, he has told me, put on mail for them, O king. Even in this way, O Sutta, did Duryodhana often use to speak to me. Hearing what he said, I believed that the Pandavas would be slain in battle. When, however, my sons stationed in the midst of those heroes and exerting themselves vigorously in battle have all been slain, what can it be but destiny? When that lord of the world, the valiant Bhishma, having encountered Shikhandi, met with his death like a lion meeting with his at the hands of a jackal, what can it be but destiny? When the Brahmana Drona, that master of all weapons offensive and defensive, has been slain by the Pandavas in battle, what can it be but destiny? When Bharishriva has been slain in battle, as also Somadatta and King Balika, what can it be but destiny? When Bhagadatta, skilled in fight from the backs of elephants, has been slain, and when Jayadratha hath been slain, what can it be but destiny? When Sudakshina has been slain, and Jalasundha of Puru's race, as also Sarutayush and Ayutayush, what can it be but destiny? When the mighty Pandya, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, has been slain in battle by the Pandavas, what can it be but destiny? When Vrihadvala has been slain and the mighty king of the Magadhas, and the valiant Ugrayuda, that type of all bowmen, when the two princes of Avanti, Vinda and Danuvinda, have been slain, and the ruler also of the Trigatas, as also numerous Samsaptakas, what can it be but destiny? When King Alambusa, and the Rakshasas Alayuda, and Rishayasringa's son, have been slain, what can it be but destiny? When the Narayanas have been slain, as also the Gopalas, those troops that were invincible in battle, and many thousands of Malechas, what can it be but destiny? When Shakuni, the son of Sabala, and the mighty Aluka, called the gamester's son, that hero at the head of his forces, have been slain, what can it be but destiny? When innumerable high-souled heroes, accomplished in all kinds of weapons offensive and defensive and endued with prowess equal to that of Shakra himself, have been slain, O Suta, when Kshatriyas hailing from diverse realms, O Sanjaya, have all been slain in battle. What can it be but destiny? Endued with great might, my sons and grandsons have been slain, as also my friends and brethren. What can it be but destiny? Without doubt, man takes his birth, subject to destiny. That man who is possessed of good fortune meets with good. I am bereft of good fortune, and, therefore, am deprived of my children, O Sanjaya. Old as I am, how shall I now submit to the sway of enemies? I do not think anything other than exile into the woods to be good for me, O Lord. Deprived of relatives and kinsmen as I am, I will go into the woods. Nothing other than an exile into the woods can be better for me who am fallen into this plight and who am shorn of my wings, O Sanjaya. When Duryodhana had been slain, when Shalya has been slain, when Dushasana and Vivangsati and the mighty Vikarna have been slain, how shall I be able to bear the roars of that Bhimasena who hath alone slain 100 sons of mine in battle? He will frequently speak of the slaughter of Duryodhana in my hearing. Burning with grief and sorrow, I shall not be able to bear his cruel words. Vshampayana continued, even thus that king, burning with grief and deprived of relatives and kinsmen, repeatedly swooned, overwhelmed with sorrow on account of the death of his sons. Having wept for a long while, Dhritarashtra, the son of Ambika, breathed heavy and hot sighs at the thought of his defeat. Overwhelmed with sorrow, and burning with grief, that bull of Bharata's race once more inquired of his Charadiya Sanjaya, the son of Gavalgana, the details of what had happened. Dhritarashtra said, after Bhishma and Drona had been slain, and the Suta's son also overthrown, whom did my warriors make their generalissimo? The Pandavas are slaying without any delay everyone whom my warriors are making their generalissimo in battle. Bhishma was slain at the van of battle by the diadem-decked Arjuna in the very sight of all of you. Even thus was Drona slain in the sight of all of you. Even thus was the Suta's son, that valiant Karna, slain by Arjuna in the sight of all the kings. Long before, the high Suldvidura had told me that through the fault of Duryodhana the population of the earth would be exterminated. There are some fools that do not see things even though they cast their eyes on them. Those words of Vidura have been even so unto my foolish self. What Vidura of righteous soul, conversant with attributes of everything, then said, hath turned out exactly, for the words he uttered were nothing but the truth. Afflicted by fate, I did not then act according to those words. The fruits of that evil course have now manifested themselves. Describe them to me, O son of Gavalgana, once more. Who became the head of our army after Karna's fall? Who was that warrior who proceeded against Arjuna and Vasudeva? Who were they that protected the right wheel of the ruler of the Madras in battle? Who protected the left wheel of that hero when he went to battle? Who also guarded his rear? How, when all of you were together, could the mighty king of the Madras, as also my son, be slain, O Sanjaya, by the Pandavas? Tell me the details of the great destruction of the Bharatas. Tell me how my son Duryodhana fell in battle. Tell me how all the Bankalas with their followers, and Drishthadama and Shikandi and the 5 sons of Draupadi, fell. Tell me how the 5 Pandavas and the 2 Satwatas, Krishna and Satyaki, and Gripa and Gritavama and Drona's son, have escaped with life. I desire to hear everything about the manner in which the battle occurred and the kind of battle it was. Thou art skilled, O Sanjaya, in narration. Tell me everything. 3. Sanjaya said, hear, O king, with attention, how that great carnage of the Kuras and the Pandavas occurred when they encountered each other. after the suitor's son had been slain by the illustrious son of Pandu, and after thy troops had been repeatedly rallied and had repeatedly fled away, and after a terrible carnage had taken place, O foremost of men, of human beings in battle subsequent to Karna's death, Partha began to utter leonine roars. At that time a great fear entered the hearts of thy sons. Indeed, after Karna's death, there was no warrior in thy army who could set his heart upon rallying the troops or displaying his prowess. They then looked like shipwrecked merchants on the fathomless ocean without a raft to save themselves. When their protector was slain by the diadem-decked Arjuna, they were like persons on the wide sea desirous of reaching some shore of safety. Indeed, O king, after the slaughter of the suitor's son, thy troops, struck with panic and mangled with arrows, were like unprotected men desirous of a protector, or like a herd of deer afflicted by a lion. Vanquished by Savyasi, they retired in the evening like bulls with broken horns or snakes shorn of their fangs. Their foremost of heroes slain, themselves thrown into confusion and mangled with keen arrows, thy sons, O king, upon the slaughter of the suitor's son, fled away in fear. Deprived of weapons and coats of mail, all of them lost their senses and knew not in which direction to fly. Casting their eyes on all sides in fear, many of them began to slaughter one another. Many fell down or became pale, thinking, "It is me whom Vatsu is pursuing. It is me whom Vrikadara is pursuing." Some riding on fleet steeds, some on fleet cars, and some on fleet elephants, many great car warriors fled away from fear, abandoning the foot soldiers. Cars were broken by elephants, horsemen were crushed by great car warriors, and bands of foot soldiers were smashed and slain by bodies of horses as these fled away from the field. After the fall of the suitor's son, thy troops became like stragglers from a caravan in a forest abounding with robbers and beasts of prey. Some elephants whose riders had been slain, and others whose trunks had been cut off, afflicted with fear, beheld the whole world to be full of Partha. Beholding his troops flying away afflicted with the fear of Bhimasena, Duryodhana then, with cries of "Oh!" and "Alas!" addressed his driver, saying, "If I take up my post at the rear of the army, armed with my bow, Partha then will never be able to transgress me. Urge the steeds, therefore, with speed. When I will put forth my valor in battle, Dhananjaya the son of Kunti will not venture to transgress me like the ocean, never venturing to transgress its continents. Today, slaying Arjuna with Govinda, and the proud Vrikadara, and the rest of my foes, I will free myself from the debt I owe to Karna." Hearing these words of the Kuru king, so becoming a hero and an honourable man, his driver slowly urged those steeds adorned with trappings of gold. At that time many brave warriors deprived of elephants and steeds and cars, and 25,000 foot soldiers, O sire, proceeded slowly for battle. Then Bhimasena, filled with wrath, and Drishthadhyumna the son of Prishata, encompassing those troops with the assistance of 4 kinds of forces, destroyed them with shafts. All of them fought vigorously with Bhima and Prishata's son. Many amongst them challenged the 2 Pandava heroes, mentioning their names. Surrounded by them in battle, Bhima became enraged with them. Quickly descending from his car, he began to fight, armed with his mace. Relying on the might of his own arms, Vrikadara, the son of Kunti, who was on his car, observant of the rules of fair fight, did not fight with those foes who were on the ground. Armed then with that heavy mace of his that was made entirely of iron and adorned with gold and equipped with a sling, and that resembled the destroyer himself as he becomes at the end of Yuga, Bhima slew them all like Yama slaughtering creatures with his club. Those foot soldiers, excited with great rage, having lost their friends and kinsmen, were prepared to throw away their lives, and rushed in that battle towards Bhima like insects towards a blazing fire. Indeed, those warriors, filled with rage and invincible in battle, approaching Bhimsena, suddenly perished like living creatures at the glance of the destroyer. Armed with sword and mace, Bhima careered like a hawk and slaughtered those 25,000 warriors of Ain. Having slain that brave division, the mighty Bhima, of prowess incapable of being baffled, once more stood, with Drishthadhyumna before him. Meanwhile, Dhananjaya of great energy proceeded towards the Ka division of the Kurus. The twin sons of Madri and the mighty Ka warrior Satyaki, all endued with great strength, cheerfully rushed against Shakuni with great speed from desire of slaying him. Having slain with keen shafts the numerous cavalry of Shakuni, those Pandava heroes quickly rushed against Shakuni himself, whereupon a fierce battle was fought there. Then Dhananjaya, O king, penetrated into the midst of the Ka division of the Kauravas, stretching his bow Gandiva celebrated over the three worlds. Beholding that car having white steeds yoked unto it and owning Krishna for its driver coming towards them, with Arjuna as their warrior on it, thy troops fled away in fear, deprived of cars and steeds and pierced with shafts from every side. 25,000 foot soldiers proceeded towards Patha and surrounded him. Then that mighty Ka warrior amongst the Panchalas, Drishthadhyumna, with Bhimsena at his head, speedily slew that brave division and stood triumphant. The son of the Panchala king, the celebrated Drishthadhyumna, was a mighty bowman possessed of great beauty and a crusher of large bands of foes. At sight of Drishthadhyumna into whose car were yoked steeds white as pigeons and whose standard was made of the lofty Kovidara, the troops fled away in fear. The celebrated sons of Madri, with Satyaki among them, engaged in the pursuit of the Gandhara king, who was quick in the use of weapons, speedily appeared to our view. Chekatana and their 5 sons of Draupadi, O sire, having slain a large number of thy troops, blew their conchs. Beholding all the troops flying away with their faces from the field, those Pandava heroes pursued and smote them like bulls pursuing vanquished bulls. Then the mighty Savyasasi, the son of Pandu, beholding a remnant of thy army still keeping their ground, became filled with rage, O king. Suddenly, O monarch, he shrouded that remnant of thy forces with arrows. The dust, however, that was then raised enveloped the scene, in consequence of which we could not see anything. Darkness also spread over the scene, and the field of battle was covered with arrows. Thy troops, O monarch, then fled away in fear on all sides. When his army was thus broken, the Kuru king, O monarch, rushed against both friends and foes. Then Duryodhana challenged all the Pandavas to battle, O chief of Bharata's race, like the Ajuravali in days of yore challenging all the celestials. The Pandavas then, uniting together and filled with rage, upbraiding him repeatedly and shooting diverse weapons, rushed against the roaring Duryodhana. The latter, however, fearlessly smote his foes with shafts. The prowess that we then saw of thy son was exceedingly wonderful, since all the Pandavas together were unable to transgress him. At this time Duryodhana beheld, staying at a little distance from him, his troops, exceedingly mangled with shafts, and prepared to fly away. Rallying them then, O monarch, thy son, resolved on battle and desirous of gladdening them, addressed those warriors, saying, I do not see that spot on plain or mountain whither, if you fly, the Pandavas will not slay you. What is the use then in flight? The Pandava army hath now been reduced to a small remnant. The 2 Krishnas have been exceedingly mangled. If all of us make a stand here, we are certain to have victory. If, however, you fly away, breaking your array, the Pandavas, pursuing your sinful selves, will slay all of you. Death in battle, therefore, is for our good. Death in the field of battle while engaged in fight according to Kshatriya practices is pleasant. Such death produces no kind of grief. By encountering such a death, a person enjoys eternal happiness in the other world. Let all the Kshatriyas assembled here listen to me. It were better that they should even submit to the power of the angry Bhimasena than that they should abandon the duties practiced by them from the days of their ancestors. There is no act more sinful for a Kshatriya than flight from battle. You Kauravas, there is not a better path to heaven than the duty of battle. Their warrior acquires in a day regions of bliss in the other world that take many long years for others to acquire. Fulfilling those words of the king, the great Kshatriya warriors once more rushed against the Pandavas, unable to endure their defeat and firmly resolved to put forth their prowess. Then commenced a battle once more, that was exceedingly fierce, between thy troops and the enemy, and that resembled the one between the gods and the Asuras. Thy son Duryodhana then, O monarch, with all his troops, rushed against the Pandavas headed by Yudhishthira. 4. Sanjaya said, beholding the fallen boxes of cars, as also the cars of high-souled warriors, and the elephants and foot soldiers, O sire, slain in battle, seeing the field of battle assume an aspect as awful as that of the sporting ground of Rudra, observing the inglorious end obtained by hundreds and thousands of kings, witnessing also the prowess of Partha after the retreat of thy son with grief-stricken heart, and when thy troops, filled with anxiety and fallen into great distress, O Bharata, were deliberating as to what they should next do, hearing also the loud wails of the Kaurava warriors that were being crushed, and marking the displayed and disordered tokens of great kings, the Kuru leader Kripa of great energy, possessed of years and good conduct and filled with compassion, and endued with eloquence, approached King Duryodhana, and angrily said these words unto him, O Duryodhana, listen, O Bharata, to these words that I will say unto thee. Having heard them, O monarch, do thou act according to them, O sinless one, if it pleases thee. There is no path, O monarch, that is better than the duty of battle. Having recourse to that path, Kshatriyas, O bull of the Kshatriya order, engage in battle. He who lives in the observance of Kshatriya practices fights with son, sire, brother, sister's son, and maternal uncle, and relatives, and kinsmen. If he is slaughtered in battle, there is great merit in it. Similarly, there is great sin in it if he flies from the field. It is for this that the life of a person desirous of living by the adoption of the Kshatriya duties is exceedingly terrible. And to thee, as regards this, I will say a few beneficial words. After the fall of Bhishma and Drona and the mighty warrior Karna, after the slaughter of Jayadratha and thy brothers, O sinless one, and thy son Lakshmana, what is there now for us to do? They upon whom we had rested all burdens of sovereignty we had been enjoying, have all gone to regions of blessedness attainable by persons conversant with Brahma, casting off their bodies. As regards ourselves, deprived of those great warriors possessed of numerous accomplishments, we shall have to pass our time in grief, having caused numerous kings to perish. When all those heroes were alive, even then Vatsu could not be vanquished. Having Krishna for his eyes, that mighty armed hero is incapable of being defeated by the very gods. The vast Kaurava host, approaching his ape-bearing standard that is lofty as an Indra's pole, set up in the season of spring, and that is effulgent as Indra's bow, hath always trembled in fear. At the leonine roars of Bhimasena and the blare of Panchajanya and the twang of Gandhiva, our heart will die away within us. Moving like flashes of lightning, and blinding our eyes, Arjuna's Gandhiva is seen to resemble a circle of fire, decked with pure gold. That formidable bow as it is shaken, looks like lightning's flash moving about on every side. Steeds white in hue and possessed of great speed and endued with the splendor of the moon or the Kusa grass, and that run devouring the skies, are yoked unto his car. urged on by Krishna, like the masses of clouds driven by the wind, and their limbs decked with gold, they bear Arjuna to battle. That foremost of all persons conversant with arms, Arjuna, burned that great force of thine like a swelling conflagration consuming dry grass in the forest in the season of winter. Possessed of the splendor of Indra himself, while penetrating into our ranks, we have seen Dhananjaya to look like an elephant with 4 tusks. While agitating thy army and inspiring the kings with fear, we have seen Dhananjaya to resemble an elephant agitating a lake overgrown with lotuses. While terrifying all the warriors with the twang of his bow, we have again seen the son of Pandu to resemble a lion inspiring smaller animals with dread. Those 2 foremost of bowmen in all the worlds, those 2 bulls among all persons armed with the bow, the 2 Krishnas, clad in mail, are looking exceedingly beautiful. Today is the 17th day of this awful battle, O Bharata, of those that are being slaughtered in the midst of this fight. The diverse divisions of thy army are broken and dispersed like autumnal clouds dispersed by the wind. Save the Arsasi, O monarch, caused thy army to tremble and reel like a tempest-tossed boat exposed on the bosom of the ocean. Where was the suitor's son? Where was Drona with all his followers? Where was I? Where wert thou? Where was Hritika's son? Where thy brother Dushasana accompanied by his brothers, when Jayadratha was slain? Upon beholding Jayadratha and finding him within the range of his arrows, Arjuna, putting forth his process upon all thy kinsmen and brothers and allies and maternal uncles, and placing his feet upon their heads, slew King Jayadratha in the very sight of all. What then is there for us to do now? Who is there among thy troops now that would vanquish the son of Pandu? That high-souled warrior possesses diverse kinds of celestial weapons. The twang, again, of Gandhivarathas of our energies. This army of thine that is now without a leader is like a night without the moon, or like a river that is dried up with all the trees on its banks broken by elephants. The mighty armed Arjuna of white steeds will, at his pleasure, career amid this thy masterless host, like a blazing conflagration amid a heap of grass. The impetuosity of those 2, Satyaki and Bhimasena, would split all the mountains or dry up all the oceans. The words that Bhima spoke in the midst of the assembly have all been nearly accomplished by him, O monarch. That which remains unaccomplished will again be accomplished by him. While Karna was battling before it, the army of the Pandavas, difficult to be defeated, was vigorously protected by the wielder of Gandiva. You have done many foul wrongs, without any cause, unto the righteous Pandavas. The fruits of those acts have now come. For the sake of thy own objects thou hadst, with great care, mustered together a large force. That vast force, as also thyself, O bull of Bharata's race, have fallen into great danger. Preserve thy own self now, for self is the refuge of everything. If the refuge has broken, O sire, everything inhering thereto is scattered on every side. He that is being weakened should seek peace by conciliation. He that is growing should make war. This is the policy taught by Brihaspati. We are now inferior to the sons of Pandu as regards the strength of our army. Therefore, O Lord, I think, peace with the Pandavas is for our good. He that does not know what is for his good, or, knowing, disregards what is for his good, is soon divested of his kingdom and never obtains any good. If, by bowing unto King Yudhishthira, sovereignty may still remain to us, even that would be for our good, and not, O King, to sustain through folly defeat, at the hands of the Pandavas. Yudhishthira is compassionate. At the request of Vichitravirya's son and of Govinda, he will allow you to continue as king. Whatever Rishikasa will say unto the victorious King Yudhishthira and Arjuna and Bhimasena, all of them will, without doubt, obey. Krishna will not, I think, be able to transgress the words of Dhritarashtra of Kuru's race, nor will the son of Bandu be able to transgress those of Krishna. A cessation of hostilities with the sons of Pritha is what I consider to be for thy good. I do not say this unto thee from any mean motives nor for protecting my life. I say, O king, that which I regard to be beneficial. Thou wilt recollect these words when thou wilt be on the point of death, if thou neglectest them now. Advanced in years, Kripa the son of Saradwat said these words weepingly. Breathing long and hot breaths, he then gave way to sorrow and almost lost his senses. 5. Sanjaya said, thus addressed by the celebrated grandson of Gautama, the king, Duryodhana, breathing long and hot breaths, remain silent, O monarch. Having reflected for a little while, the high-souled son of Dhritarashtra, that scorcher of foes, then said these words unto Saradwat's son Kripa, whatever a friend should say, thou hast said unto me. Thou hast also, whilst battling, done everything for me, without caring for thy very life. The world has seen thee penetrate into the midst of the Pandava divisions and fight with the mighty warriors of the Pandavas endued with great energy. That which should be said by a friend has been said by thee. Thy words, however, do not please me, like medicine that ill pleases the person that is on the point of death. These beneficial and excellent words, fraught with reason, that thou, O mighty armed one, hast said do not seem acceptable to me, O foremost of Brahmanas. Deprived by us of his kingdom, on a former occasion, why will the son of Bandu repose his trust on us? That mighty king was once defeated by us at dice. Why will he again believe my words? So also, Krishna, ever engaged in the good of the Pathas, when he came to us as an envoy, was deceived by us. That act of ours was exceedingly ill-judged. Why then, O regenerate one, will Hrishikesa trust my words? The Princess Krishna, while standing in the midst of the assembly, wept piteously. Krishna will never forget that act of ours, nor that act, the deprivation of Yudhishthira by us of his kingdom. Formerly, it was heard by us that the two Krishnas have the same heart between them and are firmly united with each other. Today, O Lord, we have seen it with our eyes. Having heard of the slaughter of his sister's son, Keshava passeth his nights in sorrow. We have offended him highly. Why will he forgive us then? Arjuna also, in consequence of Abhimanyu's death, hath become very miserable. Even if solicited, why will he strike for my good? The second son of Pandu, the mighty Bhimasena, is exceedingly fierce. He has made a terrible vow. He will break but not bend. The heroic twins, breathing animosity against us, when clad in mail and armed with their swords, resemble a pair of Yamas. Drishthadama and Shikhandi have drawn their swords against me. Why will those two, O best of Brahmanas, strive for my good? While clad in a single raiment and in her season, the Princess Krishna was treated cruelly by Dushasana in the midst of the assembly and before the eyes of all. Those scorchers of foes, the Pandavas, who still remember the naked Draupadi plunged into distress, can never be dissuaded from battle. Then again, Krishna, the daughter of Drupada, is in sorrow, undergoing the austerest of penances for my destruction and the success of the objects cherished by her husbands, and sleepeth every day on the bare ground, intending to do so till the end of the hostilities is attained. Abandoning honour and pride, the uterine sister of Vasudeva, Subhadra, is always serving Draupadi as veritable waiting woman. Everything, therefore, hath flamed up. That fire can never be quenched. Peace with them hath become impossible in consequence of the slaughter of Abhimanyu. Having also enjoyed the sovereignty of this earth bounded by the ocean, how shall I be able to enjoy, under favour of the Pandavas, a kingdom in peace? Having shone like the sun upon the heads of all the kings, How shall I walk behind Yudhishthira like a slave? Having enjoyed all enjoyable articles and shown great compassion, how shall I lead a miserable life now, with miserable men as my companions? I do not hate those mild and beneficial words that thou hast spoken. I, however, do not think that this is the time for peace. To fight righteously is, O scorcher of foes, what I regard to be good policy. This is not the time for acting like a eunuch. On the other hand, that is time for the battle. I have performed many sacrifices. I have given away dakshinas to brahmanas. I have obtained the attainment of all my wishes. I have listened to Vedic recitations. I have walked upon the heads of my foes. My servants have all been well cherished by me. I have relieved people in distress. I dare not, O foremost of regenerate ones, address such humble words to the Pandavas. I have conquered foreign kingdoms. I have properly governed my own kingdom. I have enjoyed diverse kinds of enjoyable articles. Religion and profit and pleasure I have pursued. I have paid off my debt to the Baitrus and to Kshatriya duty. Certainly, there is no happiness here. What becomes of kingdom, and what of good name? Fame is all that one should acquire here. That fame can be obtained by battle, and by no other means. The death that a Kshatriya meets with at home is censurable. Death on one's bed at home is highly sinful. The man who casts away his body in the woods or in battle after having performed sacrifices, obtains great glory. He is no man who dies miserably weeping in pain, afflicted by disease and decay, in the midst of crying kinsmen. Abandoning diverse objects of enjoyment, I shall now, by righteous battle, proceed to the regions of chakra, obtaining the companionship of those that have attained to the highest end. Without doubt, the habitation of heroes of righteous behavior, who never retreat from battle, who are gifted with intelligence and devoted to truth, who are performers of sacrifices, and who have been sanctified in the sacrifice of weapons, is in heaven. The diverse tribes of Apsaras, without doubt, joyfully gaze at such heroes when engaged in battle. Without doubt, the Baitrus behold them worshipped in the assembly of the gods and rejoicing in heaven, in the company of Apsaras. We will now ascend the path that is trod by the celestials and by heroes, and returning from battle, that path which has been taken by our venerable grandsire, by the preceptor endued with great intelligence, by Jayadratha, by Kana, and by Dushasana. Many brave kings, who had exerted themselves vigorously for my sake in this battle, have been slain. Mangled with arrows and their limbs bathed in blood, they lie now on the bare earth. Possessed of great courage and conversant with excellent weapons, those kings, who had, again, performed sacrifices as ordained in the scriptures, having cast off their life breaths in the discharge of their duties, have now become the denizens of Indra's abode. They have paved the way to that blessed region. That road will once more be difficult in consequence of the crowds of heroes that will hurry along it for reaching that blessed goal. Remembering with gratitude the feats of those heroes that have died for me, I desire to pay off the debt I owe them, instead of fixing my heart upon kingdom. If, having caused my friends and brothers and grandsires to be slain, I save my own life, the world will without doubt censure me. What kind of sovereignty will that be which I will enjoy, destitute of kinsmen and friends and well-wishers, and bowing down unto the son of Pandu? I, who have lorded it over the universe in that way, will now acquire heaven by fair fight. It will not be otherwise. Thus addressed by Duryodhana, all the Kshatriyas there applauded that speech and cheered the king, saying, "Excellent, excellent," without at all grieving for their defeat, and firmly resolved upon displaying their prowess. All of them, being determined to fight, became filled with enthusiasm. Having groomed their animals, the Kauravas, delighting at the prospect of battle, shook up their quarters for the night, at a spot a little less than 2 yojanas distant from the field. Having reached the Sarasvati of red waters on the sacred and beautiful tableland at the foot of Himavat, they bathed in that water and quenched their thirst with it. Their spirits raised by thy sun, they continued to wait, on their resting ground. Once more rallying their own selves as well as one another, all those Kshatriyas, O king, urged by fate, waited in their encampment. 6. Sanjaya said, on that table-land at the foot of Himavat, those warriors, O monarch, delighting at the prospect of battle and assembled together, passed the night. Indeed, Sholya and Chitrasana and the mighty Ka warrior Shakuni and Ashvatthama and Gripa and Gritavama of the Satwata race, and Sushna and Aristasena and Drutasena of great energy and Jayatsena and all these kings passed the night there. After the heroic Kana had been slain in battle, thy sons, inspired with fright by the Pandavas desirous of victory, failed to obtain peace anywhere else than on the mountains of Himavat. All of them then, O king, who were resolved on battle, duly worshipped the king and said unto him, in the presence of Sholya, these words, it behoveth thee to fight with the enemy, after having made someone the generalissimo of thy army, protected by whom in battle we will vanquish our foes. Then Duryodhana, without alighting from his car, proceeded towards that foremost of car warriors, that hero conversant with all the rules of battle, Ashvatthama, who resembled the destroyer himself in battle. Possessed of beautiful limbs, of head well covered, of a neck adorned with 3 lines like those in a conch shell, of sweet speech, of eyes resembling the petals of a full-blown lotus, and of a face like that of the dignity of Mru, resembling the bull of Mahadeva as regards neck, eyes, tread, and voice, endued with arms that were large, massive, and well-joined, having a chest that was broad and well-formed, equal unto Garuda or the wind in speed and might, gifted with a splendor like that of the rays of the sun, rivaling Usanas himself in intelligence and the moon in beauty and form and charms of face, with a body that seemed to be made of a number of golden lotuses, with well-made joints, of well-formed thighs and waist and hips, of beautiful fingers, and beautiful nails. He seemed to have been made by the Creator with care after collecting one after another all the beautiful and good attributes of creation. Possessed of every auspicious mark, and clever in every act, he was an ocean of learning. Ever vanquishing his foes with great speed, he was incapable of being forcibly vanquished by foes. He knew, in all its details, the science of weapons consisting of 4 padas and 10 angas. He knew also the 4 Vedas with all their branches, and the Akayanas as the 5th. Possessed of great ascetic merit, Drona, himself not born of woman, having worshipped the 3-eyed deity with great attention and austere vows, begat him upon a wife not born of woman. Approaching that personage of unrivalled feats, that one who is unrivalled in beauty on earth, that one who has mastered all branches of learning, that ocean of accomplishments, that faultless Ashvatthama, thy son told him these words, thou, O preceptor's son, art today our highest refuge. Tell us, therefore, who is to be the generalissimo of my forces now, placing whom at our head, all of us, united together, may vanquish the Pandavas. Thus addressed, the son of Drona answered, let Sholya become the leader of our army. In descent, in prowess, in energy, in fame, in beauty of person, and in every other accomplishment, he is superior. Mindful of the services rendered to him, he has taken up our side, having abandoned the sons of his own sister. Owning a large force of his own, that mighty armed one is like a second Kartikya, the celestial generalissimo. Making that king the commander of our forces, O best of monarchs, we will be able to gain victory, like the gods, after making the unvanquished Skanda their commander. After Drona's son had said these words, all the kings stood, surrounding Shaurya, and cried victory to him. Having made up their minds for battle, they felt great joy. Then Duryodhana, alighting from his car, joined his hands and addressing Shaurya, that rival of Drona and Bhishma in battle, who was on his car, said these words, "O thou that art devoted to friends, that time has now come for thy friends when intelligent men examine persons in the guise of friends as to whether they are true friends or otherwise. Brave as thou art, be thou our generalissimo at the van of our army. When thou wilt proceed to battle, the Pandavas, with their friends, will become cheerless, and the Panchalas will be depressed." Shaurya answered, "I will, O king of the Kurus, accomplish that which thou askest me to accomplish. Everything I have, my life breath, my kingdom, my wealth, is at thy service." Duryodhana said, "I solicit thee with offer of the leadership of my army, O maternal uncle. O foremost of warriors, protect us incomparably, even as Skanda protected the gods in battle. O foremost of kings, thyself caused thy own self to be installed in the command as Pavaka's son Kartikeya in the command of the forces of the celestials. O hero, slay our foes in battle like Indra slaying the Danavas." 7. Sanjaya said, hearing these words of the Kuru king, the valiant monarch, Shaurya, "O king," said these words unto Duryodhana in reply, "O mighty armed Duryodhana, listen to me, O foremost of eloquent men. Thou regardest the two Krishnas, when on their car, to be the foremost of car warriors. They are not, however, together equal to me in might of arms. What need I say of the Pandavas? When angry, I can fight, at the van of battle, with a whole world consisting of gods, asuras, and men, risen up in arms. I will vanquish the assembled Pathas and the Somakas in battle. Without doubt, I will become the leader of thy troops. I will form such an array that our enemies will not be able to overmaster it. I say this to thee, O Duryodhana. There is no doubt in this." Thus addressed, by Shaurya, King Duryodhana cheerfully poured sanctified water, without losing any time, O best of the Bharatas, on the ruler of the Madras, in the midst of his troops, according to the rites ordained in the scriptures, O monarch. After Shaurya had been invested with the command, loud leonine roars arose among thy troops, and diverse musical instruments also, O Bharata, were beat and blown. The Kaurava warriors became very cheerful, as also the mighty Ka warriors among the Madrakas. And all of them praised the royal Shaurya, their tournament of battle, saying, "Victory to thee, O king! Long life to thee! Slay all the assembled foes. Having obtained the might of thy arms, let the Dhritarashtra's endued with great strength, rule the wide earth without a foe. Thou art capable of vanquishing in battle the three worlds consisting of the gods, the Asuras, what need be said of the Somakas and the Strinjayas that are mortal." Thus praised, the mighty king of the Madrakas obtained great joy that is unattainable by persons of unrefined souls. Shaurya said, "Today, O king, I will either slay all the Panchalas with the Pandavas in battle, or, slain by them, proceed to heaven. Let the world behold me today careering on the field of battle, fearlessly. Today let all the sons of Pandu, and Vasudeva, and Satyaki, and the sons of Draupadi, and Drishadama, and Shikhandi, and all the Prabhadrakas, behold my prowess and the great might of my bow, and my quickness, and the energy of my weapons, and the strength of my arms, in battle. Let the Pathas, and all the Siddhas, with the Charanas behold today the strength that is in my arms and the wealth of weapons I possess. Beholding my prowess today, let the mighty Ka warriors of the Pandavas, desirous of counteracting it, adopt diverse courses of action. Today I will rout the troops of the Pandavas on all sides. Surpassing Drona and Bhishma and the Suta's son, O Lord, in battle, I will career on the field, O Kauravas, for doing what is agreeable to thee. Sanjaya continued, after Shaulya had been invested with the command, O giver of honours, no one among thy troops, O bull of Bharata's race, any longer felt any grief on account of Karna. Indeed, the troops became cheerful and glad. They regarded the Pathas as already slain and brought under the power of the ruler of the Madras. Having obtained great joy, thy troops, O bull of Bharata's race, slept that night happily and became very cheerful. Hearing those shouts of thy army, King Yudhishthira, addressing him of Vrishani's race, said these words, in the hearing of all the Kshatriyas, the ruler of the Madras, Shaulya, that great bowman who is highly regarded by all the warriors hath, O Madhava, been made the leader of his forces by Dhritarashtra's son. Knowing this that has happened, do, O Madhava, that which is beneficial. Thou art our leader and protector. Do that which should next be done. Then Vasudeva, O monarch, said unto that king, I know Artyani, O Bharata, truly. Endued with prowess and great energy, he is highly illustrious. He is accomplished, conversant with all the modes of warfare, and possessed of great lightness of hand. I think that the ruler of the Madras is in battle equal to Bhishma or Drona or Karna, or perhaps superior to them. I do not, O ruler of men, even upon reflection, find the warrior who may be a match for Shaulya while engaged in fight. In battle, he is superior in might to Shikhandi and Arjuna and Bhima and Satyaki and Drishadima, O Bharata. The king of the Madras, O monarch, endued with the prowess of a lion or an elephant, will career fearlessly in battle like the destroyer himself in wrath amongst creatures at the time of the universal destruction. I do not behold a match for him in battle save thee, O tiger among men, that art possessed of prowess equal to that of a tiger. Save thee there is no other person in either heaven or the whole of this world, who, O son of Kuru's race, would be able to slay the ruler of the Madras while excited with wrath in battle. Day after day engaged in fight, he agitates thy troops. For this, slay Shaulya in battle, like Maghavat slaying Samvara. Treated with honor by Dhritarashtra's son, that hero is invincible in battle. Upon the fall of the ruler of the Madras in battle, thou art certain to have victory. Upon his slaughter, the vast Dhritarashtra host will be slain. Hearing, O monarch, these words of mine now, proceed, O Patha, against that mighty Ka warrior, the ruler of the Madras. Slay that warrior, O thou with mighty arms, like Vasava slaying the Asura Namachi. There is no need of showing any compassion here, thinking that this one is thy maternal uncle. Keeping the duties of a Kshatriya before thee, slay the ruler of the Madras. Having crossed the fathomless oceans represented by Bhishma and Drona and Karna, do not sink, with thy followers, in the print of a cow's hoof represented by Shaulya. Display in battle the whole of thy ascetic power and thy Kshatriya energy. Slay that Ka warrior. Having said these words, Keshava, that slayer of hostile heroes, proceeded to his tent in the evening, worshipped by the Pandavas. After Keshava had gone, King Yudhishthira the Just, dismissing all his brothers and the Somikas, happily slept that night, like an elephant from whose body the darts have been plucked out. All those great bowmen of the Pankulas and Pandavas, delighted in consequence of the fall of Karna, slept that night happily. Its fever dispelled, the army of the Pandavas, abounding with great bowmen and mighty Ka warriors having reached the shore as it were, became very happy that night, in consequence of the victory, O sire, it had won by the slaughter of Karna. 8. Sanjaya said, after that night had passed away, King Duryodhana then, addressing all thy soldiers, said, Arm, you mighty Ka warriors. Hearing the command of the king, the warriors began to put on their armor. Some began to yoke their steeds to their cars quickly, others ran hither and thither. The elephants began to be equipped. The foot soldiers began to arm. Others, numbering thousands, began to spread carpets on the terraces of cars. The noise of musical instruments, O monarch, arose there, for enhancing the martial enthusiasm of the soldiers. Then all the troops, placed in their proper posts, were seen, O Bharata, to stand, clad in mail and resolved to make death their goal. Having made the ruler of the Madras their leader, the great Ka warriors of the Kauravas, distributing their troops, stood in divisions. Then all thy warriors, with Gripa and Gritavama and Drona's son and Sholya and Sabala's son and the other kings that were yet alive, met thy son, and arrived at this understanding, that none of them would individually and alone fight with the Pandavas. And they said, he amongst us that will fight, alone and unsupported, with the Pandavas, or he that will abandon a comrade engaged in fight, will be stained with the 5 grave sins and all the minor sins. And they said, all of us, united together, will fight with the foe. Those great Ka warriors, having made such an understanding with one another, placed the ruler of the Madras at their head and quickly proceeded against their foes. Similarly, all the Pandavas, having arrayed their troops in great battle, proceeded against the Kauravas, O king, for fighting with them on every side. Soon, O chief of the Bharatas, that host, whose noise resembled that of the agitated ocean, and which seemed to be wonderful in consequence of its cars and elephants, presented the aspect of the vast deep swelling with its surges. Dhritarashtra said, I have heard of the fall of Drona, of Bhishma and of the son of Radha. Tell me now of the fall of Sholya and of my son. How, indeed, O Sanjaya, was Sholya slain by King Yudhishthira the Just? And how was my son Duryodhana slain by Bhimasena of great might? Sanjaya said, hear, O king, with patience, of the destruction of human bodies and the loss of elephants and steeds, as I describe to thee the battle. The hope became strong, O king, in the breasts of thy sons that, after Drona and Bhishma and the Suta's son had been overthrown, Sholya, O sire, would slay all the Pathas in battle. Cherishing that hope in his heart, and drawing comfort from it, O Bharata, thy son Duryodhana, relying in battle upon that mighty Ka warrior, the ruler of the Madras, regarded himself as possessed of a protector. When after Karna's fall the Pathas had uttered leonine roars, a great fear, O king, had possessed the hearts of the Dhritarashtras. Assuring him duly, the valiant king of the Madras, having formed, O monarch, a grand array whose arrangements were auspicious in every respect, proceeded against the Pathas in battle. And the valiant king of the Madras proceeded, shaking his beautiful and exceedingly strong bow capable of imparting a great velocity to the shafts sped from it. And that mighty Ka warrior was mounted upon the foremost of vehicles, having horses of the Sindhu breed yoked into it. Riding upon his car, his driver made the vehicle look resplendent. Protected by that car, that hero, that brave crusher of foes, Sholya, stood, O monarch, dispelling the fears of thy sons. The king of the Madras, clad in mail, proceeded at the head of the array, accompanied by the brave Madrakas and the invincible sons of Karna. On the left was Gritavama, surrounded by the Trigartas. On the right was Gautama, Gripa, with the Sakas and the Yavanas. In the rear was Ashvatthama, surrounded by the Kambojas. In the centre was Duryodhana, protected by the foremost of the Kuru warriors. Surrounded by a large force of cavalry and other troops, Sabala's son Shakuni, as also the mighty Ka warrior Aluka, proceeded with the others. The mighty bowmen amongst the Pandavas, those chastisers of foes, dividing themselves, O monarch, into 3 bodies, rushed against thy troops. Drishthadhamma and Shikhandi and the mighty Ka warrior Satyaki proceeded with great speed against the army of Sholya. Then King Yudhishthira, accompanied by his troops, rushed against Sholya alone, from desire of slaughtering him, O bull of Bharata's race. Arjuna, that slayer of large bands of foes, rushed with great speed against that great bowman bright of armor and the Samsaktakas. Bhimasena and the great Ka warriors among the Somakas rushed, O monarch, against Kripa, desirous of slaughtering their foes in battle. The two sons of Madri, accompanied by their troops, proceeded against Shakuni and the great Ka warrior Raluka at the head of their forces. Similarly, thousands upon thousands of warriors of thy army, armed with diverse weapons and filled with rage, proceeded against the Pandavas in that battle. Dhritarashtra said, after the fall of the mighty bowman Bhishma and Drona and the great Ka warrior Karna, and after both the Kurus and their Pandavas had been reduced in numbers, and when, indeed, the Pathas, possessed of great prowess, became once more angry in battle, what, O Sanjaya, was the strength of each of the armies? Sanjaya said, hear, O king, how we and the enemy both stood for battle on that occasion, and what was then the strength of the two armies. 11,000 cars, O bull of Bharata's race, 10,700 elephants, and full 200,000 horses, and 3 millions of foot, composed the strength of thy army. 6,000 cars, 6,000 elephants, 10,000 horses, and 1 million of foot, O Bharata, were all that composed the remnant of the Pandava force in the battle. These, O bull of Bharata's race, encountered each other for battle. Having distributed their forces in this way, O monarch, ourselves, excited with wrath and inspired with desire of victory, proceeded against the Pandavas, having placed ourselves under the command of the ruler of the Madras. Similarly, the brave Pandavas, those tigers among men, desirous of victory, and the Bankalas possessed of great fame, came to battle. Even thus, O monarch, all those tigers among men, desirous of slaughtering their foes, encountered one another at dawn of day, O Lord. Then commenced a fierce and terrible battle between thy troops and the enemy, the combatants being all engaged in striking and slaughtering one another. 9. Sanjaya said, then commenced the battle between the Kurus and the Srinjayas, O monarch, that was as fierce and awful as the battle between the gods and the Asuras. Men and crowds of cars and elephants, and elephant warriors and horsemen by thousands, and steeds, all possessed of great prowess, encountered one another. The loud noise of rushing elephants of fearful forms was then heard, resembling the roars of the clouds in the welkin, in the season of rains. Some car warriors, struck by elephants, were deprived of their cars. Routed by those infuriate animals, the brave combatants ran on the field. Well-trained car warriors, O Bharata, with their shafts, dispatched large bodies of cavalry and the footmen that urged and protected the elephants, to the other world. Well-trained horsemen, O king, surrounding great car warriors, careered on the field, striking and slaying the latter with spears and darts and swords. Some combatants armed with bows, encompassing great car warriors, dispatched them to Yama's abode, the many unitedly battling against individual ones. Other great car warriors, encompassing elephants and foremost warriors of their own class, slew some mighty one amongst that fought on the field, careering all around. Similarly, O king, elephants, encompassing individual car warriors excited with wrath and scattering showers of shafts, dispatched them to the other world. Elephant warrior rushing against elephant warrior and car warrior against car warrior in that battle slew each other with darts and lances and cloth yard shafts, O Bharata. Cars and elephants and horses, rushing foot soldiers in the midst of battle were seen to make confusion worse confounded. Adorned with yak tails, steeds rushed on all sides, looking like the swans found on the plains at the foot of Himavat. They rushed with such speed that they seemed ready to devour the very earth. The field, O monarch, indented with the hoofs of those steeds, looked beautiful like a beautiful woman bearing the marks of her lover's nails on her person. With the noise made by the tread of heroes, the wheels of cars, the shouts of foot soldiers, the grunts of elephants, the peal of drums and other musical instruments, and the blare of conchs, the earth began to resound as if with deafening peals of thunder. In consequence of twanging bows and flashing sabres and the glaring red armor of the combatants, all became so confused there that nothing could be distinctly marked. Invulnerable arms, lopped off from human bodies, and looking like the tusks of elephants, jumped up and writhed and moved furiously about. The sound made, O monarch, by heads falling on the field of battle, resembled that made by the falling fruits of palmyra trees. Strewn with those fallen heads that were crimson with blood, the earth looked resplendent as if adorned with gold-coloured lotuses in their season. Indeed, with those lifeless heads with upturned eyes, that were exceedingly mangled, with shafts and other weapons, the field of battle, O king, looked resplendent as if strewn with full-blown lotuses. With the fallen arms of the combatants, smeared with sandal and adorned with costly cuirass, the earth looked bright as if strewn with the gorgeous poles set up in Indra's honour. The field of battle became covered with the thighs of kings, cut off in that battle and looking like the tapering trunks of elephants, teeming with hundreds of headless trunks and strewn with umbrellas and yak tails. That vast army looked beautiful like a flowering forest. Then, on the field of battle, O monarch, warriors careered fearlessly, their limbs bathed in blood and therefore looking like flowering kinsukas. Elephants also, afflicted with arrows and lances, fell down here and there like broken clouds dropped from the skies. Elephant divisions, O monarch, slaughtered by high-souled warriors, dispersed in all directions like wind-tossed clouds. Those elephants, looking like clouds, fell down on the earth, like mountains riven with thunder, O Lord, on the occasion of the dissolution of the world at the end of the Yuga. Heaps upon heaps, looking like mountains, were seen, lying on the ground, of fallen steeds with their riders. A river appeared in the field of battle, flowing towards the other world. Blood formed its waters and cars its eddies. Standards formed its trees, and bones its pebbles. The arms of combatants were its alligators, bows its current, elephants its large rocks, and steeds its smaller ones. Fat and marrow formed its mire, umbrellas its swans, and maces its rafts. Abounding with armor and headgears, banners constituted its beautiful trees. Teeming with wheels that formed its swarms of chakravakas, it was covered with trivenues and danders, inspiring the brave with delight and enhancing the fears of the timid. That fierce river set in, whose shores abounded with cuirass and sringyas. Those brave warriors, with arms resembling spiked bludgeons, by the aid of their vehicles and animals serving the purposes of rafts and boats, crossed that awful river which ran towards the region of the dead. During the progress of that battle, O monarch, in which no consideration was shown by anybody for anyone, and which, fraught with awful destruction of the four kinds of forces, therefore, resembled the battle between the gods and the Asuras in days of old, some among the combatants, O scorcher of foes, loudly called upon their kinsmen and friends. Some, called upon by crying kinsmen, returned, afflicted with fear. During the progress of that fierce and awful battle, Arjuna and Bhimasena stupefied their foes. That vast host of thine, O ruler of men, thus slaughtered, swooned away on the field, like a woman under the influence of liquor. Having stupefied that army, Bhimasena and Ananjaya blew their conchs and uttered leonine roars. As soon as they heard that loud peal, Drishthadhyumna and Shikandi, placing King Yudhishthira at their head, rushed against the ruler of the Madras. Exceedingly wonderful and terrible, O monarch, was the manner in which those heroes, unitedly and as separate bodies, then fought with Sholya. The two sons of Madri, endued with great activity, accomplished in weapons, and invincible in battle, proceeded with great speed against thy host, inspired with desire of victory. Then thy army, O bull of Bharata's race, mangled in diverse ways with shafts by the Pandavas eager for victory, began to fly away from the field. That host, thus struck and broken by firm bowmen, O monarch, fled away on all sides in the very sight of thy sons. Loud cries of "Oh!" and "Alas!" O Bharata, arose from among thy warriors, while some illustrious Kshatriyas among the routed combatants, desirous of victory, cried out, saying, "Stop, stop!" For all that, those troops of thine, broken by the Pandavas, fled away, deserting on the field their dear sons and brothers and maternal, uncles and sisters, sons and relatives by marriage and other kinsmen. Urging their steeds and elephants to greater speed, thousands of warriors fled away, O bull of Bharata's race, bent only upon their own safety. 10. Sanjaya said, beholding the army broken, the valiant king of the Madras addressed his driver, saying, "Quickly urge these steeds endued with a fleetness of thought. Yonder stays King Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, looking resplendent with the umbrella held over his head. Take me thither with speed, O driver, and witness my might. The Pathas are unable to stand before me in battle." Thus addressed, the driver of the Madra king proceeded to that spot where stood King Yudhishthira, the just of true aim. Sholya fell suddenly upon the mighty host of the Pandavas. Alone, he checked it like the continent checking the surging sea. Indeed, the large force of the Pandavas, coming against Sholya, O sire, stood still in that battle, like the rushing sea upon encountering a mountain. Beholding the ruler of the Madras standing for battle on the field, the Kauravas returned, making death their goal. After they had returned, O king, and separately taken up their positions in well-formed array, an awful battle set in which blood flowed freely like water. The invincible Nakula encountered Chitrasena. These two heroes, both of whom were excellent bowmen, approaching, drenched each other with showers of arrows in that battle, like two pouring clouds risen in the welkin on the south and the north. I could not mark any difference between the son of Pandu and his antagonist. Both of them were accomplished in weapons, both endued with might, and both conversant with the practices of Ka warriors. Each bent upon slaying the other, they carefully looked for each other's lapses. Then Chitrasena, O monarch, with a board-headed shaft, well-tempered and sharp, cut off Nakula's bow at the handle. Fearlessly then the son of Karna struck the bowless Nakula at the forehead with 3 shafts equipped with wings of gold and whetted on stone. With a few other keen arrows he then dispatched Nakula's steeds to Yama's abode. Next, he felled both the standard and the driver of his antagonist, each with 3 arrows. With those 3 arrows sped from the arms of his foe sticking to his forehead, Nakula, O king, looked beautiful like a mountain with 3 crests. Deprived of his bow and his cars, the brave Nakula, taking up a sword, jumped down from his vehicle like a lion from a mountain summit. As, however, he rushed on foot, his antagonist poured a shower of arrows upon him. Possessed of active prowess, Nakula received that arrowy shower on his shield. Getting at the car then of Chitrasena, the mighty armed hero, the son of Pandu, conversant with all modes of warfare and incapable of being tired with exertion, ascended it in the very sight of all the troops. The son of Pandu then cut off from Chitrasena's trunk his diadem-decked head adorned with earrings, and graced with a beautiful nose and a pair of large eyes. At this, Chitrasena, endued with the splendor of the sun, fell down on the terrace of his car. Beholding Chitrasena slain, all the great car warriors uttered loud cries of praise and many leonine roars. Meanwhile, the two sons of Karna, Sushna and Satyasena, both of whom were great car warriors, beholding their brother slain, shot showers of keen shafts. Those foremost of car warriors rushed with speed against the son of Bandu like a couple of tigers, O king, in the deep forest rushing against an elephant from desire of slaying him. Both of them poured their keen shafts upon the mighty car warrior Nakula. Indeed, as they poured those shafts, they resembled two masses of clouds pouring rain in torrents. Though pierced with arrows all over, the valiant and heroic son of Bandu cheerfully took up another bow after ascending on another car, and stood in battle like the destroyer himself in rage. Then those two brothers, O monarch, with their straight shafts, cut off Nakula's car into fragments. Then Nakula, laughing, smote the 4 steeds of Satyasena with 4 whetted and keen shafts in that encounter. Aiming a long shaft equipped with wings of gold, the son of Pandu then cut off, O monarch, the bow of Satyasena. At this, the latter, mounting on another car and taking up another bow, as also his brother Sushna, rushed against the son of Pandu. The valiant son of Madri fearlessly pierced each of them, O monarch, with couple of shafts at the van of battle. Then the mighty car warrior Sushna, filled with wrath, cut off in that battle, laughing the while, the formidable bow of Pandu's son with a razor-headed arrow. Then Nakula, insensate with rage, took up another bow and pierced Sushna with 5 arrows and struck his standard with 1. Without losing a moment, he then cut off the bow and the leathern fence of Satyasena wall. So, O sire, at which all the troops there uttered a loud shout. Satyasena, taking up another foe-slaying bow that was capable of bearing a great strain, shrouded the son of Bandu with arrows from every side. Baffling those arrows, Nakula, that slayer of hostile heroes, pierced each of his antagonists with a couple of shafts. Each of the latter separately pierced the son of Pandu in return with many straight coursing shafts. Next they pierced Nakula's driver also with many keen shafts. The valiant Satyasena then, endued with great lightness of hand, cut off without his brother's help the shafts of Nakula's car and his bow with a couple of arrows. The iterate Nakula, however, staying on his car, shook up a dart equipped with a golden handle and a very keen point, and steeped in oil and exceedingly bright. It resembled, O Lord, a she-snake of virulent poison, frequently darting out her tongue. Raising that weapon he hurled it at Satyasena in that encounter. That dart, O king, pierced the heart of Satyasena in that battle and reduced it into 100 fragments. Deprived of his senses and life, he fell down upon the earth from his car. Beholding his brother slain, Sushna, insensate with rage, suddenly made Nakula carless in that battle. Without losing a moment, he poured his arrows over the son of Bandu fighting on foot. Seeing Nakula carless, the mighty car warrior Sutasoma, the son of Draupadi, rushed to that spot for rescuing his sire in battle. Mounting then upon the car of Sutasoma, Nakula, that hero of Bharata's race, looked beautiful like a lion upon a mountain. Then taking up another bow, he fought with Sushna. Those two great car warriors, approaching each other, and shooting showers of arrows, endeavored to encompass each other's destruction. Then Sushna, filled with rage, struck the son of Bandu with 3 shafts and Sutasoma with 20 in the arms and the chest. At this, the impetuous Nakula, O monarch, that slayer of hostile heroes, covered all the points of the compass with arrows. Then taking up a sharp shaft, endued with great energy and equipped with a semicircular head, Nacala sped it with great force at Canna's son in that battle. With that arrow, O best of kings, the son of Pandu cut off from Sushna's trunk the latter's head in the very sight of all the troops. That feat seemed exceedingly wonderful. Thus slain by the illustrious Nacala, Kanna's son fell down like a lofty tree on the bank of a river thrown down by the current of the stream. Beholding the slaughter of Kanna's sons and the prowess of Nacala, thy army, O bull of Bharata's race, fled away in fear. Their commander, however, the brave and valiant ruler of the Madras, that chastiser of foes, then protected, O monarch, those troops in that battle. Rallying his host, O king, surely stood fearlessly in battle, uttering loud leonine roars and causing his bow to twang fiercely. Then thy troops, O king, protected in battle by that firm bowman, cheerfully proceeded against the foe once more from every side. Those high-souled warriors, surrounding that great bowman, the ruler of the Madras, stood, O king, desirous of battling on every side. Then Satyaki and Bhimasena, and those two Pandavas, the twin sons of Madri, placing the chastiser of foes and abode of modesty, Yudhishthira, at the head, and surrounding him on all sides in that battle, uttered leonine roars. And those heroes also caused a loud whiz with the arrows they shot and frequently indulged in diverse kinds of shouts. Smilingly, all thy warriors, filled with rage, speedily encompassed the ruler of the Madras and stood from desire of battle. Then commenced to battle, inspiring the timid with fear, between thy soldiers and the enemy, both of whom made death their goal. That battle between fearless combatants, enhancing the population of Yama's kingdom, resembled, O monarch, that between the gods and the Asuras in days of yore. Then the eight-bannered son of Pandu, O king, having slaughtered the Samsaptakas in battle, rushed against that portion of the Kaurava army. Smiling, all the Pandavas, headed by Drishthadhyumna, rushed against the same division, shooting showers of keen arrows. Overwhelmed by the Pandavas, the Kaurava host became stupefied. Indeed, those divisions then could not discern the cardinal point from the subsidiary points of the compass. Covered with keen arrows sped by the Pandavas, the Kaurava army, deprived of its foremost warriors, wavered and broke on all sides. Indeed, O Kaurava, that host of thine began to be slaughtered by the mighty Ka warriors of the Pandavas. Similarly, the Pandava host, O king, began to be slaughtered in hundreds and thousands in that battle by thy sons on every side with their arrows. While the two armies, exceedingly excited, were thus slaughtering each other, they became much agitated like two streams in the season of rains. During the progress of that dreadful battle, O monarch, a great fear entered the hearts of thy warriors as also those of the Pandavas. 11. Sanjaya said, when the troops, slaughtered by one another, were thus agitated, when many of the warriors fled away and the elephants began to utter loud cries, when the foot soldiers in that dreadful battle began to shout and wail aloud, when the steeds, O king, ran in diverse directions, when the carnage became awful, when a terrible destruction set in of all embodied creatures, when weapons of various kinds fell or clashed with one another, when cars and elephants began to be mangled together, when heroes felt great delight and cowards felt their fears enhanced, when combatants encountered one another from desire of slaughter, on that awful occasion of the destruction of life, during the progress of that dreadful sport, that is, of that awful battle that enhanced the population of Yama's kingdom, the Pandavas slaughtered thy troops with keen shafts, and, after the same manner, thy troops slew those of the Pandavas. During that battle inspiring the timid with terror, indeed, during the progress of the battle as it was fought on that morning about the hour of sunrise, the Pandava heroes of good aim, protected by the high-souled Yudhishthira, fought with thy forces, making death itself their goal. The Kuru army, O thou of the race of Kuru, encountering the proud Pandavas endued with great strength, skilled in smiting, and possessed of sureness of aim, became weakened and agitated like a herd of she-deer frightened at a forest conflagration. Beholding that army weakened and helpless like a cow sunk in mire, Shaulya, desirous of rescuing it, proceeded against the Pandava army. Filled with rage, the ruler of the Madras, taking up an excellent bow, rushed for battle against the Pandava foes. The Pandavas also, O monarch, in that encounter, inspired with desire of victory, proceeded against the ruler of the Madras and pierced him with keen shafts. Then the ruler of the Madras, possessed of great strength, afflicted that host with showers of keen arrows in the very sight of King Yudhishthira the Just. At that time diverse portents appeared to the view. The earth herself, with her mountains, trembled, making a loud noise. Meteors, with keen points bright as those of lances equipped with handles, piercing the air, fell upon the earth from the firmament. Deer and buffaloes and birds, O monarch, in large numbers, place thy army to their right, O king. The planets Venus and Mars, in conjunction with Mercury, appeared at the rear of the Pandavas and to the front of all their Kaurava, lords of earth. Blazing flames seemed to issue from the points of weapons, dazzling the eyes of the warriors. Crows and owls in large numbers perched upon the heads of the combatants and on the tops of their standards. Then a fierce battle took place between the Kaurava and the Pandava combatants, assembled together in large bodies. Then, O king, the Kauravas, mustering all their divisions, rushed against the Pandava army. Of soul incapable of being depressed, Shaulya then poured dense showers of arrows on Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti like the thousand-eyed Indra pouring rain in torrents. Possessed of great strength, he pierced Bhimasena, and the 5 sons of Draupadi and Dristadama, the 2 sons of Madri by Pandu, and the grandson of Suni, and Shikandi also, each with 10 arrows equipped with wings of gold and whetted on stone. Indeed, he began to pour his arrows like Maghavat, Indra, pouring rain at the close of the summer season. Then the Prabhadrakas, O king, and the Somakas, were seen felled or falling by thousands, in consequence of Shaulya's arrows. Multitudinous as swarms of bees or flights of locusts, the shafts of Shaulya were seen to fall like thunderbolts from the clouds. Elephants and steeds and foot soldiers and car warriors, afflicted with Shaulya's arrows, fell down or wandered or uttered loud wails. Infuriate with rage and prowess, the ruler of the Madras shrouded his foes in that battle like destroyer at the end of the Yuga. The mighty ruler of the Madras began to roar aloud like the clouds. The Pandava army, thus slaughtered by Shaulya, ran towards Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, for protection. Possessed of great lightness of hand, Shaulya, having in that battle crushed them with whetted arrows, began to afflict Yudhishthira with a dense shower of shafts. Beholding Shaulya impetuously rushing towards him with horsemen and foot soldiers, King Yudhishthira, filled with wrath, checked him with keen shafts, even as an infuriate elephant is checked with iron hooks. Then Shaulya sped a terrible arrow at Yudhishthira that resembled a snake of virulent poison. Piercing through the Hysil son of Kunti, that arrow quickly fell down upon the earth. Then Vrikadara, filled with wrath, pierced Shaulya with 7 arrows, and Sahadeva pierced him with 5, and Nakula with 10. The 5 sons of Draupadi poured upon that foe-slaying hero, the impetuous Artyani, Shaulya, showers of arrows like a mass of clouds pouring rain upon the mountain. Beholding Shaulya struck by the Pathas on every side, both Gritavama and Kripa rushed in wrath towards that spot. Urluka also of mighty energy, and Shakuni the son of Sabala, and the mighty Ka warrior Ashvatthama with smiles on his lips, and all thy sons protected surely by every means in that battle. Piercing Bhimasena with 3 arrows, Kritavama, shooting a dense shower of shafts, checked that warrior who then seemed to be the embodiment of wrath. Excited with rage, Kripa struck Drishthadhyumna with many arrows. Shakuni proceeded against the sons of Draupadi, and Ashvatthama against the twins. That foremost of warriors, Duryodhana, possessed of fierce energy, proceeded, in that battle, against Keshava and Arjuna, and endued with might, he struck them both with many arrows. Thus hundreds of combats, O monarch, that were fierce and beautiful, took place between thy men and the enemy, on diverse parts of the field. The chief of the Bhajas then slew the brown steeds of Bhimasena's car in that encounter. The steedless son of Pandu, alighting from his car, began to fight with his mace, like the destroyer himself with his uplifted bludgeon. The ruler of the Madras then slew the steeds of Sahadeva before his eyes. Then Sahadeva slew Shaulya's son with his sword. The preceptor Gautama, Kripa, once more fearlessly fought with Drishthadhyumna, both exerting themselves with great care. The preceptor's son Ashvatthama, without much wrath and as if smiling in that battle, pierced each of the 5 heroic sons of Draupadi with 10 arrows. Once more the steeds of Bhimasena were slain in that battle. The steedless son of Pandu, quickly alighting from his car, shook up his mace like the destroyer taking his bludgeon. Excited with wrath, that mighty hero crushed the steeds and the car of Kritavama. Jumping down from his vehicle, Kritavama then fled away. Shaulya also, excited with rage, O king, slaughtered many Somakas and Pandavas, and once more afflicted Yudhishthira with many keen shafts. Then the valiant Bhima, biting his nether lip, and infuriate with rage, shook up his mace in that battle, and aimed it at Shaulya for the latter's destruction, resembling the very bludgeon of Yama, impending upon the head of the foe, like Kalarati, Death Knight, exceedingly destructive of the lives of elephants and steeds and human beings, twined round with cloth of gold, looking like a blazing meteor, equipped with a sling, fierce as a she-snake, hard as thunder, and made wholly of iron, smeared with sandal paste and other unguents like a desirable lady, smetted with marrow and fat and blood, resembling the very tongue of Yama, producing shrill sounds in consequence of the bells attached to it, like unto the thunder of Indra, resembling in shape a snake of virulent poison just freed from its slough, drenched with the juicy secretions of elephants, inspiring hostile troops with terror and friendly troops with joy, celebrated in the world of men, and capable of riving mountain summits. That mace, with which the mighty son of Kunti had in Kailasa challenged the enraged lord of Alaka, the friend of Maheshvara, that weapon with which Bhima, though resisted by many, had in wrath slain a large number of proud Gayakas endued with powers of illusion on the breasts of Gandhamadana for the sake of procuring Mandara flowers for doing what was agreeable to Draupadi, uplifting that mace which was rich with diamonds and jewels and gems and possessed of 8 sides and celebrated as Indra's thunder, the mighty armed son of Pandu now rushed against Shaulya. With that mace of awful sound, Bhima, skilled in battle, crushed the 4 steeds of Shaulya that were possessed of great fleetness. Then the heroic Shaulya, excited with wrath in that battle, hurled a lance at the broad chest of Bhima and uttered a loud shout. That lance, piercing through the armor of Pandu's son, presented into his body. Vrikadara, however, fearlessly plucking out the weapon, pierced therewith the driver of Shaulya in the chest. His vitals pierced, the driver, vomiting blood, fell down with agitated heart. At this, the ruler of the Madras came down from his car and cheerlessly gazed at Bhima. Beholding his own feat thus counteracted, Shaulya became filled with wonder. Of tranquil soul, The ruler of the Madras took up his mace and began to cast his glances upon his foe. Beholding the terrible feat of his in battle, the Pathas, with cheerful hearts, worshipped Bhima, who was incapable of being tired with exertion. 12. Sanjaya said, seeing his driver fallen, Sholya, O king, quickly took up his mace made wholly of iron and stood immovable as a bull. Bhima, however, armed with his mighty mace, rushed impetuously towards Sholya, who then looked like the blazing Yuga fire, or the destroyer armed with the noose, or the Kailasa mountain with its formidable crest, or Vasava with his thunder, or Mahadeva with his trident, or an infuriate elephant in the forest. At that time the blare of thousands of conchs and trumpets and loud leonine roars arose there, enhancing the delight of heroes. The combatants of both armies, looking at those two foremost of warriors from every side, applauded them both, saying, Excellent, excellent. Save the ruler of the Madras, O Rama, that delighter of the Yadas. There is none else that can venture to endure the impetuosity of Bhima in battle. Similarly, save Bhima, there is no other warrior that can venture to endure the force of the mace of the illustrious king of the Madras in battle. Those two combatants then, Vrikadara and the ruler of the Madras, roaring like bulls, careered in circles, frequently jumping up in the air. In that encounter between those two lions among men, no difference could be noticed between them either in respect of their careering in circles or of their wielding the mace. The mace of Sholya, wrapped round with a resplendent cloth of gold that looked like a sheet of fire, inspired the spectators with dread. Similarly, the mace of the high-souled Bhima, as the latter careered in circles, looked like lightning in the midst of the clouds. Struck by the ruler of the Madras with his mace, the mace of Bhima, O king, produced sparks of fire in the welkin which thereupon seemed to be ablaze. Similarly, struck by Bhima with his mace, the mace of Sholya produced a shower of blazing coals which seemed exceedingly wonderful. Like two gigantic elephants striking each other with their tusks, or two huge bulls striking each other with their horns, those two heroes began to strike each other with their foremost of maces, like a couple of combatants striking each other with iron-bound clubs. Their limbs being struck with each other's mace, they soon became bathed in blood and looked handsome in consequence like two flowering kinsukas. Struck by the ruler of the Madras on both his left and right, the mighty armed Bhimasena stood immovable like a mountain. Similarly, though struck repeatedly with the force of Bhima's mace, Sholya, O king, moved not, like a mountain assailed by an elephant with his tusks. The noise made by the blows of the maces of those two lions among men was heard on all sides like successive peals of thunder. Having ceased for a moment, those two warriors of great energy once more began, with uplifted maces, to career in closer circles. Once more the clash took place between those two warriors of superhuman feats, each having advanced towards the other by 8 steps, and each assailing the other with his uplifted iron club. Then, wishing to get at each other, they once more careered in circles. Both accomplished, in the use of the mace, they began to display their superiority of skill. Uplifting their terrible weapons, they then again struck each other like mountains, striking each other with their crests at the time of an earthquake. Exceedingly crushed with each other's mace in consequence of each other's strength, both those heroes fell down at the same time like a couple of poles set up for Indra's worship. The brave combatants then of both armies, at that sight, uttered cries of "Oh!" and "Alas!" Struck with great force in their vital limbs, both of them had become exceedingly agitated. Then the mighty Kripa, taking up Sholya, that bull among the Madras, on his own car, quickly bore him away from the field of battle. Within, however, the twinkling of an eye, Bhimasena, rising up, and still reeling as if drunk, challenged, with uplifted mace, the ruler of the Madras. Then the heroic warriors of thy army, armed with diverse weapons, fought with the Pandavas, causing diverse musical instruments to be blown and beat. With uplifted arms and weapons and making a loud noise, O monarch, thy warriors headed by Duryodhana rushed against the Pandavas. Beholding the core of a host, the sons of Pandu, with leonine roars, rushed against those warriors headed by Duryodhana. Then thy son, O bull of Bharata's race, singling out Chaitanya amongst those rushing heroes, pierced him deeply with a lance in the chest. Thus assailed by thy son, Chaitanya fell down on the terrace of his car, covered with blood, and overcome with a deep swoon. Beholding Chaitanya slain, the great car warriors among the Pandavas incessantly poured their arrowy showers upon the Kauravas. Indeed, the Pandavas, inspired with desire of victory, O monarch, careered beautifully on all sides amongst thy divisions. Kripa and Kritavarma, and the mighty son of Sabala, placing the ruler of the Madras before them, fought with King Yudhishthira the just. Duryodhana, O monarch, fought with Drishthadhyumna, the slayer of Bharadwaja's son, that hero endued with abundant energy and prowess. 3,000 cars, O king, dispatched by thy son and headed by Drona's son, battled with Vijaya, Arjuna. All those combatants, O king, had firmly resolved to win victory and had cast off fear with life itself. Indeed, O king, thy warriors penetrated into the midst of the Pandava army like swans into a large lake. A fierce battle then took place between the Kauravas and the Pandavas, the combatants being actuated with a desire of slaughtering one another and deriving great pleasure from giving and receiving blows. During the progress, O king, of that battle which was destructive of great heroes, an earthly dust, terrible to behold, was raised by the wind. From only the names we heard of the Pandava warriors that were uttered in course of that battle, and from those of the Kuru warriors that were uttered by the Pandavas, we knew the combatants that fought with one another fearlessly. That dust, however, O tiger among men, was soon dispelled by the blood that was shed, and all the points of the compass became once more clear when that dusty darkness was driven away. Indeed, during the progress of that terrible and awful battle, no one among either thy warriors or those of the foe turned his back. Desirous of attaining to the regions of Brahman and longing for victory by fair fight, the combatants displayed their prowess, inspired with the hope of heaven, for paying off the debt they owed to their masters on account of the sustenance granted by the latter, or firmly resolved to accomplish the objects of their friends and allies. The warriors, with hearts fixed on heaven, fought with one another on that occasion, shooting and hurling weapons of diverse kinds. Great car warriors rode at or smote one another. Slay, pierce, seize, strike, cut off. These were the words that were heard in that battle, uttered by the warriors and those of the foe. Then Shaulya, O monarch, desirous of slaying him, pierced King Yudhishthira the just, that mighty car warrior with many sharp arrows. Conversant with what are the vital limbs of the body, the son of Pritha, however, O monarch, with the greatest ease, struck the ruler of the Madras with 4 and 10 cloth-yard shafts, aiming at the latter's vital limbs. Resisting the son of Bandu with his shafts, Shaulya of great fame, filled with rage and desirous of slaying his adversary, pierced him in that battle with innumerable arrows equipped with canker feathers. Once more, O monarch, he struck Yudhishthira with a straight shaft in the very sight of all the troops. King Yudhishthira the just, possessed of great fame and filled with rage, pierced the ruler of the Madras with many keen arrows equipped with feathers of cankers and peacocks. The mighty car warrior then pierced Chandrasena with 70 arrows and Shaulya's driver with 9, and Drumasena with 4 and 60. When the 2 protectors of his car wheels were, thus, slain by the High son of Pandu, Shaulya, O king, slew 25 warriors among the Siddhis. As he pierced Satyaki with 25 keen arrows, and Bhimasena with 7, and the 2 sons of Madri with 100, in that battle. While Shaulya was thus careering in that battle, that best of kings, the son of Pritha, sped at him many shafts that resembled snakes of virulent poison. With a board-headed arrow, Yudhishthira the son of Kunti then cut off from his car the standard top of his adversary as the latter stood in his front. We saw the standard of Shaulya, which was thus cut off by the son of Bandhu in that great battle, fall down like a riven mountain summit. Seeing his standard fallen and observing the son of Pandu standing before him, the ruler of the Madras became filled with rage and shot showers of shafts. That bull amongst Kshatriyas, Shaulya of immeasurable soul, poured over the Kshatriyas in that battle dense showers of arrows like the deity of the clouds pouring torrents of rain. Piercing Satyaki and Bhimasena and the twin sons of Madri by Pandu, each with 5 arrows, he afflicted Yudhishthira greatly. We then, O monarch, beheld a net of arrows spread before the chest of Bandhu's son like a mass of risen clouds. The mighty Ka warrior Shaulya, in that battle, filled with rage, shrouded Yudhishthira with straight shafts. At this, King Yudhishthira, afflicted with those showers of shafts, felt himself deprived of his prowess, even as the Asura Jamba had become before the slayer of Vritra. 13. Sanjaya said, when King Yudhishthira the Just was thus afflicted by the ruler of Madras, Satyaki and Bhimasena and the 2 sons of Madri by Pandu, encompassing Shaulya with their cars, began to afflict him in that battle. Beholding the unsupported Shaulya thus afflicted by those great Ka warriors, and seeing him successfully repel those attacks, loud sounds of applause were heard, and the Siddhas, who witnessed the encounter, became filled with delight. The ascetics, assembled together for witnessing the battle, declared it to be wonderful. Then Bhimasena in that encounter, having pierced Shaulya who had become, as his name implied, an irresistible dart in prowess, with 1 arrow, next pierced him with 7. Satyaki, desirous of rescuing the son of Dharma, pierced Shaulya with 100 arrows and uttered a loud leonine roar. Nakula pierced him with 5 arrows, and Sahadeva with 7, the latter then once more pierced him with as many. The heroic ruler of the Madras, struggling carefully in that battle, thus afflicted by those mighty Ka warriors, drew a formidable bow capable of bearing a great strain and of imparting great force to the shafts sped from it, and pierced Satyaki, O sire, with 25 shafts, and Bhima with 73, and Nakula with 7. Then cutting off with a board-headed arrow the bow, with shaft fixed on the string of Sahadeva, he pierced Sahadeva himself, in that battle, with 73 shafts. Sahadeva then, stringing another bow, pierced his maternal uncle of great splendor with 5 shafts that resembled snakes of virulent poison or blazing fire. Filled with great rage, he then struck his adversary's driver with a straight shaft in that battle, and then Shaulya himself once more with 3. Then Bhimasena pierced the ruler of the Madras with 70 arrows, and Satyaki pierced him with 9, and King Yudhishthira with 60. Thus pierced, O monarch, by those mighty Ka warriors, blood began to flow from Shaulya's body, like crimson streams, running down the breast of a mountain of red chalk. Shaulya, however, quickly pierced in return each of those great bowmen with 5 arrows, O king, which feat seemed exceedingly wonderful. With another board-headed arrow, that mighty Ka warrior then, O sire, cut off the stringed bow of Dharma's son in that encounter. Taking up another bow, that great Ka warrior, the son of Dharma, covered Shaulya, his steeds, and driver, and standard, and car, with many arrows. Thus shrouded in that battle by the son of Dharma with his shafts, Shaulya struck the former with 10 keen arrows. Then Satyaki, filled with rage upon beholding the son of Dharma thus afflicted with shafts, checked the heroic ruler of the Madras with clouds of arrows. At this, Shaulya cut off with a razor-faced arrow the formidable bow of Satyaki, and pierced each of the other Pandava warriors with 3 arrows. Filled with rage, O monarch, Satyaki of unbaffled prowess then hurled at Shaulya a lance equipped with a golden staff and decked with many jewels and gems. Bhimasena sped at him a cloth-yard shaft that looked like a blazing snake. Nakula hurled at him a dart, Sahadeva an excellent mace, and the son of Dharma a Satagni impelled by the desire of dispatching him. The ruler of the Madras, however, quickly baffled in that battle all those weapons, hurled from the arms of those 5 warriors at him, as these coursed towards his car. With a number of broad-headed arrows Shaulya cut off the lance hurled by Satyaki. Possessed of valor and great lightness of hand, he cut off into 2 fragments the gold-decked shaft sped at him by Bhima. He then resisted with clouds of shafts the terrible dart, equipped with a golden handle, that Nakula had sped at him, and the mace also that Sahadeva had thrown. With a couple of other arrows, O Bharata, he cut off the Satagni sped at him by the king, in the very sight of the sons of Pandu, and uttered a loud leonine roar. The grandson of Sani, however, could not endure the defeat of his weapon in that battle. Insensate with rage, Satyaki took up another bow and pierced the ruler of the Madras with 2 shafts and his driver with 3. At this, Shaulya, O monarch, excited with rage, deeply pierced all of them with 10 arrows, like persons piercing mighty elephants with sharp-pointed lances. Thus checked in that battle by the ruler of the Madras, O Bharata, those slayers of foes became unable to stay in front of Shaulya. King Duryodhana, beholding the prowess of Shaulya, regarded the Pandavas, the Panchalas, and the Saranjayas as already slain. Then, O king, the mighty armed Bhimasena, possessed of great prowess and mentally resolved to cast off his life breaths, encountered the ruler of the Madras. Nakula and Sahadeva and Satyaki of great might, encompassing Shaulya, shot their arrows at him from every side. Though encompassed by those 4 great bowmen and mighty warriors among the Pandavas, the valiant ruler of the Madras still fought with them. Then, O king, the royal son of Dharma, in that dreadful battle, quickly cut off with a razor-headed arrow one of the protectors of Shaulya's car wheels. When that brave and mighty car warrior, that protector of Shaulya's car wheel, was thus slain, Shaulya of great strength covered the Pandava troops with showers of arrows. Beholding his troops shrouded with arrows, O monarch, in that battle, King Yudhishthira that just began to reflect in this strain, verily, how shall those grave words of Madhava become true? I hope the rider of the Madras, excited with rage, will not annihilate my army in battle. Then the Pandavas, O elder brother of Pandu, Dhritarashtra, with cars and elephants and steeds, approached the ruler of the Madras and began to afflict him from every side. Like the wind dispersing mighty masses of clouds, the king of the Madras, in that battle, dispersed that risen shower of arrows and diverse other kinds of weapons in profusion. We then beheld the downpour of gold-winged arrows shot by Shaulya coursing through the welkin like a flight of locusts. Indeed, those arrows shot by the ruler of the Madras from the van of battle were seen to fall like swarms of birds. With the gold-decked shafts that issued from the bow of the Madra king, the welkin, O monarch, became so filled that there was not an inch of empty space. When a thick gloom appeared, caused by the arrows shot by the mighty ruler of the Madras owing to his extreme lightness of hands in that dreadful battle, and when they beheld the vast host of the Pandavas thus agitated by that hero, the gods and the Gandharvas became filled with great wonder. Afflicting with vigor all the Pandava warriors with his shafts from every side, O sire, Surely shrouded King Yudhishthira the Just and roared repeatedly like a lion. The mighty car warriors of the Pandavas, thus shrouded by Shaulya in that battle, became unable to proceed against that great hero for fighting with him. Those, however, amongst the Pandavas, that had Bhimasena at their head and that were led by King Yudhishthira the Just, did not fly away from the tournament of battle, the brave Shaulya. 14. Sanjaya said, Meanwhile Arjuna, in that battle, pierced with many arrows by the son of Drona as also by the latter's followers, the heroic and mighty car warriors among the Trigarters, pierced Drona's son in return with 3 shafts, and each of the other warriors with 2. Once again, the mighty armed Dhananjaya covered his enemies with showers of shafts. Though struck with keen arrows and though they looked like porcupines in consequence of those arrows sticking to their limbs, still thy troops, O bull of Bharata's race, fled not from Patha in that battle. With Drona's son at the head, they encompassed that mighty car warrior and fought with him, shooting showers of shafts. The gold-decked arrows, O king, shot by them, speedily filled the terrace of Arjuna's car. Beholding those 2 great bowmen, those 2 foremost of all warriors, the 2 Krishnas, covered with arrows, those invincible, Kaurava, combatants became filled with delight. Indeed, at that time, the clavara, the wheels, the shaft, the traces, the yoke, and the anukashaw, O Lord, of Arjuna's car, became entirely enveloped with arrows. The like of what thy warriors then did unto Patha had never before, O king, been either seen or heard. That car looked resplendent with those keen arrows of beautiful wings like a celestial vehicle blazing with hundreds of torches dropped on the earth. Then Arjuna, O monarch, covered that hostile division with showers of straight shafts like a cloud pouring torrents of rain on a mountain. Struck in that battle with arrows inscribed with Patha's name, those warriors, beholding that state of things, regarded the field of battle to be full of Pathas. Then the path of fire, having for its wonderful flames and the loud twang of Gandiva for the wind that fanned it, began to consume the fuel constituted by thy troops. Then, O Bharata, heaps of fallen wheels and yokes, of quivers, of banners and standards, with the vehicles themselves that bore them, of shafts and anukashas and trivenues, of axles and traces and goads, of heads of warriors decked with earrings and headgears, of arms, O monarch, and thighs in thousands, of umbrellas along with fans, and of diadems and crowns, were seen along the tracks of Patha's car. Indeed, along the track of the angry Patha's car, O monarch, the ground, miry with blood, became impassable, O chief of the Bharatas, like the sporting ground of Rudra. The scene inspired the timid with fear and the brave with delight. Having destroyed 2,000 cars with their fences, that scorcher of foes, Patha looked like a smokeless fire with blazing flames. Indeed, even as the illustrious Agni when he blazes forth, at the end of the Yuga, for destroying the mobile and the immobile universe, even so looked, O king, the mighty car warrior Patha. Beholding the prowess of Pandu's son in that battle, the son of Drona, on his car equipped with many banners, endeavored to check him. Those 2 tigers among men, both having white steeds yoked unto their vehicles and both regarded as the foremost of car warriors, quickly encountered each other, each desirous of slaying the other. The arrowy showers shot by both became exceedingly terrible and were as dense, O bull of Bharata's race, as the torrents of rain poured by 2 masses of clouds at the close of summer. Each challenging the other, those 2 warriors mangled each other with straight shafts in that battle, like a couple of bulls tearing each other with their horns. The battle between them, O king, was fought equally for a long while. The clash of weapons became terrific. The son of Drona then, O Bharata, pierced Arjuna with 12 gold-winged arrows of great energy and Vasudeva with 10. Having shown for a short while some regard for the preceptor's son in that great battle, Vatsa then, smiling the while, stretched his bow Gandiva with force. Soon, however, the mighty Ka warrior saved the Arsasi, Arjuna, made his adversary steedless and driverless and carless, and without putting forth much strength pierced him with 3 arrows. Staying on that steedless Ka, Drona's son, smiling the while, hurled at the son of Banda a heavy mallet that looked like a dreadful mace with iron spikes. Beholding that weapon, which was decked with cloth of gold, coursing towards him, the heroic Patha, that slayer of foes, cut it off into 7 fragments. Seeing his mallet cut off, Drona's son of great wrath took up a terrible mace equipped with iron spikes and looking like a mountain summit. Accomplished in battle, the son of Drona hurled it then at Patha. Beholding that spiked mace coursing towards him like the destroyer himself in rage, Pandu's son Arjuna quickly cut it off with 5 excellent shafts. Cut off with Patha's shafts in that great battle, that weapon fell down on the earth, riving the hearts, as it were, O Bharata, of the hostile kings. The son of Pandu then pierced Drona's son with 3 other shafts. Though deeply pierced by the mighty Partha, Drona's son, however, of great might, relying upon his own manliness, showed no sign of fear or agitation. That great Ka warrior, the son of Drona, then, O king, shrouded Zuritha, the Pankala, with showers of shafts before the eyes of all the Kshatriyas. At this, Zuritha, that great Ka warrior among the Pankalas, in that battle, riding upon his car whose rattle was as deep as the roar of the clouds, rushed against the son of Drona. Drawing his foremost of bows, firm and capable of bearing a great strain, the Pankala hero covered Ashvatthama with arrows that resembled flames of fire or snakes of virulent poison. Seeing the great Ka warrior Zuritha rushing towards him in wrath, the son of Drona became filled with rage like a snake struck with a stick. Furrowing his brow into 3 lines, and licking the corners of his mouth with his tongue, he looked at Zuritha in rage and then rubbed his bowstring and sped a keen cloth yard shaft that resembled the fatal rod of death. Endued with great speed, that shaft pierced the heart of Zuritha and passing out entered the earth, riving her through, like the thunderbolt of Shakra hurled from the sky. Struck with the shaft, Zuritha fell down on the earth like a mountain summit riven with thunder. After the fall of that hero, the valiant son of Drona, that foremost of Ka warriors speedily mounted upon the vehicle of his slain foe. Then, O monarch, that warrior, invincible in battle, the son of Drona, well equipped with armor and weapons, and supported by the Samsaptakas, fought with Arjuna. That battle, at the hour of noon, between one and the many, enhancing the population of Yama's domains, became exceedingly fierce. Wonderful was the sight that we then beheld, for, noticing the prowess of all those combatants, Arjuna, alone and unsupported, fought with his foes at the same time. The encounter was exceedingly fierce that thus took place between Arjuna and his enemies, resembling that between Indra, in days of yore, and the vast host of the Asuras. 15. Sanjaya said, Duryodhana, O king, and Drishthadhyumna, the son of Prishata, fought a fierce battle, using arrows and darts in profusion. Both of them, O monarch, shot showers of arrows like showers of rain poured by the clouds in the rainy season. The Kuru king, having pierced with 5 arrows the slayer of Drona, Prishata's son of fierce shafts, once more pierced him with 7 arrows. Endued with great might and steady prowess, Drishthadhyumna, in that battle, afflicted Duryodhana with 70 arrows. Beholding the king thus afflicted, O bull of Bharata's race, his uterine brothers, accompanied by a large force, encompassed the son of Prishata. surrounded by those traitors on every side, the Bantler hero, O king, carried in that battle, displaying his quickness in the use of weapons. Shikandi, supported by the Prabhadrakas, fought with 2 Kuru bowmen, Kritavama and the great Ka warrior Kripa. Then also, O monarch, that battle became fierce and awful, since the warriors were all resolved to lay down their lives, and since all of them fought, making life the stake. Sholya, shooting showers of shafts on all sides, afflicted the Pandavas with Satyaki and Vrikadara amongst them. With patience and great strength, O monarch, the king of the Madras at the same time fought with the twins, Nakula and Sahadeva, each of whom resembled the destroyer himself in prowess. The great Ka warriors among the Pandavas who were mangled in that great battle with the shafts of Sholya failed to find a protector. Then the heroic Nakula, the son of Madri, seeing King Yudhishthira the just greatly afflicted, rushed with speed against his maternal uncle. Shrouding Sholya in that battle, with many arrows, Nakula, that slayer of hostile heroes, smiling the while, pierced him in the center of the chest with 10 arrows, made entirely of iron, polished by the hands of the smith, equipped with wings of gold, whetted on stone, and propelled from his bow with great force. Afflicted by his illustrious nephew, Sholya afflicted his nephew in return with many straight arrows. Then King Yudhishthira, and Bhimasena, and Satyaki, and Sahadeva, the son of Madri, all rushed against the ruler of the Madras. The vanquisher of foes, the generalissimo of the Kuru army, received in that battle all those heroes that rushed towards him quickly, filling the cardinal and the subsidiary points of the compass with the rattle of their cars and causing the earth to tremble therewith. Piercing Yudhishthira with 3 arrows and Bhima with 7, Sholya pierced Satyaki with 100 arrows in that battle and Sahadeva with 3. Then the ruler of the Madras, O sire, cut off, with a razor-headed arrow, the bow with arrow fixed on it of the high-souled Nakula. Struck with Sholya's shafts, that bow broke into pieces. Taking up another bow, Madri's son, that great Ka warrior, quickly covered the ruler of the Madras with winged arrows. Then Yudhishthira and Sahadeva, O sire, each pierced the ruler of the Madras with 10 arrows in the chest. Bhimasena and Satyaki, rushing at the ruler of the Madras, both struck him with arrows winged with canker feathers, the former with 60, and the latter with 9. Filled with rage at this, the ruler of the Madras pierced Satyaki with 9 arrows and once again with 70 straight shafts. Then, O sire, he cut off at the handle the bow, with arrow fixed on it, of Satyaki, and then dispatched the 4 steeds of the latter to Yama's abode. Having made Satyaki carless, that mighty Ka warrior, the ruler of the Madras, struck him with 100 arrows from every side. He next pierced 2 angry sons of Madri, and Bhimasena the son of Pandu, and Yudhishthira, O thou of Kuru's race, with 10 arrows each. The prowess that we then beheld of the ruler of the Madras was exceedingly wonderful, since the Parthas, even unitedly, could not approach him in that battle. Riding then upon another car, the mighty Satyaki, of prowess incapable of being baffled, beholding the Pandavas afflicted and succumbing to the ruler of the Madras, rushed with speed against him. That ornament of assemblies, Sholya, on his car, rushed against the car of Satyaki, like one infuriate elephant against another. The collision that then took place between Satyaki and the heroic ruler of the Madras became fierce and wonderful to behold, even like that which had taken place in days of yore between the Asura Samvara and the chief of the Celestials. Beholding the ruler of the Madras staying before him in that battle, Satyaki pierced him with 10 arrows and said, "Wait, wait." Deeply pierced by the high-souled warrior, the ruler of the Madras pierced Satyaki in return with sharp shafts equipped with beautiful feathers. Those great bowmen then, the Pathas, beholding the king of the Madras assailed by Satyaki, quickly rushed towards him from desire of slaying that maternal uncle of theirs. The encounter then that took place between those struggling heroes, marked by a great flow of blood, became exceedingly awful, like that which takes place between a number of roaring lions. The struggle, O monarch, that took between them resembled that which takes place between a number of roaring lions fighting with each other for meat. With the dense showers of shafts shot by them, the earth became entirely enveloped, and the welkin also suddenly became one mass of arrows. All round the field a darkness was caused by those arrows. Indeed, with the shafts shot by those illustrious warriors, a shadow as that of the clouds was caused there. Then, O king, with those blazing shafts sped by the warriors, that were equipped with wings of gold and that looked like snakes just freed from their sloughs, the points of the compass seemed to be ablaze. That slayer of foes, Shaulia, then achieved the most wonderful feat, since that hero alone, and unsupported, contended with many heroes in that battle. The earth became shrouded with the fierce shafts, equipped with feathers of cankers and peacocks, that fell, sped from the arms of the ruler of the Madras. Then, O king, we beheld the car of Shaulia careering in that dreadful battle like the car of Shakra in days of yore on the occasion of the destruction of the Asuras. 16. Sanjaya said, Then, O Lord, thy troops, with Shaulia at the head, once more rushed against the Pathas in that battle with great impetuosity. Although afflicted, still these troops of thine, who were fierce in battle, rushing against the Pathas, very soon agitated them in consequence of their superior numbers. Struck by the Kuras, the Pandava troops, in the very sight of the two Krishnas, stayed not on the field, though sought to be checked by Bhimasena. Filled with rage at this, Dhananjaya covered Kripa and his followers, as also Kritavarma, with showers of shafts. Sahadeva checked Shakuni with all his forces. Nakula cast his glances on the ruler of the Madras from one of his flanks. The 5 sons of Draupadi checked numerous kings of the Kuru army. The Bankala prince Shikhandi resisted the son of Drona. Armed with his mace, Bhimasena held the king in check, and Kunti's son Yudhishthira resisted Shaulia at the head of his forces. The battle then commenced once more between those pairs as they stood, among thy warriors and those of the enemy, none of whom had ever retreated from fight. We then beheld the highly wonderful feat that Shaulia achieved, since, alone, he fought with the whole Pandava army. Shaulia then, as he stayed in the vicinity of Yudhishthira in that battle, looked like the planet Saturn in the vicinity of the moon. Afflicting the king with shafts that resembled snakes of virulent poison, Shaulia rushed against Bhima, covering him with showers of arrows. Beholding that lightness of hand and that mastery over weapons displayed by Shaulia, the troops of both the armies applauded him highly. Afflicted by Shaulia, the Pandavas, exceedingly mangled, fled away, leaving the battle, and disregarding the cries of Yudhishthira commanding them to stop. That while his troops were thus being slaughtered by the ruler of the Madras, Pandu's son, King Yudhishthira the Just, became filled with rage. Relying upon his prowess, that mighty Ka warrior began to afflict the ruler of the Madras, resolved to either win the battle or meet with death. Summoning all his brothers and also Krishna of Madhu's race, he said unto them, Bhishma, and Drona, and Karna, and the other kings, that put forth their prowess for the sake of the Kauravas, have all perished in battle. You all have exerted your valor according to your courage and in respect of the shares allotted to you. Only one share, mine, that is constituted by the mighty Ka warrior Shaulia, remains. I desire to vanquish that ruler of the Madras today in battle. Whatever wishes I have regarding the accomplishment of that task I will now tell you. These two heroes, the two sons of Madravati, will become the protectors of my wheels. They are counted as heroes incapable of being vanquished by Vasava himself. Keeping the duties of a Kshatriya before them, these two that are deserving of every honor and affirm in their vows, will fight with their maternal uncle. Either Sholya will slay me in battle or I will slay him. Blessed be ye. Listen to these true words, you foremost of heroes in the world. Observant of Kshatriya duties, I will fight with my maternal uncle, you lords of earth, firmly resolved to either obtain victory or be slain. Let them that furnish cars quickly supply my vehicle, according to the rules of science, with weapons and all kinds of implements in a larger measure than Sholya's. The grandson of Sini will protect my right wheel, and Drishthadama my left. Let Britha's son Ananjaya guard my rear today. And let Bhima, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, fight in my front. I shall thus be superior to Sholya in the great battle that will occur. Thus addressed by the king, all his well-wishers did as they were requested. Then the Pandava troops once more became filled with joy, especially the Panchalas, the Somakas and the Matsyas. Having made that vow, the king proceeded against the ruler of the Madras. The Panchalas then blew and beat innumerable conchs and drums and uttered leonine roars. Endued with great activity and filled with rage, they rushed, with loud shouts of joy, against the ruler of the Madras, that bull among the Kuras. And they caused the earth to resound with the noise of the elephants' bells, and the loud blare of conchs and trumpets. Then thy son and the valiant ruler of the Madras, like the Udaya and the Ista hills, received those assailants. Boasting of his prowess in battle, Sholya poured a shower of arrows on the chastiser of foes, King Yudhishthira the Just, like Maghavat pouring rain. The Hysult king of the Kuras also having taken up his beautiful bow displayed those diverse kinds of lessons that Drona had taught him. And he poured successive showers of arrows beautifully, quickly, and with great skill. As he careered in battle, none could make any lapses in him. Sholya and Yudhishthira, both endued with great prowess in battle, mangled each other, like a couple of tigers fighting for a piece of meat. Bhima was engaged with thy son, that delighter in battle. The Panchala prince, Drishthadama, Satyaki, and the two sons of Madri by Pandu, received Shakuni and the other Kuru heroes around. In consequence of thy evil policy, O king, there again occurred in that spot an awful battle between thy warriors and those of the foe, all of whom were inspired with the desire of victory. Duryodhana then, with a straight shaft, aiming at the gold-decked standard of Bhima, cut off in that battle. The beautiful standard of Bhimasena, adorned with many bells, fell down, O giver of honours. Once more the king, with a sharp razor-faced arrow, cut off the beautiful bow of Bhima that looked like the trunk of an elephant. Endued with great energy, the bolas Bhima then, putting forth his prowess, pierced the chest of thy son with a dart. At this, thy son sat down on the terrace of his car. When Duryodhana swooned away, Vrikadara once more, with razor-faced shaft, cut off the head of his driver from his trunk. The steeds of Duryodhana's car, deprived of their driver, ran wildly on all sides, O Bharata, dragging the car after them, at which loud wails arose in the Kuru army. Then the mighty car warrior Ashvatthama, and Gripa and Gritavama, followed that car, desirous of rescuing thy son. The Kaurava troops, at sight of this, became exceedingly agitated. The followers of Duryodhana became terrified. At that time, the wielder of Gandiva, drawing his bow, began to slay them with his arrows. Then Yudhishthira, excited with rage, rushed against the ruler of the Madras, himself urging his steeds white as ivory and fleet as thought. We then saw something that was wonderful in Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, for though very mild and soft, he then became exceedingly fierce. With eyes opened wide and body trembling in rage, the son of Kunti cut off hostile warriors in hundreds and thousands by means of his sharp shafts. Those amongst the soldiers against whom the eldest Pandava proceeded were overthrown by him, O king, like mountain summits riven with thunder, felling cars with steeds and drivers and standards and throwing down car warriors in large numbers. Yudhishthira, without any assistance, began to sport there like a mighty wind destroying masses of clouds. Filled with rage, he destroyed steeds with riders and steeds without riders and foot soldiers by thousands in that battle, like Rudra destroying living creatures at the time of the universal dissolution. Having made the field empty by shooting his shafts on all sides, Yudhishthira rushed against the ruler of the Madras and said, "Wait, wait." Beholding the feats then of that hero of terrible deeds, all thy warriors became inspired with fear. Sholya, however, proceeded against him. Both of them, filled with rage, blew their conchs, returning and challenging each other. Each then encountered the other. Then Sholya covered Yudhishthira with showers of arrows. Similarly, the son of Kunti covered the ruler of the Madras with showers of arrows. Then those two heroes, the ruler of the Madras and Yudhishthira, mangled in that battle with each other's arrows and bathed in blood, looked like a salmoli and a kinsukatari decked with flowers. Both possessed of splendor and both invincible in battle, those two illustrious warriors uttered loud roars. Beholding them both, the soldiers could not conclude which of them would be victorious. Whether the son of Pritha would enjoy the earth, having slain Sholya, or whether Sholya having slain the son of Pandu would bestow the earth on Duryodhana, could not be ascertained, O Bharata, by the warriors present there. King Yudhishthira, in course of that battle, placed his foes to his right. Then Sholya shot 100 foremost of arrows at Yudhishthira. With another arrow of great sharpness, he cut off the latter's bow. Taking up another bow, Yudhishthira pierced Sholya with 300 shafts and cut off the latter's bow with a razor-faced arrow. The son of Pandu then slew the 4 steeds of his antagonist with some straight arrows. With 2 other very sharp shafts, he then cut off the 2 Parshani drivers of Sholya. Then, with another blazing, well-tempered and sharp shaft, he cut off the standard of Sholya staying in his front. Then, O chastiser of foes, the army of Duryodhana broke. The son of Drona, at this time, speedily proceeded towards the ruler of the Madras who has been reduced to that plight, and quickly taking him up on his own car, fled away quickly. After the two had proceeded for a moment, they heard Yudhishthira roar aloud. Stopping, the ruler of the Madras then ascended another car that had been equipped duly. That best of cars had rattled deep as the roar of the clouds. Well furnished with weapons and instruments and all kinds of utensils, that vehicle made the hair of foes stand on end. 17. Sanjaya said, taking up another bow that was very strong and much tougher, the ruler of the Madras pierced Yudhishthira and roared like a lion. Then that bull amongst Kshatriyas, of immeasurable soul, poured upon all the Kshatriyas showers of arrows, even like the deity of the clouds pouring rain in torrents. Piercing Satyaki with 10 arrows and Bhima with 3 and Sahadeva with as many, he afflicted Yudhishthira greatly. And he afflicted all the other great bowmen with their steeds and cars and elephants with many shafts like hunters afflicting elephants with blazing brands. Indeed, that foremost of car warriors destroyed elephants and elephant riders, horses and horsemen and cars and car warriors. And he cut off the arms of combatants with weapons in grasp and the standards of vehicles, and caused the earth to be strewn with slain warriors like the sacrificial altar with blades of kusa grass. Then the Pandas, the Panchalas, and the Somakas, filled with rage, encompassed that hero who was thus slaughtering their troops like all-destroying death. Bhimasena, and the grandson of Sani, and those two foremost of men, the two sons of Madri, encompassed that warrior while he was fighting with their Pandava, king of terrible might. And all of them challenged him to battle. Then those heroes, O king, having obtained the ruler of the Madras, that foremost of warriors, in battle, checked that first of men in that encounter and began to strike him with winged arrows of fierce energy. Protected by Bhimasena, and by the two sons of Madri, and by him of Mad whose race, the royal son of Dharma struck the ruler of the Madras in the center of the chest with winged arrows of fierce energy. Then the Ka warriors and other combatants of thy army, clad in mail and equipped with weapons, beholding the ruler of the Madras exceedingly afflicted with arrows in that battle, surrounded him on all sides, at the command of Duryodhana. The ruler of the Madras at this time quickly pierced Yudhishthira with 7 arrows in that battle. The Haisul son of Pritha, O king, in return, pierced his foe with 9 arrows in that dreadful encounter. Those two great Ka warriors, the ruler of the Madras and Yudhishthira, began to cover each other with arrows, washed in oil and shot from their bowstrings stretched to their ears. Those two best of kings, both endued with great strength, both incapable of being defeated by foes, and both foremost of Ka warriors, watchful of each other's lapses, quickly and deeply pierced each other with each other's shafts. The loud noise of their bows, bowstrings, and palms resembled that of Indra's thunder as those Haisul warriors, the brave ruler of the Madras and the heroic Pandava, showered upon each other their numberless arrows. They careered on the field of battle like 2 young tigers in the deep forest fighting for a piece of meat. Swelling with pride of prowess, they mangled each other like a couple of infuriate elephants equipped with powerful tusks. Then the illustrious ruler of the Madras, endued with fierce impetuosity, putting forth his vigor, pierced the heroic Yudhishthira of terrible might in the chest with shaft possessed of the splendor of fire or the sun. Deeply pierced, O king, that bull of Kuru's race, the illustrious Yudhishthira, then struck the ruler of the Madras with a well-shot shaft and became filled with joy. Recovering his senses within a trice, that foremost of kings, Shaulya, possessed of prowess equal to that of him of a 1,000 eyes, with eyes red in wrath, quickly struck the son of Pritha with 100 arrows. At this, the illustrious son of Dharma, filled with rage, quickly pierced Shaulya's chest and then, without losing a moment, struck his golden mail with 6 shafts. Filled with joy, the ruler of the Madras then, drawing his bow and having shot many arrows, at last cut off, with a pair of razor-faced shafts, the bow of his royal foe, that bull of Kuru's race. The illustrious Yudhishthira then, taking a new and more formidable bow in that battle, pierced Shaulya with many arrows of keen points from every side like Indra piercing the Ajuranamachi. The illustrious Shaulya then, cutting off the golden coats of mail of both Bhima and King Yudhishthira with 9 arrows, pierced the arms of both of them. With another razor-faced arrow endued with the splendor of fire or the sun, he then cut off the bow of Yudhishthira. At this time Gripa, with 6 arrows, slew the king's driver who thereupon fell down in front of the car. The ruler of the Madras then slew with 4 shafts the 4 steeds of Yudhishthira. Having slain the steeds of the king, the Haisul Shaulya then began to slay the troops of the royal son of Dharma. When their Pandava king had been brought to that plight, the illustrious Bhimasena, quickly cutting off the bow of the Madra king with an arrow of great impetuosity, deeply pierced the king himself with a couple of arrows. With another arrow he severed the head of Shaulya's driver from his trunk, the middle of which was encased in mail. Exceedingly excited with rage, Bhimasena next slew, without a moment's delay, the 4 steeds also of his foe. That foremost of all bowmen, Bhima, then covered with 100 arrows that hero, Shaulya, who, endued with great impetuosity, was careering alone in that battle. Sahadeva, the son of Madri, also did the same. Beholding Shaulya stupefied with those arrows, Bhima cut off his armor with other shafts. His armor having been cut off by Bhimasena, the high-souled ruler of the Madras, taking up a sword and a shield decked with 1,000 stars, jumped down from his car and rushed towards the son of Kunti. Cutting off the shaft of Nakula's car, Shaulya of terrible strength rushed towards Yudhishthira. Beholding Shaulya rushing impetuously towards the king, even like the destroyer himself rushing in rage, Drystadima and Shikandi and their 5 sons of Draupadi and the grandson of Suni suddenly advanced towards him. Then the illustrious Bhima cut off with 10 arrows the unrivaled shield of the advancing hero. With another board-headed arrow he cut off the sword also of that warrior at the hilt. Filled with joy at this, he roared aloud in the midst of the troops. Beholding that feat of Bhima, all the foremost warriors among the Pandavas became filled with joy. Laughing aloud, they uttered fierce roars and blew their conchs white as the moon. At that terrible noise the army protected by the heroes became cheerless, covered with sweat, bathed in blood, exceedingly melancholy and almost lifeless. The ruler of the Madras, assailed by those foremost of Pandava warriors headed by Bhimasena, proceeded, regardless of them, towards Yudhishthira, like a lion proceeding for seizing a deer. King Yudhishthira the just, steedless and driverless, looked like a blazing fire in consequence of the wrath with which he was then excited. Beholding the ruler of the Madras before him, he rushed towards that foe with great impetuosity. Recollecting the words of Govinda, he quickly set his heart on the destruction of Shaulya. Indeed, King Yudhishthira the Just, staying on his steedless and driverless car, desired to take up a dart. Beholding that feat of Shaulya and reflecting upon the fact that the hero who had been allotted to him as his share still remained unslain, the son of Bandu firmly set his heart upon accomplishing that which Indra's younger brother had counselled him to achieve. King Yudhishthira the Just took up a dart whose handle was adorned with golden gems and whose effulgence was as bright as that of gold. Rolling his eyes that were wide open, he cast his glances on the ruler of the Madras, his heart filled with rage. Thus looked at, O God among men, by that king of cleansed soul and sins all washed away, the ruler of the Madras was not reduced to ashes. This appeared to us to be exceedingly wonderful, O monarch. The illustrious chief of the Kuras then hurled with great force at the king of the Madras that blazing dart of beautiful and fierce handle and effulgent with gems and corals. All the Kauravas beheld that blazing dart emitting sparks of fire as it coursed through the welkin after having been hurled with great force, even like a large meteor falling from the skies at the end of the Yuga. King Yudhishthira the Just, in that battle, carefully hurled the dart which resembled Kalaratri, the Death Knight, armed with a fatal noose, saw the foster mother of fearful aspect of Yama himself, and which, like the Brahmana's curse, was incapable of being baffled. Carefully, the sons of Bandu had always worshipped that weapon with perfumes and garlands and foremost of seats and the best kinds of viands and drinks. That weapon seemed to blaze like Samvataka fire and was as fierce as rite performed according to the Atharvan of Agni Rasa. Created by Tvashtri, the celestial artificer, for the use of Ishana, it was a consumer of the life breaths and the bodies of all foes. It was capable of destroying by its force the earth and the welkin and all the receptacles of water and creatures of every kind. Adorned with bells and banners and gems and diamonds and decked with stones of lapis lazuli and equipped with a golden handle, Tvashtri himself had forged it with great care after having observed many vows. Unerringly fatal, it was destructive of all haters of Brahma. Having carefully inspired it with many fierce mantras, and endued it with terrible velocity by the exercise of great might and great care, King Yudhishthira hurled it along the best of tracks for the destruction of the ruler of the Madras, saying in a loud voice the words, "Thou art slain, O wretch." The king hurled it, even as Rudra had, in days of yore, shot his shaft for the destruction of the Asura and Daka, stretching forth his strong, right arm graced with a beautiful hand, and apparently dancing in wrath. Sholya, however, roared aloud and endeavoured to catch that excellent dart of irresistible energy hurled by Yudhishthira with all his might, even as a fire leaps forth for catching a jet of clarified butter poured over it. Piercing through his very vitals and his fair and broad chest, that dart entered the earth as easily as it would enter any water without the slightest resistance, and bearing away, with it, the worldwide fame of the king of the Madras. Covered with the blood that issued from his nostrils and eyes and ears and mouth, and that which flowed from his wound, he then looked like the Crouch mountain of gigantic size when it was pierced by Skanda. His armor having been cut off by that descendant of Kuru's race, the illustrious Sholya, strong as Indra's elephant, stretching his arms, fell down on the earth, like a mountain summit driven by thunder. Stretching his arms, the ruler of the Madras fell down on the earth, with face directed towards King Yudhishthira the Just, like a tall banner erected to the honour of Indra falling down on the ground. Like a dear wife advancing to receive her dear lord about to fall on her breast, the earth then seemed, from affection, to rise a little for receiving that bull among men as he fell down with mangled limbs bathed in blood. The puissant Sholya, having long enjoyed the earth like a dear wife, now seemed to sleep on the earth's breast, embracing her with all his limbs. Slain by Dharma's son of righteous soul in fair fight, Sholya seemed to assume the aspect of a goodly fire lying extinguished on the sacrificial platform. Though deprived of weapons and standard, and though his heart had been pierced, beauty did not yet seem to abandon the lifeless ruler of the Madras. Then Yudhishthira, taking up his bow whose splendour resembled that of Indra's bow, began to destroy his foes in that battle like the prince of birds destroying snakes. With the greatest speed he began to cut off the bodies of his enemies with his keen shafts. With the showers of shafts that the son of Pritha then shot, thy troops became entirely shrouded. Overcome with fear and with eyes shut, they began to strike one another, so stupefied were they then. With blood issuing from their bodies, they became deprived of their weapons of attack and defense and divested of their life breaths. Upon the fall of Sholya, the youthful younger brother of the king of the Madras, who was equal to his deceased brother in every accomplishment, and who was regarded as a mighty car-warrior, proceeded against Yudhishthira. Invincible in battle, desirous of paying the last dues of his brother, that foremost of men quickly pierced the Pandava with very many shafts. With great speed King Yudhishthira the Just pierced him with 6 arrows. With a couple of razor-faced arrows, he then cut off the bow and the standard of his antagonist. Then, with a blazing and keen arrow of great force and broad head, he struck off the head of his foe staying before him. I saw that head adorned with earrings fall down from the car like a denizen of heaven falling down on the exhaustion of his merits. Beholding his headless trunk, bathed all over with blood, fallen down from the car, the core of the troops broke. Indeed, upon the slaughter of the younger brother of the Madras clad in beautiful armour, the Kurus, uttering cries of "Oh!" and "Alas!" fled away with speed. Beholding Sholya's younger brother slain, thy troops, hopeless of their lives, were inspired with the fear of the Pandavas and fled, covered with dust. The grandson of Sini then, Satyaki, O bull of Bharata's race, shooting his shafts, proceeded against the frightened Kauravas while the latter were flying away. Then Hridika's son, O king, quickly and fearlessly received that invincible warrior, that irresistible and mighty bowman, as he advanced against the beaten army. Those two illustrious and invincible heroes of Vrishni's race, Vritrika's son and Satyaki, encountered each other like two furious lions. Both resembling the sun in effulgence, they covered each other with arrows of blazing splendor that resembled the rays of the sun. The arrows of those two lions of Vrishni's race, shot forcibly from their bows, we saw, looked like swiftly coursing insects in the welkin. Piercing Satyaki with 10 arrows and his steeds with 3, the son of Vritrika cut off his bow with a straight shaft. Laying aside his best of bows, which was thus cut off, that bull of Sini's race quickly took up another that was tougher than the first. Having taken up that foremost of bows, that first of bowmen pierced the son of Vritrika with 10 arrows in the center of the chest. Then cutting off his car and the shaft also of that car with many well-shot arrows, Satyaki quickly slew the steeds of his antagonist as also his 2 Parshani drivers. The valiant Kripa then, the son of Saradwat, O Lord, beholding Vritrika's son made careless, quickly bore him away, taking him up on his car. Upon the slaughter of the king of the Madras and upon Kritavama having been made careless, the entire army of Duryodhana once more turned its face from the battle. At this time the army was shrouded with a dusty cloud. We could not see anything. The great portion, however, of thy army fell. They who remained alive had turned away their faces from battle. Soon it was seen that that cloud of earthy dust which had arisen became allayed, O bull among men, in consequence of the diverse streams of blood that drenched it on every side. Then Duryodhana, seeing from a near point his army broken, alone resisted all the Pathas advancing furiously. Beholding the Pandavas on their cars, as also Drishthadama the son of Prishata and the invincible chief of the Anitas, Satyaki, the Kuru king covered all of them with sharp arrows. The enemy, at that time, approached him not, like mortal creatures, fearing to approach the destroyer standing before them. Meanwhile the son of Vritrika, riding upon another car, advanced to that spot. The mighty car warrior Yudhishthira then quickly slew the 4 steeds of Kritavama with 4 shafts, and pierced the son of Gotama with 6 broad-headed arrows of great force. Then Ashvatthama, taking upon his car the son of Hridika who had been made steedless and carless by the Pandava king, bore him away from Yudhishthira's presence. The son of Saradwat pierced Yudhishthira in return with 8 arrows and his steeds also with 8 keen shafts. Thus, O monarch, the embers of that battle began to glow here and there, in consequence, O king, of the evil policy of thyself and thy son, O Bharata. After the slaughter of that foremost of bowmen on the field of battle by that bull of Kuru's race, the Pathas, beholding Shaulya slain, united together, and filled with great joy, blew their conchs. And all of them applauded Yudhishthira in that battle, even as the celestials in days of yore had applauded Indra after the slaughter of Vritra. And they beat and blew diverse kinds of musical instruments, making the earth resound on every side with that noise. 18. Sanjaya said, after the slaughter of Shaulya, O king, the followers of the Madra king, numbering 1,700 heroic car warriors, proceeded for battle with great energy. Duryodhana riding upon an elephant gigantic as a hill, with an umbrella held over his head, and fanned the while with yak tails, forbade the Madraka warriors, saying, Do not proceed, do not proceed. Though repeatedly forbidden by Duryodhana, those heroes, desirous of slaying Yudhishthira, penetrated into the Pandava host. Those brave combatants, O monarch, loyal to Duryodhana, twanging their bows loudly, fought with the Pandavas. Meanwhile, hearing that Shaulya had been slain and that Yudhishthira was afflicted by the mighty car warriors of the Madrakas devoted to the welfare of the Madraka king, the great car warrior Patha came there, stretching his bow Gandiva, and filling the earth with the rattle of his car. Then Arjuna, and Bhima, and the 2 sons of Madri by Pandu, and that tiger among men, Satyaki, and their 5 sons of Draupadi, and Drishthadama, and Shikhandi, and the Bankalas and the Somakas, desirous of rescuing Yudhishthira, surrounded him on all sides. Having taken their places around the king, the Pandavas, those bulls among men, began to agitate the hostile force like Makras agitating the ocean. Indeed, they caused thy army to tremble like a mighty tempest shaking the trees. Like the great river Ganges agitated by a hostile wind, the Pandava host, O king, once more became exceedingly agitated. Causing that mighty host to tremble, the illustrious and mighty car warriors, the Madrakas, all shouted loudly, saying, "Where is that king Yudhishthira? Why are not his brave brothers, the Pandavas, to be seen here? What has become of the Bankalas of great energy as also of the mighty car warrior Shikhandi? Where are Drishthadama and the grandson of Seni and those great car warriors, the 5 sons of Draupadi?" At this, those mighty warriors, the sons of Draupadi, began to slaughter the followers of the Madra king who were uttering those words and battling vigorously. In that battle, some amongst thy troops were seen slain by means of their lofty standards. Beholding, however, the heroic Pandavas, the brave warriors of thy army, O Bharata, though forbidden by thy son, still rushed against them. Duryodhana, speaking softly, sought to prevent those warriors from fighting with the foe. No great car warrior, however, amongst them obeyed his behest. Then Shakuni, the son of the Gandhara king, possessed of eloquence, O monarch, said unto Duryodhana these words, "How is this that we are standing here, while the Madraka host is being slaughtered before our eyes? When thou, O Bharata, art here, this does not look well." The understanding made was that all of us should fight unitedly. Why then, O king, dost thou tolerate our foes when they are thus slaying our troops? Duryodhana said, "Though forbidden by me before, they did not obey my behest. Unitedly have these men penetrated in the Pandava host." Shakuni said, "Brave warriors, when excited with rage in battle, do not obey the command of their leaders. It does not behove thee to be angry with those men. This is not the time to stand indifferently. We shall, therefore, all of us, united together with our cars and horses and elephants, proceed for rescuing those great bowmen, the followers of the Madra king. With great care, O king, we shall protect one another." Thinking after the manner of Shakuni, all the Kauravas then proceeded to the place where the Madras were. Duryodhana also, thus addressed by his maternal uncle, proceeded, encompassed by a large force, against the foe, uttering leonine shouts and causing the earth to resound with that noise. Slay, pierce, seize, strike, cut off. These were the loud sounds that were heard then, O Bharata, among those troops. Meanwhile the Pandavas, beholding in that battle the followers of the Madra king assailing them unitedly, proceeded against them, arraying themselves in the form called Madai armor. Fighting hand to hand, O monarch, for a short while those heroic warriors, the followers of the Madra king, were seen to perish. Then, whilst we were proceeding, the Pandavas, united together and endued with great activity, completed the slaughter of the Madrakas, and, filled with delight, uttered joyous shouts. Then headless forms were seen to arise all around. Large meteors seemed to fall down from the sun's disk. The earth became covered with cars and broken yokes and axles and slain car warriors and lifeless steeds. Steeds fleet as the wind, still attached to yokes of cars, but without drivers to guide them, were seen to drag car warriors, O monarch, hither and thither on the field of battle. Some horses were seen to drag cars with broken wheels, while some ran on all sides, bearing after them portions of broken cars. Here and there also were seen steeds that were hampered in their motions by their traces. Car warriors, while falling down from their cars, were seen to drop down like denizens of heaven on the exhaustion of their merits. When the brave followers of the Madra king were slain, the mighty car warriors of the Pathas, those great smiters, beholding a body of horse advancing towards them, rushed towards it with speed from desire of victory, causing their arrows to whiz loudly and making divers other kinds of noise mingled with the blare of their conchs. Those effectual smiters, possessed of sureness of aim, shaking their bows, uttered leonine roars. Beholding then that large force of the Madra king exterminated, and seeing also their heroic king slain in battle, the entire army of Duryodhana once more turned away from the field. Struck, O monarch, by those firm bowmen, the Pandavas, the Kuru army fled away on all sides, inspired with fear. 19. Sanjaya said, upon the fall of that great king and mighty car warrior, that invincible hero, Shaulya, in battle, thy troops as also thy sons almost all turned away from the fight. Indeed, upon the slaughter of that hero by the illustrious Yudhishthira, thy troops were like shipwrecked merchants on the vast deep without a raft to cross it. After the fall of the Madra king, O monarch, thy troops, struck with fear and mangled with arrows, were like masterless men desirous of a protector or a herd of deer afflicted by a lion. Like bulls deprived of their horns or elephants whose tusks have been broken, thy troops, defeated by Ajatasattu, fled away at midday. After the fall of Shaulya, O king, none amongst thy troops set his heart on either rallying the army or displaying his prowess. That fear, O king, and that grief, which had been ours upon the fall of Bhishma, of Drona, and of the Suta's son, O Bharata, now became ours once more, O monarch. Despairing of success upon the fall of the mighty car warrior Shaulya, the Kuru army, with its heroes slain and exceedingly confused, began to be cut down with keen shafts. Upon the slaughter of the Madra king, O monarch, thy warriors all fled away in fear, some on horseback, some on elephants, some on cars. Great car warriors with great speed, and foot soldiers also fled away in fear. 2,000 elephants, looking like hills, and accomplished in smiting fled away, after Shaulya's fall, urged on with hooks and toes. Indeed, O chief of the Bharatas, thy soldiers fled on all sides. Afflicted with arrows, they were seen to run, breathing hard. Beholding them defeated and broken and flying away in dejection, the Panchalas and the Pandavas, inspired with desire of victory, pursued then hotly. The whiz of arrows and other noises, the loud leonine roars, and the blare of conchs of heroic warriors, became tremendous. Beholding the core of the host agitated with fear and flying away, the Panchalas and the Pandavas addressed one another, saying, Today King Yudhishthira, firm in truth, hath vanquished his enemies. Today Duryodhana hath been divested of his splendor and kingly prosperity. Today, hearing of his son's death, let Dhritarashtra, that king of men, stupefied and prostrate on the earth, feel the most poignant anguish. Let him know today that the son of Kunti is possessed of great might among all bowmen. Today that sinful and wicked-hearted king will censure his own self. Let him recollect today the time and beneficial words of Vidura. Let him from this day wait upon the Pathas as their slave. Let that king today experience the grief that had been felt by the sons of Pandu. Let that king know today the greatness of Krishna. Let him hear today the terrible twang of Arjuna's bow in battle, as also the strength of all his weapons, and the might of his arms in fight. Today he will know the awful might of the high Bhima when Duryodhana will be slain in battle even as the Ashuravali was slain by Indra. Save Bhima of mighty strength, There is none else in this world that can achieve that which was achieved by Bhima himself at the slaughter of Dushasana. Hearing of the slaughter of the ruler of the Madras who was incapable of defeat by the very gods, that king will know the prowess of the eldest son of Pandu. After the slaughter of the heroic son of Sabala and all the Gandharas, he will know the strength, in battle, of the two sons of Madri by Pandu. Why will not victory be theirs that have Dhananjaya for their warrior, as also Satyaki, and Bhimasena, and Drishthadama the son of Prishata, and the 5 sons of Draupadi, and the 2 sons of Madri, and the mighty bowman Shikandi, and King Yudhishthira? Why will not victory be theirs that have for their protector Krishna, otherwise called Janardana, the protector of the universe? Why will not victory be theirs that have righteousness for their refuge? Who else than Yudhishthira the son of Pritha, who hath Rishikasa, the refuge of righteousness and fame, for his protector, is competent to vanquish in battle Bhishma and Drona and Karna and the ruler of the Madras and the other kings by hundreds and thousands? Saying these words and filled with joy, the Saranjayas pursued thy troops in that battle who had been exceedingly mangled with shafts. Then Dhananjaya of great valour proceeded against the Kar division of the foe. The 2 sons of Madri and the mighty Kar warrior Satyaki proceeded against Shakuni. Beholding them all flying with speed in fear of Bhimasena, Duryodhana, as if smiling the while, addressed his driver, saying, Partha, stationed there with his bow, is transgressing me. Take my steeds to the rear of the whole army. Like the ocean that cannot transgress its continents, Kunti's and Dhananjaya will never venture to transgress me, if I take up my stand in the rear. Behold, O driver, this vast host that is pursued by the Pandavas. Behold this cloud of dust that has arisen on all sides in consequence of the motion of the troops. Hear those diverse leonine roars that are so awful and loud. Therefore, O driver, proceed slowly and take up thy position in the rear. If I stay in battle and fight the Pandavas, my army, O driver, will rally and come back with vigour to battle. Hearing these words of thy son that were just those of a hero and man of honour, the driver slowly urged those steeds in trappings of gold. 21,000 foot soldiers, deprived of elephants and steeds and car warriors, and who were ready to lay down their lives, still stood for battle. Born in diverse countries and hailing from diverse towns, those warriors maintained their ground, desirous of winning great fame. The clash of those rushing warriors filled with joy became loud and exceedingly terrible. Then Bhimasena, O king, and Drishthadama the son of Prishata resisted them with 4 kinds of forces. Other foot soldiers proceeded against Bhima, uttering loud shouts and slapping their armpits, all actuated by the desire of going to heaven. Those Dhritarashtra combatants, filled with rage and invincible in battle, having approached Bhimasena, uttered furious shouts. They then spoke not to one another. Encompassing Bhima in that battle, they began to strike him from all sides. Surrounded by that large body of warriors on foot and struck by them in that battle, Bhima did not stir from where he stood fixed like Mainak mountain. His assailants, meanwhile, filled with rage, O monarch, endeavoured to afflict that mighty Kar warrior of the Pandavas and checked other combatants that tried to rescue him. Encountered by those warriors, Bhima became filled with fury. Quickly alighting from his car, he proceeded on foot against them. Taking up his massive mace adorned with gold, he began to slay thy troops like the destroyer himself armed with his club. The mighty Bhima, with his mace, crushed those 21,000 foot soldiers who were without cars and steeds and elephants. Having slain that strong division, Bhima, of prowess incapable of being baffled, showed himself with Drishthadama in his front. The Dhritarashtra foot soldiers, thus slain, lay down on the ground, bathed in blood, like Kankras with their flowery burthens laid low by a tempest. adorned with garlands made of diverse kinds of flowers, and decked with diverse kinds of earrings, those combatants of diverse races, who had hailed from diverse realms, lay down on the field, deprived of life, covered with banners and standards. That large host of foot soldiers, thus cut down, looked fierce and terrible and awful as they lay down on the field. The mighty car warriors, with their followers, that fought under Yudhishthira's lead, all pursued thy illustrious son Duryodhana. Those great bowmen, beholding thy troops turn away from the battle, proceeded against Duryodhana, but they could not transgress him, even as the ocean cannot transgress its continents. The prowess that we then beheld of thy son was exceedingly wonderful, since all the Pathas, united together, could not transgress his single self. Then Duryodhana, addressing his own army which had not fled far but which, mangled with arrows, had set its heart on flight, said these words, I do not see the spot on plain or mountain, whither, if ye fly, the Pandavas will not pursue and slay ye. What is the use then of flight? The army of the Pandavas hath been reduced in numbers. The two Krishnas are exceedingly mangled. If all of us make a stand, victory will be certainly ours. If you fly away, losing all order, the sinful Pandavas, pursuing you, will slay you all. If, on the other hand, we make a stand, good will result to us. Listen, all you Kshatriyas that are assailed here. When the destroyer always slays heroes and cowards, what man is so stupid that, calling himself a Kshatriya, will not fight? Good will result to us if we stay in the front of the angry Bhimasena. Death in battle, while struggling according to Kshatriya practices, is fraught with happiness. Winning victory, one obtains happiness here. If slain, one obtains great fruits in the other world. You Kauravas, there is no better path to heaven than that offered by battle. Slain in battle, you may, without delay, obtain all those regions of blessedness. Hearing these words of his, and applauding them highly, the Kuru kings once more rushed against the Pandavas for battling with them. Seeing them advancing with speed, the Pathas, arrayed in order of battle, skilled in smiting, excited with rage, and inspired with desire of victory, rushed against them. The valiant Dhananjaya, stretching his bow Gandiva celebrated over the three worlds, proceeded on his car against the foe. The two sons of Madri and Satyaki rushed against Shakuni, and the other Pandava heroes, smiling, rushed impetuously against thy forces. 20. Sanjaya said, after their Kuru army had been rallied, Shulva, the ruler of the Malechas, filled with rage, rushed against the large force of the Pandavas, riding on a gigantic elephant, with secretions issuing from the usual limbs, looking like a hill, swelling with pride, resembling Airavata himself, and capable of crushing large bands of foes. Shulva's animal sprung from a high and noble breed. It was always worshipped by Dhritarashtra's son. It was properly equipped and properly trained for battle, O king, by persons well conversant with elephant lore. Riding on that elephant, that foremost of kings looked like the morning sun at the close of summer. Mounting on that foremost of elephants, O monarch, he proceeded against the Pandavas and began to pierce them on all sides with keen and terrible shafts that resembled Indra's thunder in force. While he shot his arrows in that battle and dispatched hostile warriors to Yama's abode, neither the Kauravas nor the Pandavas could notice any lapses in him, even as the Daityas, O king, could not notice any in Vasava, the wielder of the thunder, in days of yore, while the latter was employed in crushing their divisions. The Pandavas, the Somakas, and the Saranjayas beheld that elephant looking like 1,000 elephants careering around them, even as the foes of the gods had in days of yore beheld the elephant of Indra in battle. Agitated by that animal, the hostile army looked on every side as if deprived of life. Unable to stand in battle, they then fled away in great fear, crushing one another as they ran. Then the vast host of the Pandavas, broken by King Sholya, suddenly fled on all sides, unable to endure the impetuosity of that elephant. Beholding the Pandava host broken and flying away in speed, all the foremost of warriors of thy army worshipped King Salwa and blew their conchs white as the moon. Hearing the shouts of the Kauravas uttered in joy and the blare of their conchs, the commander of the Pandava and the Saranjaya forces, the Bankala prince, Drishthadhyumna, could not, from wrath, endure it. The illustrious Drishthadhyumna then, with great speed, proceeded for vanquishing the elephant, even as the Asura Jamba had proceeded against Airavata, the prince of elephants that Indra rode in the course of his encounter with Indra. Beholding the ruler of the Pandavas impetuously rushing against him, Salwa, that lion among kings, quickly urged his elephants, O king, for the destruction of Drupada's son. The latter, seeing the animal approaching with precipitancy, pierced it with 3 foremost of shafts, polished by the hands of the smith, keen, blazing, endued with fierce energy, and resembling fire itself in splendor and force. Then that illustrious hero struck the animal at the frontal globes with 5 other whetted and foremost of shafts. Pierced therewith, that prince of elephants, turning away from the battle, ran with great speed. Salwa, however, suddenly checking that foremost of elephants which had been exceedingly mangled and forced to retreat, caused it to turn back, and with hooks and keen lances urged it forward against the car of the Bankala king, pointing it out to the infuriate animal. Beholding the animal rushing impetuously at him, the heroic Drishthadhyumna, taking up a mace, quickly jumped down on the earth from his car, his limbs stupefied with fear. That gigantic elephant, meanwhile, suddenly crushing that gold-decked car with its steeds and driver, raised it up in the air with his trunk and then dashed it down on the earth. Beholding the driver of the Bankala king thus crushed by that foremost of elephants, Bhima and Shikhandi and the grandson of Sini rushed with great speed against that animal. With their shafts they speedily checked the impetuosity of the advancing beast. Thus received by those Ka warriors and checked by them in battle, the elephant began to waver. Meanwhile, King Salwa began to shoot his shafts like the sun shedding his rays on all sides. Struck with those shafts, the Pandava Ka warriors began to fly away. Beholding that feat of Salwa, the Pankalas, the Srinjayas, and the Matsyas, O king, uttered loud cries of woe. And alas! In that battle, all those foremost of men, however, encompassed the animal on all sides. The brave Bankala king then, taking up his mace which resembled the lofty crest of a mountain, appeared there. Fearlessly, O king, that hero, that smiter of foes, rushed with speed against the elephant. Endued with great activity, the prince of the Pankalas approached and began to strike with his mace that animal which was huge as a hill and which shed its secretions like a mighty mass of pouring clouds. Its frontal globes suddenly split open, and it uttered a loud cry, and vomiting a profuse quantity of blood, the animal, huge as a hill, suddenly fell down, even as a mountain falling down during an earthquake. While that prince of elephants was falling down, and while the troops of thy son were uttering wails of woe at the sight, that foremost of warriors among the Sinis cut off the head of King Salwa with a sharp and broad-headed arrow. His head having been cut off by the Satwata hero, Salwa fell down on the earth along with his prince of elephants, even like a mountain summit suddenly riven by the thunderbolt hurled by the chief of the Celestials. 21. Sanjaya said, after the heroic Salwa, their tournament of assemblies, had been slain, thy army speedily broke like a mighty tree broken by the force of the tempest. Beholding the army broken, the mighty Ka warrior Kritivama, possessed by heroism and great strength, resisted the hostile force in that battle. seeing the Satwata hero, O king, standing in battle like a hill pierced with arrows, by the foes, the Kuru heroes, who had fled away, rallied and came back. Then, O monarch, a battle took place between the Pandavas and the returned Kurus who made death itself their goal. Wonderful was that fierce encounter which occurred between the Satwata hero and his foes, since he resisted the invincible army of the Pandavas. When friends were seen to accomplish the most difficult feats, friends, filled with delight, uttered leonine shouts that seemed to reach the very heavens. At those sounds the Panchalas, O bull of Bharata's race, became inspired with fear. Then Satyaki, the grandson of Sini, approached that spot. Approaching King Kshmakirti of great strength, Satyaki dispatched him to Yama's abode, with 7 keen shafts. Then the son of Hridika, of great intelligence, rushed with speed against that bull of Sini's race, that mighty armed warrior, as the latter came, shooting his whetted shafts. Those 2 bowmen, those 2 foremost of car warriors, roared like lions and encountered each other with great force, both being armed with foremost of weapons. The Pandavas, the Panchalas, and the other warriors became spectators of that terrible encounter between the 2 heroes. Those 2 heroes of the Vrishan and dark race, like 2 elephants filled with delight, struck each other with long arrows and shafts equipped with calf-toothed heads. Careering in diverse kinds of tracks, the son of Hridika and the bull of Sini's race soon afflicted each other with showers of arrows. The shafts sped with great force from the bows of the 2 Vrishan lions were seen by us in the welkin to resemble flights of swiftly coursing insects. Then the son of Hridika, approaching Satyaki of true prowess, pierced the 4 steeds of the latter with 4 keen shafts. The long-armed Satyaki, enraged at this, like an elephant struck with a lance, pierced Kritivama with 8 foremost of arrows. Then Kritivama pierced Satyaki with 3 arrows whetted on stone and sped from his bow drawn to its fullest and then cut off his bow with another arrow. Laying aside his broken bow, that bull of Sini's race quickly took up another with arrow fixed on it. Having taken up that foremost of bows and stringed it, that foremost of all bowmen, that iterator of mighty energy and great intelligence and great strength, unable to endure cutting of his bow by Kritivama, and filled with fury, quickly rushed against the latter. With 10 keen shafts that bull of Sini's race then struck the driver, the steeds, and the standard of Kritivama. At this, O king, the great bowman and mighty car warrior Kritivama, beholding his gold-decked car made driverless and steedless, became filled with rage. Uplifting a pointed lance, O sire, he hurled it with all the force of his arm at that bull of Sini's race, desirous of slaying him. Satyaki, however, of the Satwata race, striking that lance with many keen arrows, cut it off into fragments and caused it to fall down, stupefying Kritivama of Madhu's race, with his activity and prowess. With another board-headed arrow he then struck Kritivama in the chest. Made steedless and driverless in that battle by Ayudhana, skilled in weapons, Kritivama came down on the earth. The heroic Kritivama having been deprived of his car by Satyaki in that single combat, all their Kaurava troops became filled with great fear. A great sorrow afflicted the heart of thy sons, when Kritivama was thus made steedless and driverless and callous. Beholding the chastiser of foes made steedless and driverless, Kripa, O king, rushed at that bull of Sini's race, desirous of dispatching him to Yama's abode. Taking Kritivama upon his car in the very sight of all the bowmen, the mighty armed Kripa bore him away from the press of battle. After Kritivama had been made carless and the grandson of Sini had become powerful on the field, the whole army of Duryodhana once more turned away from the fight. The enemy, however, did not see it, for the Kuru army was then shrouded with a dusty cloud. All thy warriors fled, O monarch, except King Duryodhana. The latter, beholding from a near point that his own army was routed, quickly rushing, assailed the victorious enemy, alone resisting them all. Fearlessly that invincible warrior, filled with rage, assailed with keen arrows all the Pandus, and Drishthadumna the son of Prishta, and Shikhandi, and the sons of Draupadi, and the large bands of the Panchalas, and the Kakiyas, O sire, and the Somakas. With firm determination thy mighty son stood in battle, even as a blazing and mighty fire on the sacrificial platform, sanctified with mantras. Even thus, King Duryodhana careered all over the field, in that battle. His foes could not approach him then, like living creatures unable to approach the destroyer. Then the son of Hridika came there, riding on another car. 22. Sanjaya said, that foremost of car warriors, O monarch, thy son, riding on his car and filled with the courage of despair, looked resplendent in that battle like Rudra himself of great valor. With the thousands of shafts shot by him, the earth became completely covered. Indeed, he drenched his enemies with showers of arrows like a clouds pouring rain on mountain breasts. There was then not a man amongst the Pandavas in that great battle, or a steed, or an elephant, or a car, that was not struck with Duryodhana's arrows. Upon whomsoever amongst their warriors I then cast my eyes, O monarch, I beheld that every one, O Bharata, was struck by thy son with his arrows. The Pandava army was then covered with the shafts of that illustrious warrior, even as a host is covered with the dust it raises while marching or rushing to battle. The earth then, O Lord of earth, seemed to me to be made one entire expanse of arrows by thy son Duryodhana, that bowman possessed of great lightness of hands. Amongst those thousands upon thousands of warriors on the field, belonging to thy side or that of the enemy, it seemed to me that Duryodhana was then the only man. The prowess that we then beheld of thy son seemed to be exceedingly wonderful, since the Parthas, even uniting together, could not approach his single self. He pierced Yudhishthira, O bull of Bharata's race, with 100 arrows, and Bhimasena with 70, and Sahadeva with 7. And he pierced Nakula with 64, and Drishthadumna with 5, and the sons of Draupadi with 7, and Satyaki with 3 arrows. With a board-headed arrow, he then, O sire, cut off the bow of Sahadeva. Laying aside that broken bow, the valiant son of Madri shook up another formidable bow, and rushing against King Duryodhana, pierced him with 10 shafts in that battle. The great bowman Nakula, possessed of courage, then pierced the king with 9 terrible arrows and uttered a loud roar. Satyaki struck the king with a single straight shaft. The sons of Draupadi struck him with 73, and King Yudhishthira struck him with 5. And Bhimasena afflicted the king with 80 shafts. Though pierced thus from every side with numerous arrows by these illustrious warriors, Duryodhana still, O monarch, did not waver, in the presence of all the troops who stood there as spectators. The quickness, the skill, and the prowess of that illustrious warrior were seen by all the men that to exceed those of every creature. Meanwhile the Dhritarashtras, O monarch, who had not fled far from that spot, beholding the king, rallied and returned there, clad in mail. The noise made by them when they came back became exceedingly awful, like the roar of the surging ocean in the season of rains. Approaching their unvanquished king in that battle, those great bowmen proceeded against the Pandavas for fight. The son of Drona resisted in that battle with angry Bhimasena. With the arrows, O monarch, that were shot in that battle, all the points of the compass became completely shrouded, so that the brave combatants could not distinguish the cardinal from the subsidiary points of the compass. As regards Ashvatthama and Bhimasena, O Bharata, both of them were achievers of cruel feats. Both of them were irresistible in battle. The arms of both contained many cicatrices in consequence of both having repeatedly drawn the bowstring. Counteracting each other's feats, they continued to fight with each other, frightening the whole universe. The heroic Shakuni assailed Yudhishthira in that battle. The mighty son of Sabala, having slain the 4 steeds of the king, uttered a loud roar, causing all the troops to tremble with fear. Meanwhile, the valiant Sahadeva bore away the heroic and vanquished king on his car from that battle. Then King Yudhishthira the Just, riding upon another car, came back to battle, and having pierced Shakuni at first with 9 arrows, once more pierced him with 5. And that foremost of all bowmen then uttered a loud roar. That battle, O sire, awful as it was, became wonderful to behold. It filled the spectators with delight and was applauded by the Siddhas and the Charanas. Elluka of immeasurable soul rushed against the mighty bowman Nakula in that battle, shooting showers of arrows from every side. The heroic Nakula, however, in that battle, resisted the son of Shakuni with a thick shower of arrows from every side. Both those heroes were well born and both were mighty car warriors. They were seen to fight with each other, each highly enraged with the other. Similarly great of armor, O king, fighting with the grandson of Sini, that scorcher of foes, looked resplendent, like Shakra battling with the azure of Vala. Duryodhana, having cut off Drishtadyumna's bow in that battle, pierced his bowless antagonist with keen shafts. Drishtadyumna then, in that encounter, having taken up a formidable bow, fought with the king in the sight of all the bowmen. The battle between those 2 heroes became exceedingly fierce, O bull of Bharata's race, like the encounter between 2 wild and infuriate elephants with juicy secretions trickling down their limbs. The heroic Gautama, excited with rage in that battle, pierced the mighty sons of Draupadi with many straight shafts. The battle that took place between him and those 5 resembled that which takes place between an embodied being and his 5 senses. It was awful and exceedingly fierce, and neither side showed any consideration for the other. The 5 sons of Draupadi afflicted gripe like their 5 senses afflicting a foolish man. He, on the other hand, fighting with them, controlled them with vigor. Even such and so wonderful, O Bharata, was that battle between him and them. It resembled the repeated combats, O Lord, between embodied creatures and their senses. Men fought with men, elephants with elephants, steeds with steeds, and car warriors with car warriors. Once more, O monarch, that battle became general and awful. Here an encounter was beautiful, there another was awful, and there another was exceedingly fierce, O Lord. Many and awful, O monarch, were the encounters that took place in course of that battle. Those chastisers of foes, belonging to both armies, encountering one another, pierced and slew one another in that dreadful engagement. A dense cloud of dust was then seen there, raised by the vehicles and the animals of the warriors. Thick also, O king, was the dust raised by the running steeds, a dust that was carried from one place to another by the wind. Raised by the wheels of cars and the breaths of the elephants, the dust, thick as an evening cloud, rose into the welkin. That dust having been raised and the sun himself having been dimmed therewith, the earth became shrouded, and the heroic and mighty car warriors could not be seen. Anon that disappeared, and everything became clear when the earth, O best of the Bharatas, became drenched with the blood of heroes. Indeed, that dense and awful cloud of dust was allayed. Then, O Bharata, I could once more see the diverse single combats that the combatants fought at noon of day, each according to his strength and his rank, all of which were exceedingly fierce. The blazing splendor of those feats, O monarch, appeared full in view. Loud became the noise of falling shafts in that battle, resembling that made by a vast forest of bamboo while burning on every side. 23. Sanjaya said, during the progress of that terrible and awful battle, the army of thy son was broken by the Pandavas. Rallying their great Kaa warriors, however, with vigorous efforts, thy sons continued to fight with the Pandava army. The Kuru warriors, desirous of thy son's welfare, suddenly returned. Upon their return, the battle once more became exceedingly fierce between thy warriors and those of the foe, resembling that between the gods and the Asuras in days of old. Neither amongst the enemies nor amongst thine was there a single combatant that turned away from that battle. Their warriors fought, aided by guests and by the names they uttered. Great was the destruction that occurred as they thus fought with one another. Then King Yudhishthira, filled with great wrath and becoming desirous of vanquishing the Dhritarashtra's and their king in that battle, pierced the son of Saradwat with 3 arrows winged with gold and whetted on stone, and next slew with 4 others the 4 steeds of Kritavarma. Then Ashvatthama bore away the celebrated son of Ridika. Saradwat's son pierced Yudhishthira in return with 8 arrows. Then King Duryodhana dispatched 700 cars to the spot where King Yudhishthira was battling. Those cars, ridden by excellent warriors and endued with speed of the wind or thought, rushed in that battle against the car of Kunti's son. Encompassing Yudhishthira on every side, they made him invisible with their shafts like clouds hiding the sun from the view. Then the Pandava heroes, headed by Shikandi, beholding King Yudhishthira that just assailed in that way by the Kauravas, became filled with rage and were unable to put up with it. Desirous of rescuing Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, they came to that spot upon their cars possessed of great speed and adorned with rows of bells. Then commenced an awful battle, in which blood flowed as water, between the Pandavas and the Kurus, that increased the population of Yama's domains. Slaying those 700 hostile Kaa warriors of the Kuru army, the Pandavas and the Panchalas once more resisted the whole Kuru army. There a fierce battle was fought between thy son and the Pandavas. We had never before seen or heard of its like. During the progress of that battle, in which no consideration was showed by anybody for anybody, and while the warriors of thy army and those of the foe were falling fast, and the combatants were all shouting and blowing their conchs, and the bowmen were roaring and uttering loud noises of diverse kinds, while, indeed, the battle was raging fiercely and the very vitals of the combatants were being struck, and the troops, O sire, desirous of victory, were rushing with speed, while, verily, everything on earth seemed to be undergoing a woeful destruction, during that time when innumerable ladies of birth and beauty were being made widows, during, indeed, the progress of that fierce engagement in which their warriors behaved without any consideration for friends and foes, awful portents appeared, presaging the destruction of everything. The earth, with her mountains and forests, trembled, making a loud noise. Meteors like blazing brands equipped with handles dropped from the sky, O king, on every side and the earth as if from the solar disk. A hurricane arose, blowing on all sides, and bearing away hard pebbles along its lower course. The elephants shed copious tears and trembled exceedingly. Disregarding all these fierce and awful portents, the Kshatriyas, taking counsel with one another, cheerfully stood on the field for battle again, on the beautiful and sacred field called after Kuru, desirous of obtaining heaven. Then Shakuni, the son of the Gandhara king, said, "Fight all of ye in front. I, however, will slay the Pandavas from behind." Then the Madraka warriors, endued with great activity, amongst those on their side that were advancing, became filled with joy and uttered diverse sounds of delight. Others too did the same. The invincible Pandavas, however, possessed of sureness of aim, once more coming against us, shook their bows and covered us with showers of arrows. The forces of the Madrakars then were slain by the foe. Beholding this, the troops of Duryodhana once more turned away from the battle. The mighty king of the Gandhras, however, once more said these words, "Stop, ye sinful ones. Fight with the foe. What use is there of flight?" At that time, O bull of Bharata's race, the king of the Gandhras had full 10,000 horsemen capable of fighting with bright lances. During the progress of that great carnage, Shakuni, aided by that force, put forth his valour and assailed the Pandava army at the rear, slaughtering it with his keen shafts. The vast force of the Pandavas then, O monarch, broke even as a mass of clouds is dispersed on all sides by a mighty wind. Then Yudhishthira, beholding from a near point his own army routed, coolly urged the mighty Sahadeva, saying, "Yonder the son of Sabala, afflicting our rear, stayeth, clad in mail. He slaughtereth our forces. Behold that wicked wight, O son of Pandu, aided by the son of Draupadi, proceed towards him and slay Shakuni, the son of Sabala. Supported by the Panchalas, O sinless one, I will meanwhile destroy the car force of the enemy. Let all the elephants and all the horse and 3,000 foot proceed with thee. Supported by these, slay Shakuni." At this, 700 elephants ridden by combatants armed with the bow, and 5,000 horses, and the valiant Sahadeva, and 3,000 foot soldiers, and the sons of Draupadi all rushed against Shakuni, difficult of defeat in battle. Sabala's son, however, of great valour, O king, prevailing over the Pandavas and longing for victory, began to slay their forces from the rear. The horsemen, infuriate with rage, belonging to the Pandavas, endued with great activity, penetrated the division of Sabala's son, prevailing over the latter's cow warriors. Those heroic horsemen, staying in the midst of their own elephants, covered the large host of Sabala's son with showers of shafts. In consequence of thy evil counsels, O king, dreadful was the battle that then ensued, in which maces and lances were used and in which heroes only took part. The twang of bowstring was no longer heard there, for all the car warriors stood as spectators of that fight. At that time no difference could be seen between the contending parties. Both the Kuras and the Pandavas, O bull of Bharata's race, beheld the darts hurled from heroic arms course like meteors through the welkin. The entire welkin, O monarch, shrouded with falling swords of great brightness, seemed to become exceedingly beautiful. The aspect presented, O chief of the Bharatas, by the lances hurled all around, became like that of swarms of locusts in the welkin. Steeds, with limbs bathed in blood in consequence of wounds inflicted by horsemen themselves wounded with arrows, dropped down on all sides in hundreds and thousands. Encountering one another and huddled together, many of them were seen to be mangled and many to vomit blood from their mouths. A thick darkness came there when the troops were covered with a dusty cloud. When that darkness shrouded everything, O king, we beheld those brave combatants, steeds and men, move away from that spot. Others were seen to fall down on the earth, vomiting blood in profusion. Many combatants, entangled with one another by their locks, could not stir. Many, endued with great strength, dragged one another from the backs of their horses, and encountering one another thus, slew one another like combatants in a wrestling match. Many, deprived of life, were borne away on the backs of the steeds. Many men, proud of their valour and inspired with desire of victory, were seen to fall down on the earth. The earth became strewn over with hundreds and thousands of combatants bathed in blood, deprived of limbs, and divested of hair. in consequence of the surface of the earth being covered with elephant riders and horsemen and slain steeds and combatants with blood-stained armor and others armed with weapons and others who had sought to slay one another with diverse kinds of terrible weapons, all lying closely huddled together in that battle fraught with fearful carnage. No warrior could proceed far on his horse. Having fought for a little while, Shakuni, the son of Sabala, O monarch, went away from that spot with a remnant of his cavalry numbering 6,000. Similarly, the Pandava force, covered with blood, and its animals fatigued, moved away from that spot with its remnant consisting of 6,000 horses. The blood-stained horsemen of the Pandava army then, with hearts intent on battle and prepared to lay down their lives, said, "It is no longer possible to fight here on cars. How much more difficult then to fight here on elephants. Let cars proceed against cars, and elephants against elephants." Having retreated, Shakuni is now within his own division. The royal son of Sabala will not again come to battle. Then the sons of Draupadi and those infuriate elephants proceeded to the place where the Bankala prince Drishadima, that great car warrior, was. Sahadeva also, when that dusty cloud arose, proceeded alone to where King Yudhishthira was. After all those had gone away, Shakuni, the son of Sabala, excited with wrath, once more fell upon Drishadima's division and began to strike it. Once more a dreadful battle took place, in which the combatants were all regardless of their lives, between thy soldiers and those of the foe, all of whom were desirous of slaying one another. In that encounter of heroes, the combatants first eyed one another steadfastly, and then rushed, O king, and fell upon one another in hundreds and thousands. In that destructive carnage, heads severed with swords fell down with a noise like that of falling palmyra fruits. Loud also became the noise, making the very hair to stand on end, of bodies falling down on the ground, divested of armor and mangled with weapons, and of falling weapons also, O king, and of arms and thighs severed from the trunk. Striking brothers and sons and even sires with keen weapons, the combatants were seen to fight like birds for pieces of meat. Excited with rage, thousands of warriors, falling upon one another, impatiently struck one another in that battle. Hundreds and thousands of combatants, killed by the weight of slain horsemen while falling down from their steeds, fell down on the field. Loud became the noise of neighing steeds of great fleetness, and of shouting men clad in mail, and of the falling darts and swords, O king, of combatants desirous of piercing the vitals of one another in consequence, O monarch, of thy evil policy. At that time, thy soldiers, overcome with toil, spent with rage, their animals fatigued, themselves parched with thirst, mangled with keen weapons, began to turn away from the battle. Maddened with the scent of blood, many became so insensate that they slew friends and foes alike. In fact, every one they got at. Large numbers of Kshatriyas, inspired with desire of victory, were struck down with arrows, O king, and fell prostrate on the earth. Wolves and vultures and jackals began to howl and scream in glee and make a loud noise. In the very sight of thy son, thy army suffered a great loss. The earth, O monarch, became strewn with the bodies of men and steeds, and covered with streams of blood that inspired the timid with terror. Struck and mangled repeatedly with swords and battle axes and lances, thy warriors, as also the Pandavas, O Bharata, ceased to approach one another, striking one another according to the measure of their strength, and fighting to the last drop of their blood. The combatants fell down vomiting blood from their wounds. Headless forms were seen, seizing the hair of their heads with one hand, and with uplifted swords dyed with blood in the other. When many headless forms, O king, had thus risen up, when the scent of blood had made the combatants nearly senseless, and when the loud noise had somewhat subsided, Sabala's son, once more, approached the large host of the Pandavas, with a small remnant of his horse. At this, the Pandavas, inspired with desires of victory and endued with foot soldiers and elephants and cavalry, all with uplifted weapons, desirous of reaching the end of the hostilities, the Pandavas, forming a wall, encompassed Shakuni on all sides, and began to strike him with diverse kinds of weapons. Beholding those troops of thine sailed from every side, the Kauravas, with horsemen, foot soldiers, elephants, and cars, rushed towards the Pandavas. Some foot soldiers of great courage, destitute of weapons, attacked their foes in that battle, with feet and fists, and brought them down. Cow warriors fell down from cars, and elephant men from elephants, like meritorious persons falling down from their celestial vehicles upon the exhaustion of their merits. Thus the combatants, engaged with one another in that great battle, slew sires and friends and sons. Thus occurred that battle, O best of the Bharatas, in which no consideration was shown by anybody for anyone, and in which lances and swords and arrows fell fast on every side and made the scene exceedingly terrible to behold. 24. Sanjaya said, when the loud noise of battle had somewhat subsided and the Pandavas had slain large numbers of their foes, Sabala's son, once more, came for fight with a remnant of his horsemen numbering 700. Quickly approaching his own soldiers and urging them to battle, he repeatedly said, "You chastisers of foes, fight cheerfully." And he asked the Kshatriyas present there, saying, "Where is the king, that great Ka warrior?" Hearing these words of Shakuni, O bull of Bharata's race, they answered saying, "Yonder stayeth that great Ka warrior, the Kuru king, there where that large umbrella of splendor equal to that of the full moon is visible, there where those Ka warriors, clad in mail, are staying, there where that loud noise, deep as the roar of clouds, is being heard. Proceed quickly thither, O king, and thou wilt then see the Kuru monarch." Thus addressed by those brave warriors, Sabala's son Shakuni, O king, proceeded to that spot where thy son was staying, surrounded on all sides by unretreating heroes. Beholding Duryodhana stationed in the midst of that Ka force, Shakuni, gladdening all those Ka warriors of thine, O king, cheerfully said these words unto Duryodhana. Indeed, he said the following words in a manner which showed that he regarded all his purposes to have been already achieved. "Slay, O king, the Ka divisions of the Pandavas. All the horses have been vanquished by me. Yudhishthira is incapable of being conquered in battle unless one is prepared to lay down his life. When that Ka force, protected by the son of Pandu, will have been destroyed, we shall then slay all those elephants and foot soldiers and others." Hearing these words of his, thy warriors, inspired with desire of victory, cheerfully rushed towards the Pandava army. With quivers on their backs and bows in their hands, all of them shook their bows and uttered leonine roars. Once more, O king, the fierce twang of bows and the slapping of palms and the whiz of arrows shot with force was heard. Beholding those Kuru combatants approach the Pandava army with uplifted bows, Kunti's son Ananjaya said unto the son of Devaki these words, "Urge the steeds fearlessly and penetrate this sea of troops. With my keen shafts I shall today reach the end of these hostilities. Today is the 18th day, O Janardana, of this great battle that is raging between the two sides. The army of those high-souled heroes, which was literally numberless, hath been nearly destroyed. Behold the course of destiny. The army of Dhritarashtra's son, O Madhava, which was vast as the ocean, hath, O Akaluta, become, after encountering ourselves, even like the indent caused by a cow's hoof. If peace had been made after Bhishma's fall, O Madhava, everything would have been well. The foolish Duryodhana of weak understanding, however, did not make peace. The words that were uttered by Bhishma, O Madhava, were beneficial and worthy of adoption. Duryodhana, however, who had lost his understanding, did not act according to them. After Bhishma had been struck and thrown down on the earth, I do not know the reason why the battle proceeded. I regard the Dhritarashtra's to be foolish and of weak understanding in every way, since they continued the battle even after the fall of Santanu's son. After that, when Drona, that foremost of all lecturers of Brahma, fell, as also the son of Radha and Vikarna, the carnage did not still cease. Alas, when a small remnant only of the Kaurava army remained after the fall of the tiger among men, Karna, with his sons, the carnage did not still cease. After the fall of even the heroic Sarutayush, of also Jalasandha of Puru's race, and of King Sarutayuda, the carnage did not still cease. After the fall of Bharishriva, of Sholya, O Janardana, and of the Avanti heroes, the carnage did not still cease. After the fall of Jayadratha, of the Rakshasa Walayuda, of Balika, and of Somadatta, the carnage did not still cease. After the fall of heroic Bhagadatta, of the Kamboa chief Sadakshina, and of Dashasana, the carnage did not still cease. Beholding even diverse heroic and mighty kings, each owning extensive territories, slain in battle, the carnage, O Krishna, did not still cease. Beholding even a full Kshaini of troops slain by Bhimasena in battle, the carnage did not still cease, in consequence of either the folly or the covetousness of the Dhritarashtras. What king born in a noble race, a race especially like that of Kuru, save, of course, the foolish Duryodhana, would thus fruitlessly wage such fierce hostilities? Who is there, possessed of reason and wisdom and capable of discriminating good from evil, that would thus wage war, knowing his foes to be superior to him in merit, strength, and courage? How could he listen to the counsels of another, when, indeed, he could not make up his mind to make peace with the Pandavas in obedience to the words uttered by thee? What medicine can be acceptable to that person today who disregarded Bhishma the son of Santanu, and Drona, and Vidura, while they urged him to make peace? How can he accept good counsels, who from folly, O Janardana, insolently disregarded his own aged sire as also his own well-meaning mother while speaking beneficial words unto him? It is evident, O Janardana, that Duryodhana took his birth for exterminating his race. His conduct and his policy, it is seen, point to that line, O Lord. He will not give us a kingdom yet. This is my opinion, O Akaluta. The high souled Vidura, O sire, told me many a time that as long as life remained in Dhritarashtra's son, he would never give us our share of the kingdom. Vidura further told me, as long also as Dhritarashtra will live, O giver of honours, even that sinful wight will act sinfully towards you. Ye will never succeed in vanquishing Duryodhana without battle. Even thus, O Madhava, did Vidura of true foresight often speak to me. All the acts of that wicked souled wight, I now find to be exactly as the high-souled Vidura had said. That person of wicked understanding who, having listened to the beneficial and proper words of Jamadani's son, disregarded them, should certainly be held as standing in the face of destruction. Many persons crowned with ascetic success said as soon as Duryodhana was born, that the entire Kshatriya order would be exterminated in consequence of that wretch. Those words of the sages, O Janardana, are now being realized, since the Kshatriyas are undergoing almost entire extermination in consequence of Duryodhana's acts. I shall, O Madhava, slay all the warriors today. After all the Kshatriyas will have been slain and their Kaurava camp made empty, Duryodhana will then desire battle with us for his own destruction. That will end these hostilities. Exercising my reason, O Madhava, and reflected in my own mind, O thou of Vrishani's race, thinking of Vidura's words, and taking into account the acts of the wicked Duryodhana himself, I have come to this conclusion. Penetrate the Bharata army, O hero, for I shall slay the wicked Duryodhana and his army today with my keen shafts. Slaying this weak army in the very sight of Dhritarashtra's son, I shall today do what is for Yudhishthira's good. Sanjaya continued, thus addressed by Savyasasi, he of Dasahu's race, reins in hand, fearlessly penetrated that vast hostile force for battle. That was a terrible forest of boughs, which the two heroes entered. Darts constituted its prickles. Maces and spiked bludgeons were its paths. Cars and elephants were its mighty trees. Cavalry and infantry were its creepers. And the illustrious Keshava, as he entered that forest on that car decked with many banners and pennons, looked exceedingly resplendent. Those white steeds, O king, bearing Arjuna in battle, were seen careering everywhere, urged by him of Dasahu's race. Then that scorcher of foes, Savyasasi, proceeded on his car, shooting hundreds of keen shafts like a cloud pouring showers of rain. Loud was the noise produced by those straight arrows, as also by those combatants that were covered with them in that battle by Savyasasi. Showers of shafts, piercing through the armor of the combatants, fell down on the earth. Impelled from Gandhiva, arrows, whose touch resembled that of Indra's thunder, striking men and elephants and horses, O king, fell in that battle with a noise like that of winged insects. Everything was shrouded with those shafts shot from Gandhiva. In that battle, the points of the compass, cardinal and subsidiary, could not be distinguished. The whole world seemed to be filled with gold-winged shafts, steeped in oil, polished by the hands of the smith, and marked with Partha's name. Struck with those keen shafts, and burnt therewith by Partha even as a herd of elephants is burnt with burning brands, the Kauravas became languid and lost their strength. Armed with bow and arrows, Partha, resembling the blazing sun, burnt the hostile combatants in that battle like a blazing fire consuming a heap of dry grass. As a roaring fire of blazing flames and great energy, arising from embers, cast away on the confines of a forest by its denizens, fire consumes those woods abounding with trees and heaps of dry creepers, even so that hero possessed of great activity and fierce energy and endued with prowess of weapons, and having shafts for his flames, quickly burnt all the troops of thy son from wrath. His gold-winged arrows, endued with fatal force and shot with care, could not be baffled by any armor. He had not to shoot a second arrow at man, steed, or elephant of gigantic size. Like the thunder-wielding Indra striking down the Daityas, Arjuna, alone, entering the division of mighty car warriors, destroyed it with shafts of diverse forms. 25. Sanjaya said, Dhananjaya, with his Gandhiva, frustrated the purpose of those unreturning heroes struggling in battle and striking their foes. The shafts shot by Arjuna, irresistible and endued with great force and whose touch was like that of the thunder, were seen to resemble torrents of rain poured by a cloud. That army, O chief of the Bharatas, thus struck by Iritin, fled away in the very sight of thy son. Some deserted their sires and brothers, others deserted their comrades. Some car warriors were deprived of their animals. Others lost their drivers. Some had their poles or yokes or wheels broken, O king. The arrows of some were exhausted. Some were seen afflicted with arrows. Some, though unwounded, fled in a body, afflicted with fear. Some endeavored to rescue their sons, having lost all their kinsmen and animals. Some loudly called upon their sires, some upon their comrades and followers. Some fled, deserting their kinsmen, O tiger among men, and brothers and other relatives, O monarch. Many mighty car warriors, struck with Partha's shafts and deeply pierced therewith, were seen to breathe hard, deprived of their senses. Others, taking them upon their own cars, and soothing them for a while, and resting them and dispelling their thirst by offering them drink, once more proceeded to battle. Some, incapable of being easily defeated in battle, deserting the wounded, once more advanced to battle, desirous of obeying the behests of thy son. Some, having slaked their thirst or groomed their animals, and some, wearing fresh armor, O chief of the Bharatas, and some, having comforted their brothers and sons and sires, and placed them in camp, once more came to battle. Some, arraying their cars in the order, O king, of superiors and inferiors, advanced against the Pandavas once more for battle. Those heroes, on their cars, covered with rows of bells, looked resplendent like Datyas and Danavas intent on the conquest of the three worlds. Some, advancing with precipitancy on their vehicles decked with gold, fought with Drishthadhyumna amid the Pandava divisions. The Bankala prince Drishthadhyumna, and the great Ka warrior Shikandi, and Satnaka, the son of Nakula, fought with the Ka force of the enemy. The Bankala prince, then, filled with rage and supported by a large army, rushed against thy angry troops from desire of slaying them. Then thy son, O ruler of men, sped many showers of arrows, O Bharata, at the Bankala prince thus rushing at him. Then, O king, Drishthadhyumna was quickly pierced with many arrows in his arms and chest by thy son fighting with his bow. Deeply pierced therewith like an elephant with pointed lances, that great bowman then dispatched with his shafts the 4 steeds of Duryodhana to the regions of death. With another board-headed arrow he next cut off from his trunk the head of his enemy's driver. Then that chastiser of foes, King Duryodhana, having thus lost his car, rode on horseback and retreated to a spot not remote. Beholding his own army destitute of prowess, thy son, the mighty Duryodhana, O king, proceeded to the place where Sabala's son was. When the Kauravas were broken, 3,000 gigantic elephants encompassed those Ka warriors, the 5 Pandavas. Encompassed by that elephant force, O Bharata, the 5 brothers looked beautiful, O tiger among men, like the planets surrounded by the clouds. Then the mighty armed and white-steeded Arjuna, O king, of sureness of aim and having Krishna for his charioteer, advanced on his car. Surrounded by those elephants huge as hills, he began to destroy those animals with his keen and polished arrows. Each slain with a single arrow, we beheld those huge elephants fallen or falling down, mangled by save the Arsi. The mighty Bhimasena, himself like an infuriated elephant, beholding those elephants, took up his formidable mace and rushed at them, quickly jumping down from his car, like the destroyer armed with his club. Seeing that great Ka warrior of the Pandavas with uplifted mace, thy soldiers became filled with fright and passed urine and excreta. The whole army became agitated upon beholding Bhimasena armed with mace. We then beheld those elephants, huge as hills, running hither and thither, with their frontal globes split open by Bhima with his mace and all their limbs bathed in blood. Struck with Bhima's mace, those elephants, running off from him, fell down with cries of pain, like wingless mountains. Beholding those elephants, many in number, with their frontal globes split open, running hither and thither or falling down, thy soldiers were inspired with fear. Then Yudhishthira also, filled with wrath, and the 2 sons of Madri, began to slay those elephant warriors with arrows equipped with vulturine wings. Drishthadhyumna, after the defeat of the Kuru king in battle, and after the flight of the latter from that spot on horseback, saw that the Pandavas had all been surrounded by the Kaurava elephants. Beholding this, O monarch, Drishthadhyumna, the son of the Bankala king, proceeded towards those elephants, from desire of slaughtering them. Meanwhile, not seeing Duryodhana in the midst of the Ka force, Ashvatthama and Kripa, and Kritavama of the Satvata race, asked all the Kshatriyas there, saying, Where has Duryodhana gone? Not seeing the king in that carnage, those great Ka warriors all thought thy son to have been slain. Hence, with sorrowful faces, they inquired after him. Some persons told them that after the fall of his driver, he had gone to Sabala's son. Other Kshatriyas, present there, who had been exceedingly mangled with wounds, said, "What need is there with Duryodhana? See if he is yet alive. Do you all fight unitedly? What will the king do to you?" Other Kshatriyas, who were exceedingly mangled, who had lost many of their kinsmen, and who were still being afflicted with the arrows of the enemy, said these words in indistinct tones, "Let us slay these forces by whom we are encompassed. Behold, the Pandavas are coming hither, after having slain the elephants." Hearing these words of theirs, the mighty Ashvatthama, piercing through that irresistible force of the Panchala king, proceeded with Gripa and Gritavama to the spot where Sabala's son was. Indeed, those heroes, those firm bowmen, leaving the Ka force, repaired, in a search of Duryodhana. After they had gone away, the Pandavas, headed by Drishthadhyumna, advanced, O king, and began to slay their enemies. Beholding those valiant and heroic and mighty Ka warriors cheerfully rushing towards them, thy troops, amongst whom the faces of many had turned pale, became hopeless of their lives. Seeing those soldiers of ours almost deprived of weapons and surrounded by the foe, I myself, O king, having only 2 kinds of forces, and becoming reckless of life, joined the 5 leaders of our army, and fought with the forces of the Panchala prince, posting our men on that spot where Saradwat's son was stationed. We had been afflicted with the shafts of Kiritan. Nevertheless, a fierce battle took place between us and the division of Drishthadhyumna. At last, vanquished by the latter, all of us retreated from that encounter. I then beheld the mighty Ka warrior Satyaki rushing against us. With 400 Kas that hero pursued me in battle. Having escaped with difficulty from Drishthadhyumna, whose steeds had been tired, I fell among the forces of Madhava even as a sinner falleth into hell. There a fierce and terrible battle took place for a short while. The mighty armed Satyaki, having cut off my armor, became desirous of taking me alive. He seized me while I lay down on the ground insensible. Then, within a short while, that elephant force was destroyed by Bhimasena with his mace and Arjuna with his arrows. In consequence of those mighty elephants, huge as hills, falling down on every side with crushed limbs, the Pandava warriors found their way almost entirely blocked up. Then the mighty Bhimasena, O monarch, dragging away those huge elephants, made a way for the Pandavas to come out. Meanwhile, Ashvatthama and Gripa and Gritavama of the Satwata race, not seeing that chastiser of foes, Duryodhana, amid the Ka division, sought for thy royal son. Abandoning the prince of the Panchalas, they proceeded to the spot where Sabala's son was anxious to have a sight of the king during the terrible carnage. 26. Sanjaya said, after that elephant division had been destroyed, O Bharata, by the son of Pandu, and while thy army was being thus slaughtered by Bhimasena in battle, beholding the latter, that chastiser of foes, careering like the all-killing destroyer himself in rage armed with his club, the remnant of thy unslaughtered sons, those Uttarain brothers, O king, united together of that time when he of Kuru's race, thy son Duryodhana, could not be seen, and rushed against Bhimasena. They were Dharmashana and Srutanta and Jaitra and Bharivala and Ravi, and Jayatsana and Sujata and that slayer of foes, Dervishaha, and he called Durvimagana, and Dashbradasho and the mighty armed Srutavan. All of them were accomplished in battle. Those sons of thine, uniting together, rushed against Bhimasena and shut him up on all sides. Then Bhima, O monarch, once more mounting on his own car, began to shoot keen shafts at the vital limbs of thy sons. Those sons of thine, covered with arrows by Bhimasena in that dreadful battle, began to drag that warrior like men dragging an elephant from off the crossway. Excited with rage, Bhimsena, quickly cutting off the head of Dharmashana with a razor-headed arrow, felled it on the earth. With another board-headed arrow capable of penetrating every armor, Bhima next slew that mighty car warrior, Vaisensrutanta. Then, with the greatest ease, piercing Jayatsena with a cloth yard shaft, that chastiser of foes, the son of Pandu, felled that scion of Kuru's race from his car. The prince, O king, fell down and immediately expired. At this, Vaisensrutanta, excited with rage, pierced Bhima with 100 straight arrows winged with vulturine feathers. Then Bhima, enflamed with rage, pierced Jaitra and Ravi and Bharavala, those three, with 3 shafts resembling poison or fire. Those mighty car warriors, thus struck, fell down from their cars, like kinsukas variegated with flowers in the season of spring cut down by the axeman. Then that scorcher of foes, with another board-headed arrow of great keenness, struck Durvamakana and dispatched him to Yama's abode. Thus struck, that foremost of car warriors fell down on the ground from his car, like a tree growing on the summit of a mountain when broken by the wind. The son of Pandu next struck thy other 2 sons at the head of their forces, Dushbradasho and Sujata, each with a couple of arrows in that battle. Those 2 foremost of car warriors, pierced with those shafts, fell down. Beholding next another son of thine, Divishaha, rushing at him, Bhima pierced him with a broad-headed arrow in that battle. That prince fell down from his car in the very sight of all the bowmen. Beholding so many of his brothers slain by the single-handed Bhima in that battle, Sarutavan, under the influence of rage, rushed at Bhima, stretching his formidable bow decked with gold and shooting a large number of arrows that resembled poison or fire in energy. Cutting off the bow of Bandu's son in that dreadful battle, the Kuru prince pierced the bowless Bhima with 20 arrows. Then Bhimsena, that mighty car warrior, taking up another bow, shrouded thy son with arrows and addressing him, said, Wait, wait. The battle that took place between the 2 was beautiful and fierce, like that which had occurred in days of yore between Vasava and the Asura Jamba, O Lord. With the keen shafts, resembling the fatal rods of Yama, sped by those 2 warriors, the earth, the sky, and all the points of the compass, became shrouded. Then Sarutavan, filled with rage, shook up his bow and struck Bhimsena in that battle, O king, with many arrows on his arms and chest. Deeply pierced, O monarch, by thy son armed with the bow, Bhima became exceedingly agitated like the ocean at the full or the new moon. Filled with wrath, Bhima then, O sire, dispatched with his arrows the driver and the 4 steeds of thy son to Yama's abode. Beholding him careless, Pandu's son of immeasurable soul, displaying the lightness of his hands, covered him with winged arrows. The careless Sarutavan then, O king, shook up his sword and shield. As the prince, however, careered with his sword and bright shield decked with 100 moons, the son of Pandu struck off his head from his trunk with a razor-headed arrow and felled it on the earth. The trunk of that illustrious warrior, rendered headless by means of that razor-headed arrow, fell down from his car, filling the earth with a loud noise. Upon the fall of that hero, thy troops, though terrified, rushed in that battle against Bhimsena from desire of fighting with him. The valiant Bhimsena, clad in mail, received those warriors rushing quickly at him from among the unslain remnant of that ocean of troops. Approaching him, those warriors encompassed that hero on all sides. Thus surrounded by those warriors of thine, Bhima began to afflict them all with keen shafts like him of a 1,000 eyes afflicting the Asuras. Having destroyed 500 great cars with their fences, he once more slew 700 elephants in that battle. Slaying next 10,000 foot soldiers with his mighty shafts, as also 800 steeds, the son of Pandu looked resplendent. Indeed, Bhimsena, the son of Kunti, having slain thy sons in battle, regarded his object achieved, O Lord, and the purpose of his birth accomplished. Thy troops, at that time, O Bharata, ventured to even gaze up at that warrior who was battling in that fashion and slaying thy men in that way, routing all the Kurus and slaying those followers of theirs. Bhima then slapped his armpits, terrifying the huge elephants with the noise he produced. Then thy army, O monarch, which had lost a very large number of men, and which then consisted of a very few soldiers, became exceedingly cheerless, O king. 27. Sanjaya said, Duryodhana, O king, and thy son Sudasa, the only two of thy children yet unslain, were at that time in the midst of the Kaurava cavalry. Beholding Duryodhana staying in the midst of the cavalry, Devaki's son, Krishna, said unto Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, a large number of our foes, kinsmen that had received their protection, have been slain. There, that bull of Sini's race is returning, having taken Sanjaya captive. Both Nakula and Sahadeva, O Bharata, are fatigued, having fought with the wretched Tarashtras and their followers. Those three, Kripa and Gritavama and the mighty Ka warrior Ashvatthama, have left Duryodhana's side and taken up their position elsewhere. Having slain Duryodhana's troops, the Bankala prince stayeth yonder, endued with great booty, in the midst of the Prabhadrakas. There, O Partha, Duryodhana stayeth in the midst of his cavalry, with the umbrella held over his head and himself flinging his glances all around. Having re-arrayed their remnant of his army, he stayeth in the midst of his forces. Slaying this one with thy keen shafts, thou mayst achieve all thy objects. As long as these troops do not fly away beholding thee in their midst and witnessing also the destruction of their elephant force, do thou, O chastiser of foes, endeavour to slay Duryodhana. Let somebody go to the Bankala prince and ask him to come hither. The Kaurava troops are all tired, O sire. The sinful Duryodhana will never succeed in escaping. Having slain a large number of thy troops in battle, the son of Dhritarashtra wears a proud aspect as if he believes that the Pandavas have been vanquished. Beholding his own troops afflicted and slain by the Pandavas, the Kuru king will certainly come to battle for his own destruction. Thus addressed by Krishna, Fulgana replied unto him, saying, Almost all the sons of Dhritarashtra, O giver of honours, have been slain by Bhima. Only these two are yet alive. They, however, O Krishna, shall also meet with destruction today. Bhishma hath been slain, Drona hath been slain, Karna, otherwise called Vaikatana, hath been slain. Sholya, the king of the Madras, hath been slain, and Jayadratha also, O Krishna, hath been slain. Only 500 horses from the remnant of the troops of Shakuni, the son of Sabala, and of Kars, only 200 still remain, O Janardana. Of elephants there remain only 100 that are formidable, and of the foot only 3,000. There remain also Ashvatthama and Kripa and the ruler of the Trigartas and Aluka and Kritavama of the Satwata race. These, O Madhava, form the remnant of Duryodhana's force. Truly, there is no escape from death for anybody on earth. Although such a tremendous carnage has taken place, behold, Duryodhana is still alive. Today King Yudhishthira, however, will be freed from all his foes. None amongst the enemy will escape me, I ween. Even if they be more than men, O Krishna, I shall yet slay all those warriors today, however furious in battle, if only they do not fly away from the field. Filled with wrath in today's battle, I shall, by slaying the prince of Gandhara with my keen shafts, dispel that sleeplessness which the king has suffered from for a long time. I shall win back all those valuable possessions which Sabala's son, of wicked conduct, won from us at the gambling match in the assembly. Hearing of the slaughter of their husbands and sons at the hands of the Pandavas in battle, all the ladies of the city called after the elephant will utter loud wails. Today, O Krishna, our task will be ended. Today Duryodhana shall abandon all his blazing prosperity, as also his life breath. Thou mayest take the foolish son of Dhritarashtra to be dead, O thou of Vrishani's race, if, O Krishna, he does not today fly away from the battle to be waged by me. Those steeds are incapable of enduring the twang of my bow and the slaps of my palms. Proceed thither, O Krishna, for I will slay them. Thus addressed by Pandu's son of great force of mind, he of Dasa's race urged his steeds, O king, towards the division of Duryodhana. Beholding that force, within which Duryodhana was, 3 mighty Ka warriors prepared themselves for assailing it, for Bhimasena and Arjuna and Sahadeva, O sire, together proceeded against it with loud leonine roars from desire of slaying Duryodhana. Beholding those 3 warriors rushing quickly together with uplifted bows, Sabala's son proceeded towards that spot against those Pandava foes. Thy son Sudarsana rushed against Bhimasena. Susaman and Shakuni encountered Kiritan. Thy son Duryodhana on horseback proceeded against Sahadeva. Then thy son, O ruler of men, with great speed and care, forcibly struck Sahadeva's head with a lance. Thus assailed by thy son, Sahadeva sat down on the terrace of his car, all his limbs bathed in blood and himself sighing like a snake. Regaining his senses then, O king, Sahadeva, filled with rage, covered Duryodhana with keen arrows. Kunti's son, Dhananjaya, otherwise called Partha, putting forth his prowess, cut off the heads of many brave combatants on horseback. Indeed, Partha, with many arrows, destroyed that cavalry division. Having felled all the steeds, he then proceeded against the cars of the Trigartas. At this, the great Ka warriors of the Trigartas, uniting together, covered Arjuna and Vasudeva with showers of shafts. Assailing Satikaman with a razor-headed arrow, the son of Pandu, possessed of great fame, cut off his adversary's car shafts. With another razor-headed arrow, O Lord, whetted on stone, that celebrated hero, smiling the while, cut off his antagonist's head adorned with bright gold. He next attacked Satu in the sight of all the warriors, like a hungry lion, O king, in the forest, attacking a deer. Having slain him, Partha pierced Susaman with 3 arrows and then slew all those Ka warriors adorned with ornaments of gold. He then proceeded against Susaman the ruler of Prashthala with great speed, vomiting the virulent poison of his wrath cherished for many long years. Covering him first, O bull of Bharata's race, with 100 arrows, Arjuna then slew all the steeds of that bowman. Fixing then on his bowstring a mighty arrow that resembled the rod of Yama, Partha, smiling the while, quickly sped it at Susaman, aiming it at him. Sped by that bowman blazing with wrath, that arrow, reaching Susaman, pierced through his heart in that battle. Deprived of life, O monarch, Susaman fell down on the earth, gladdening all the Pandavas and paining all thy warriors. Having slain Susaman in that battle, Partha then, with his shafts, dispatched the 35 sons of that king, all of whom were great Ka warriors, to Yama's abode. Slaying next all the followers of Susaman with his keen arrows, the mighty Ka warrior, Arjuna, proceeded against the remnant of the Bharata host. Bhima, in that battle, filled with rage, O ruler of men, made thy son Sudarsana invisible with his arrows, and smiling the while, cut off from his antagonist struck his head with a razor-headed arrow of great sharpness. Deprived of life, the prince fell down on the earth. Upon the fall of that Kuru hero, his followers encompassed Bhima in that battle, shooting showers of whetted arrows at him. Vrikadara, however, with his keen arrows, whose touch resembled that of Indra's thunder, covered that force around him. Within a very short time, Bhima slew them all, O bull of Bharata's race. Whilst they were being thus exterminated, many Kaurava leaders of great might, O Bharata, approached Bhima and began to fight with him. The son of Pandu, O king, covered all of them with his arrows. Similarly, thy warriors, O monarch, covered the great Ka warriors of the Pandavas with dense showers of arrows from every side. All the warriors then, of both sides, thus engaged in battle with one another, became exceedingly agitated. Struck by one another, the combatants of both armies, O king, began to fall down, wailing aloud for their deceased kinsmen. 28. Sanjaya said, during the progress of that battle which was so destructive of men and steeds and elephants, Sabala's son, Shakuni, O king, rushed against Sahadeva. The valiant Sahadeva, as Shakuni rushed quickly towards him, sped showers of swift arrows at that warrior as numerous as a flight of insects. At that time, Eluka also encountered Bhima and pierced him with 10 arrows. Shakuni, meanwhile, O monarch, having pierced Bhima with 3 arrows, covered Sahadeva with 90. Indeed, those heroes, O king, encountering one another in that battle, pierced one another with many keen arrows equipped with canker and peacock feathers, winged with gold, whetted on stone, and sped from bowstrings drawn to their ears. Those showers of arrows sped from their bows and arms, O monarch, shrouded all the points of the compass like a thick shower of rain poured from the clouds. Then Bhima, filled with rage, and Sahadeva of great valour, both endued with great might, careered in that battle, making an immense carnage. That army, O Bharata, was covered with hundreds of arrows by those 2 warriors. In consequence thereof, the welkin on many parts of the field became shrouded with darkness. In consequence, O monarch, of steeds, covered with arrows, dragging after them, as they ran, a large number of slain combatants, the tracks on many parts of the field became entirely blocked up. Covered with steeds slain with their riders, with broken shields and lances, O monarch, and with swords and darts and spears all around, the earth looked variegated as if strewn with flowers. The combatants, O king, encountering one another, careered in battle, filled with wrath and taking one another's life. Soon the field became strewn with heads, beautiful as the filaments of the lotus, adorned with earrings and graced with faces set with eyes upturned in wrath and lips bit in rage. Covered also, O monarch, with the severed arms of warriors that resembled the trunks of huge elephants, that were adorned with angardas and cased in leathern fences, and that still held swords and lances and battle-axes, and with headless bodies risen on their feet, and bleeding and dancing on the field, and swarming with carnivorous creatures of diverse kinds. The earth, O Lord, presented a frightful aspect. After the Bharata army had been reduced to a small remnant, the Pandavas, filled with delight in that dreadful battle, began to dispatch the Kauravas to Yama's abode. Meanwhile, the heroic and valiant son of Sabala's son very forcibly struck Sahadeva on the head with a lance. Exceedingly agitated, O monarch, in consequence of the blow, Sahadeva sat down on the terrace of his car. Beholding Sahadeva in that plight, the valiant Bhima, filled with rage, O Bharata, held the whole Kuru army in check. With his cloth yard shaft he pierced hundreds and thousands of hostile warriors, and having pierced them so, that chastiser of foes uttered a leonine roar. Frightened at that roar, all the followers of Shakuni, with their steeds and elephants, precipitately fled away in fear. Beholding them broken, King Duryodhana said unto them, Stop, ye Kshatriyas, unacquainted with morality. Fight. What is the use of flight? That hero, who, without showing his back, casteth away his life breath in battle, achieveth fame here and enjoyeth regions of bliss hereafter. Thus exhorted by the king, the followers of Sabala's son once more advanced against the Pandavas, making death their goal. Awful, O monarch, was the noise made by those rushing warriors, resembling that of the agitated ocean. At this, the field of battle became agitated all around. Beholding those followers of Sabala's son thus advancing in battle, the victorious Pandavas, O monarch, proceeded against them. Comforted a little, the invincible Sahadeva, O monarch, pierced Shakuni with 10 arrows and his steeds with 3. With the greatest ease he then cut off the bow of Sabala's son with a number of other arrows. Invincible in battle, Shakuni, however, took up another bow and pierced Nakula with 60 arrows and then Bhimasena with 7. Erluka also, O king, desirous of rescuing his sire in that engagement, pierced Bhima with 7 arrows and Sahadeva with 70. Bhimasena in that encounter pierced Erluka with many keen arrows and Shakuni with 4 and 60, and each of the other warriors who fought around them with 3 arrows. Struck by Bhimasena with shafts steeped in oil, the Kauravas, filled with rage in that battle, covered Sahadeva with showers of arrows like lightning-charged clouds pouring rain on the mountain breast. The heroic and valiant Sahadeva then, O monarch, cut off, with a board-headed arrow, the head of Erluka as the latter advanced against him. Slain by Sahadeva, Erluka, gladdening the Pandavas in that battle, fell down on the earth from his car, all his limbs bathed in blood. Beholding his son slain, Shakuni, O Bharata, with voice choked with tears and drawing deep breaths, recollected the words of Vidura. Having reflected for a moment with tearful eyes, Shakuni, breathing heavily, approached Sahadeva and pierced him with 3 arrows. Baffling those arrows sped by Sabala's son with showers of shafts, the valiant Sahadeva, O monarch, cut off his antagonist's bow in that battle. Seeing his bow cut off, O king, Shakuni, the son of Sabala, took up a formidable scimitar and hurled it at Sahadeva. The latter, however, with the greatest ease, O monarch, cut off in twain the terrible scimitar of Sabala's son as it coursed towards him in that encounter. Beholding his sword cut in twain, Shakuni took up a formidable mace and hurled it at Sahadeva. That mace also, unable to achieve its object, fell down on the earth. After this, Sabala's son, filled with rage, hurled at the son of Bandhu an awful dart that resembled an impending death knight. With the greatest ease Sahadeva, in that encounter, cut off, with his gold-decked shafts, into 3 fragments, that dart as it coursed swiftly towards him. Cut off into fragments, that dart adorned with gold fell down on the earth like a blazing thunderbolt from the firmament, diverging into many flashes. Beholding that dart baffled and Sabala's son afflicted with fear, all thy troops fled away in fright. Sabala's son himself joined them. The Pandavas then, eager for victory, uttered loud shouts. As regards the Dhritarashtra's, almost all of them turned away from the fight. Seeing them so cheerless, the valiant son of Madri, with many 1,000 shafts, checked them in that battle. Then Sahadeva came upon Sabala's son as the latter, who was still expectant of victory, was flying away, protected by the excellent cavalry of the Gandharas. Recollecting, O king, that Shakuni, who had fallen to his share, was still alive, Sahadeva, on his car adorned with gold, pursued that warrior. Stringing his formidable bow and drawing it with great force, Sahadeva, filled with rage, pursued the son of Sabala and vigorously struck him with many shafts equipped with vulturine feathers and whetted on stone, even like a person striking a mighty elephant with pointed lances. Endued with great energy of mind, Sahadeva, having afflicted his foe thus, addressed him, as if calling back to mind his past misdeeds, in these words, adhering to the duties of a Kshatriya, fight with me, and be a man. Thou hadst, O fool, rejoiced greatly in the midst of the assembly, while gambling with dice. Receive now, O thou of wicked understanding, the fruit of that act. All those wicked-souled ones that had ridiculed us then have perished. Only that wretch of his race, Duryodhana, is still alive, and thyself, his maternal uncle. Today I shall slay thee, striking off thy head with a razor-headed arrow like a person plucking a fruit from a tree with a stick. Saying these words, O monarch, Sahadeva of great strength, that tiger among men, filled with rage, rushed impetuously against Shakuni. Approaching his enemy, the invincible Sahadeva, that foremost of warriors, forcibly drawing his bow and as if burning his foe with wrath, pierced Shakuni with 10 arrows and his steeds with 4. Then cutting off his umbrella and standard and bow, he roared like a lion. His standard and bow and umbrella thus cut off by Sahadeva, Sabala's son, was pierced with many arrows in all his vital limbs. Once again, O monarch, the valiant Sahadeva sped at Shakuni an irresistible shower of arrows. Filled with rage, the son of Sabala then, single-handed, rushed with speed against Sahadeva in that encounter, desirous of slaying the latter with a lance adorned with gold. The son of Madri, however, with 3 broad-headed arrows, simultaneously cut off, without losing a moment, that uplifted lance as also the 2 well-rounded arms of his enemy at the van of battle, and then uttered a loud roar. Endued with great activity, the heroic Sahadeva then, with a broad-headed arrow, made of hard iron, equipped with wings of gold, capable of penetrating every armor, and sped with great force and care, cut off from his trunk his enemy's head. Deprived of his head by the son of Pandu with that gold-decked arrow of great sharpness and splendor like the sun's, Sabala's son fell down on the earth in that battle. Indeed, the son of Pandu, filled with rage, struck off that head which was the root of the evil policy of the Kurus, with that impetuous shaft winged with gold and whetted on stone. Beholding Shakuni lying headless on the ground and all his limbs drenched with gore, thy warriors, rendered powerless with fear, fled away on all sides with weapons in their hands. At that time, thy sons, with cars, elephants, horse and foot entirely broken, heard the twang of Gandiva and fled away with colourless faces, afflicted with fear and deprived of their senses. Having thrown down Shakuni from his car, the Pandavas, O Bharata, became filled with delight. Rejoicing with Keshava among them, they blew their conchs in that battle, gladdening their troops. All of them, with glad hearts, worshipped Sahadeva, and said, By good luck, O hero, Shakuni of wicked soul, that man of evil course, hath, with his son, been slain by thee. 29. Radha Pravisa Pava. Sanjaya said, After this, the followers of Sabala's son, O monarch, became filled with rage. Prepared to lay down their lives in that dreadful battle, they began to resist the Pandavas. Resolved to aid Sahadeva in his victory, Arjuna, as also Bhimasena, possessed of great energy and resembling an angry snake of virulent poison in aspect, received those warriors. With his Gandiva, Dhananjaya baffled the purpose of those warriors, who, armed with darts and swords and lances, desired to slay Sahadeva. Vatsu, with his broad-headed arrows, cut off the steeds, the heads, and the arms, with weapons in grasp of those rushing combatants. The steeds of those foremost of heroes endued with activity, struck by Savyasi, fell down on the earth, deprived of their lives. King Duryodhana, beholding that carnage of his own troops, O Lord, became filled with rage. Assembling together the remnant of his cars which still numbered many hundreds, as also his elephants and horse and foot, O scorcher of foes, thy son said these words unto those warriors, encountering all the Pandavas with their friends and allies, in this battle, and the prince of Bankala also with his own troops, and slaying them quickly, turned back from the fight, respectfully accepting that command of his. Those warriors, difficult of defeat in battle, proceeded once more against the Pathas in that battle, at the behest of thy son. The Pandavas, however, covered with their arrows resembling snakes of virulent poison, all those warriors, forming the remnant of the Kaurava army, that thus rushed quickly against them in that dreadful battle. That army, O chief of the Bharatas, as it came to battle, was in a moment exterminated by those Hysalid warriors, for it failed to obtain a protector. In consequence of the Kaurava steeds running hither and thither that were all covered with the dust raised by the army, the cardinal and the subsidiary points of the compass could not be distinguished. Many warriors, issuing out of the Pandava array, O Bharata, slew thy troops in a moment in that battle. 11 Akshayinis, O Bharata, of troops had been assembled for thy son. All those, O Lord, were slain by the Pandas and the Srinjayas. Amongst those thousands upon thousands of Hysalid kings on thy side, only Duryodhana now, O monarch, exceedingly wounded, was seen to be alive, casting his eyes on all sides, and seeing the earth empty, himself destitute of all his troops, while the Pandavas, filled with joy in that battle, were roaring aloud in consequence of the accomplishment of all their objects. Duryodhana, O monarch, unable to endure the whiz of the shafts shot by those Hysalid heroes, became stupefied. Destitute of troops and animals, he set his heart on retreat from the field. Dhritarashtra said, when my troops were slain and our camp made entirely empty, what was the strength, O Suta, of the troops that still remained to the Pandavas? I desire to know this. Therefore, tell me, O Sanjaya, for thou art skilled in narration. Tell me also, O Sanjaya, that which was done by my son, the wicked Duryodhana, that lord of the earth, the sole survivor of so many men, when he saw his army exterminated. Sanjaya continued, 2,000 cars, 700 elephants, 5,000 horse, and 10,000 foot, this was the remnant, O monarch, of the mighty host of the Pandavas. Taking care of this force, Drishthadumna waited in that battle. Meanwhile, O chief of the Bharatas, King Duryodhana, that foremost of car warriors, saw not in that battle a single warrior on his side. Beholding his enemies roaring aloud and witnessing the extermination of his own army, that lord of the earth, Duryodhana, without a companion, abandoned his slain steed, and fled from the field with face turned eastwards. That lord of 11 Akshayinis, thy son Duryodhana, of great energy, taking up his mace, fled on foot towards a lake. Before he had proceeded far on foot, the king recalled the words of the intelligent and virtuous Vidura. Without doubt, this had been foreseen by Vidura of great wisdom, this great carnage of Kshatriyas and of ourselves in battle. Reflecting on this, the king, with heart burning in grief at having witnessed the extermination of his army, desired to penetrate into the depths of that lake. The Pandavas, O monarch, with Drishthadumna at their head, filled with rage, rushed against the small remnant of thy army. With his Gandhiva, Dhananjaya baffled the purpose of the Kaurava troops, who, armed with darts and swords and lances, were uttering loud roars. Having with his sharp shafts slain those troops with their allies and kinsmen, Arjuna, as he stood on his car having white steeds yoked into it, looked exceedingly beautiful. Upon the fall of Sabala's son along with horse, cars and elephants, thy army looked like a large forest laid low by the wind. In Duryodhana's army then, O monarch, which had numbered many hundred thousands of warriors, not another great car warrior was seen to be alive, save the heroic son of Drona, and Kritavarma, and Kripa the son of Godama, O monarch, and that lord of the earth, thy son. Drishthadumna, seeing me, laughingly addressed Satyaki, saying, "What is the use of seizing this one? Nothing will be gained by keeping him alive." Hearing these words of Drishthadhyumna, the grandson of Suni, that great car warrior, uplifting his sharp sword, prepared to slay me. Just at that juncture, the island-born Krishna of great wisdom, Vyasa, coming there, said, "Let Sanjaya be dismissed alive. By no means should he be slain." Hearing these words of the island-born, the grandson of Suni joined his hands, and then, setting me free, said unto me, "Peace to thee, O Sanjaya, thou mayest go hence." Permitted by him, I myself then, putting off my armor and making over my weapons, set out on the evening on the road leading to the city, my limbs bathed in blood. After I had come about 2 miles, O monarch, I beheld Duryodhana, standing alone, mace in hand, and exceedingly mangled. His eyes were full of tears, and therefore he could not see me. I stood cheerlessly before him. He looked accordingly at me without recognizing me. Beholding him standing alone on the field and indulging in grief, I also, overwhelmed with sorrow, succeeded not for a little while to speak a single word. Then I said unto him everything about my own capture and my release through the grace of the island-born. Having reflected for a moment, and regained his senses, he inquired of me about his brothers and his troops. I had seen everything with my eyes, and therefore told him everything, that his brothers had all been slain, and that all his troops had been exterminated. I told the king that we had at that time only 3 car warriors left alive, for the island-born had said so unto me when I set out from the place where the Pandavas were. Drawing deep breaths and looking repeatedly at me, Vyasa touched me with his hand and said, "Except thee, O Sanjaya, there is none else that liveth amongst those engaged in this battle. I do not see another on my side, while the Pandavas have their allies living. Say, O Sanjaya, unto that lord, the blind king Dhritarashtra, that his son Duryodhana hath entered the depths of a lake. Destitute of friends such as those I lately had, deprived of sons and brothers, and seeing his kingdom taken by the Pandavas, who is the like me that would desire to live? Say all this unto the king, and tell him further that I have escaped with life from that dreadful battle, and that, alive, though exceedingly wounded, I shall rest within the depths of this lake." Having said these words unto me, O monarch, the king entered that lake. That ruler of men, by his power of illusion, then charmed the waters of that lake, making a space for him within them. After he had entered that lake, I myself, without anybody on my side, saw those 3 car warriors of our army coming together to the spot with their tired animals. They were Kripa, the son of Saradwat, and the heroic Ashvatthama, that foremost of car warriors, and Kritivama of Boa's race. Mangled with shafts, all of them came together to that spot. Beholding me, they all urged their steeds to greater speed, and coming up to me, said, "By good luck, O Sanjaya, thou livest yet." All of them then inquired after thy son, that ruler of men, saying, "Is our king Duryodhana still alive, O Sanjaya?" I then told them that the king was well in body. I also told them everything that Duryodhana had said unto me. I also pointed out to them the lake that the king had entered. Then Ashvatthama, O king, having heard those words from me, cast his eyes on that extensive lake and began to wail in grief, saying, "Alas, alas, the king knows not that we are still alive. With him amongst us, we are still quite able to fight with our foes." Those mighty car warriors, having wept there for a long time, fled away at sight of the sons of Pandu. Those 3 car warriors that formed the remnant of our army took me up on the well-adorned car of Kripa, and then proceeded to the Kuru camp. The sun had set a little before. The troops forming the outposts of the camp, learning that all thy sons had been slain, wept aloud. Then, O monarch, the old men that had been appointed to look after the ladies of the royal household proceeded towards the city, taking the princesses after them. Loud were the wails uttered by those weeping ladies when they heard of the destruction of the whole army. The women, O king, crying ceaselessly, caused the earth to resound with their voices like a flight of she-ospreys. They tore their bodies with nails and struck their heads with their hands, and untied their braids, indulging all the while in loud cries, filling the air with sounds such as "oh" and "alas," and beating their breasts, they cried aloud and wept and uttered loud shrieks, O monarch. Then the friends of Duryodhana, deeply afflicted and made voiceless by their tears, set out for the city, taking the ladies of the royal household with them. The camp guards quickly fled towards the city, taking with them many white beds overlaid with costly coverlets. Others, placing their wives on cars drawn by mules, proceeded towards the city. Those ladies, O monarch, who, while in their houses could not be seen by the very sun, were now, as they proceeded towards the city, exposed to the gaze of the common people. Those women, O chief of the Bharata's race, who were very delicate, now proceeded with speed towards the city, having lost their near ones and kinsmen. The very cowherds and shepherds and common men, filled with panic and afflicted with the fear of Bhimasena, fled towards the city. Even these were filled with a great fear of the Pathas. Looking at one another, all of them fled towards the city. During the progress of the general flight attended with such circumstances of fear, Uetsu, deprived of his senses by grief, thought upon what he should do in a view of the emergency that had come. Duryodhana hath been vanquished in battle by the Pandavas of terrible prowess. He had 11 Akshayinis of troops under him. All his brothers have been slain. All the Kauravas, headed by Bhishma and Drona, have perished. Through the influence of destiny, only I have been saved. All those that were in the Kuru camp have fled. Alas, they are flying on all sides, deprived of energy and destitute of protectors. Such a sight had never been seen before. Afflicted with sorrow, with eyes anxious in fear, they are flying away on all sides like a herd of deer, looking at one another. Those amongst the counsellors of Duryodhana that are yet alive have fled towards the city, taking with them the ladies of the royal household. I think, O Lord, that the time hath come when I also should enter the city with them, after taking the permission of Yudhishthira and Vasudeva. For this purpose that mighty armed prince presented himself before both those heroes. King Yudhishthira, who is always compassionate, became highly pleased with him. The mighty armed Pandava embraced that child of a Vaisya mother and dismissed him affectionately. Riding upon his own car, he urged his steeds to great speed. He then supervised the removal of the ladies of the royal household to the city. The sun was setting. With those ladies, Uetsu entered the city of Hastinapura, with tearful eyes and with voice choked in grief. He then saw Vidura of great wisdom, sitting with tearful eyes. He had come away from Dhritarashtra, his heart having been afflicted with great sorrow. Bowing down unto Vidura, he stood before him. Devoted to truth, Vidura addressed him, saying, By good luck, O son, thou livest amid this general destruction of the Kurus. Why, however, hast thou come without King Duryodhana in thy company? Tell me in detail the cause of this. Uetsu then said, After the fall of Shakuni, O sire, with all his kinsmen and friends, King Duryodhana, abandoning the steed he rode, fled away, in fear towards the east. After the king had fled away, all the people in their Kaurava encampment, agitated with fear, fled towards the city. Then the protectors of the ladies, placing the wives of the king, as also those of his brothers, on vehicles, fled away in fear. obtaining the permission of King Yudhishthira and Keshava, I set out for Hastinapura, for protecting the people thus flying away. Hearing these words spoken by the son of Dhritarashtra's Vaisya wife, Vidura of immeasurable soul, conversant with every usage and feeling that was proper of that hour, applauded the eloquent Tuitsu. And he said, "Thou hast acted properly, having regard for what has come, in a view of this destruction of all the Bharatas of which thou art speaking. Thou hast also, from compassion, maintained the honour of thy race. By good luck, we behold thee come back with life from this terrible battle that is so destructive of heroes, like creatures beholding the sun possessed of blazing glory. Thou, O sun, are now in every way the sole staff of the blind monarch, bereft of foresight, afflicted with calamity, struck by destiny, and who, though repeatedly dissuaded, could not abstain from pursuing his evil policy. Take rest here for this day. Tomorrow thou mayst return to Yudhishthira." Having said these words, Vidura, with tearful eyes, took leave of Uetsu and entered the abode of the king, which resounded with cries of woe and alas, uttered by citizens and villagers afflicted with woe. The cheerless mansion seemed to have lost all its beauty, comfort and happiness seemed to have deserted it. It was all empty and pervaded by disorder. Already filled with sorrow, Vidura's grief increased at that sight. Conversant with every duty, Vidura, with a sorrowful heart, entered the palace, drawing deep breaths. As regards Uetsu, he passed that night in his own abode. Afflicted with woe, he failed to obtain any joy at the panegyrics with which he was greeted. He passed the time thinking of the terrible destruction of the Bharatas at one another's hands. 30. Dhritarashtra said, after all the Kaurava troops had been slain by the sons of Bandu on the field of battle, what did those survivors of my army, Kritavama and Gripa and the valiant son of Drona do? What also did the wicked Sut King Duryodhana then do? Sanjaya said, after the flight of the ladies of those high Kshatriyas, and after their Kaurava camp had become entirely empty, the 3 Kaur warriors thou hast mentioned became filled with anxiety. Hearing the shouts of the victorious sons of Pandu, and beholding the camp deserted towards the evening, those 3 warriors of our side, desirous of rescuing the king, and unable to stay on the field, proceeded towards the lake. Yudhishthira, of virtuous soul, with his brothers in that battle, felt great joy and wandered over the field from desire of slaying Duryodhana. Filled with wrath, the Pandavas, desirous of victory, searched for thy son. Though, however, they looked very carefully for him, they failed to discover their Kuru king. Mace in hand, he had fled with great speed from the field of battle and penetrated into that lake, having by the aid of his powers of illusion solidified its waters. When at last the animals of the Pandavas became very much tired, the latter proceeded to their camp and rested there with their soldiers. After the Parthas had retired to their camp, Kripa and Drona's son and Kritavama of the Satvata race slowly proceeded towards that lake. Approaching the lake within which lay the king, they addressed that invincible ruler of men asleep within the water, saying, "Arise, O king, and fight with us against Yudhishthira. Either obtaining victory enjoy the earth, or, slain, proceed to heaven." The forces of the Pandavas also, O Duryodhana, have all been slain by thee. Those amongst them that are yet alive have been exceedingly mangled. They will not be able, O monarch, to bear thy impetuosity, especially when thou shalt be protected by us. Arise, therefore, O Bharata. Duryodhana said, by good luck, I see you, ye bulls among men, come back with life from this destructive battle between the Pandavas and the Kauravas. After we have rested a while and dispelled our fatigue, we shall encounter the enemy and conquer him. Ye also are tired, and I myself am exceedingly mangled. The army of the Pandavas is swelling with might. For these reasons, I do not like to fight now. These exhortations on your part, ye heroes, are not at all wonderful, for your hearts are noble. Your devotion also to me is great. This, however, is not the time for prowess. Resting for this one night, I shall, on the morrow, join you and fight with the foe. In this there is no doubt. Sanjaya continued, thus addressed. The son of Drona replied unto the king, who was invincible in battle, saying, Arise, O king, blessed be thou, we shall yet vanquish the foe. I swear by all my religious acts, by all the gifts I have made, by truth itself, and my silent meditations, O king, that I shall today slay their Somikas. Let me not obtain the delight resulting from the performance of sacrifices, that delight which is felt by all pious men, if this night passes away without my slaying the Pandavas in battle. Without slaying all the Panchalas, I will not, O Lord, put off my armor. I tell thee this truly. Believe me, O ruler of men. While they were thus conversing, a number of hunters came there. Fatigued with the weight of meat they carried, they came there, not of any set purpose, for slaking their thirst. Those huntsmen, O Lord, used every day to procure, with great regard, a basket full of meat for Bhimasena, O king. As they sat concealed on the banks of that lake, those men heard every word of that conversation between Duryodhana and those warriors. Finding the Kuru king unwilling to fight, those great bowmen, themselves desirous of battle, began to urge him greatly to adopt their counsels. Seeing those warriors of the Kaurava army, and understanding that the king, unwilling to fight, was staying within the waters, and hearing that conversation between those heroes and their master staying within the depths of the lake, indeed, O monarch, the huntsman, clearly perceiving that it was Duryodhana who was staying within the lake, formed resolution. A little while before, the son of Pandu, while searching for the king, had met those men and asked them about the whereabouts of Duryodhana. Recollecting the words that the son of Pandu had said, those hunters, O king, whisperingly said unto one another, We will discover Duryodhana, and to the Pandavas. The son of Pandu will then give us wealth. It is evident to us that the celebrated king Duryodhana is here. Let us then, all of us, proceed to the spot where King Yudhishthira is, foretelling him that the vindictive Duryodhana is concealed within the waters of this lake. Let us also, all of us, inform that great bowman, the intelligent Bhimasena, that the son of Dhritarashtra is concealed here within the waters of this lake. Gratified with us, he will give us much wealth. What need of fatiguing ourselves, day after day, with procuring meat and weakening ourselves with such toil? Having said these words, those huntsmen, filled with joy and longing for wealth, shook up their baskets of meat and proceeded towards their Pandava camp. Possessed of sure aim and skilled in smiting, the Pandavas, O monarch, not seeing in battle Duryodhana, who was then concealed, were resting in their camp. Desirous of reaching the end of that sinful white's evil policy, they had dispatched spies in all directions on the field of battle. All the soldiers, however, that had been dispatched on that mission returned to the camp together and informed King Yudhishthira that no trace could be found of King Duryodhana. Hearing these words of the returned messengers, O bull of Bharata's race, King Yudhishthira became filled with great anxiety and began to breathe heavily. While the Pandavas, O bull of Bharata's race, were staying in such cheerlessness, those huntsmen, O Lord, having come with great speed from the banks of that lake, arrived at the camp, filled with joy at having discovered Duryodhana. Though forbidden, they still entered the camp, in the very sight of Bhimasena. Having approached that mighty son of Pandu, Bhimasena, They represented everything unto him about what they had seen and heard. Then Vikadara, that scorcher of foes, O king, giving them much wealth, represented everything unto King Yudhishthira the just, saying, Duryodhana, O king, hath been discovered by the huntsmen that supply me with meat. He, O king, for whom thou grievest now lies within a lake whose waters have been solidified by him. Hearing these agreeable words of Bhimasena, O monarch, Kunti's son, Ajatasattu, became, with all his brothers, filled with joy. Having learnt that the mighty bowman Duryodhana had penetrated into the waters of a lake, the king proceeded thither with great speed, with Janardana at his head. Then a tumultuous noise arose, O monarch, from among the Pandavas and the Bankalas, all of whom were filled with joy. Their warriors uttered leonine roars, O bull of Bharata's race, and shouted loudly. All the Kshatriyas, O king, proceeded with great speed towards that lake called Dvaipayana. The rejoicing Somakas all around loudly and repeatedly exclaimed, The sinful son of Dhritarashtra has been found. The noise made by the cars of those impetuous warriors who proceeded with great speed became very loud, O monarch, and touched the heavens. Although their animals were tired, all of them still proceeded with speed behind King Yudhishthira, who was bent upon finding out Duryodhana, Arjuna, and Bhimasena, and the two sons of Madri by Pandu, and the Bankala prince Drishthadama, and the unvanquished Shikandi, and Utamaujas, and Yadamanyu, and the mighty Ka warrior Satyaki, and their 5 sons of Draupadi, and those amongst the Pankalas, O king, that were yet alive, and all the Pandavas, and all their elephants, and foot soldiers by hundreds upon hundreds, all proceeded with Yudhishthira. Possessed of great valour, King Yudhishthira the Just, O monarch, arrived at the lake known by the name of Dvaipayana, within which Duryodhana then was. Wide as the ocean itself, its aspect was agreeable, and its waters were cool and transparent. Solidifying the waters by means of his power of illusion, by, indeed, a wonderful method, thy son Duryodhana, O Bharata, happened to be within that lake. Indeed, within those waters lay, O Lord, that king, armed with his mace, who, O ruler of men, could not be vanquished by any man. Staying within the waters of that lake, King Duryodhana heard that tumultuous noise of the Pandava army, which resembled the very roar of the clouds. Yudhishthira then, O king, with his brothers repaired to that lake from desire of slaying Duryodhana. Raising a thick dust, the son of Pandu caused the earth to tremble with the sound of his car wheels and the loud blare of his conch. Hearing the noise made by the army of Yudhishthira, those great car warriors, Kritavama and Gripa and the son of Drona, said these words unto the Kuru king, filled with joy and longing for victory, the Pandavas are coming hither. We will, therefore, leave this place. Let it be known to thee. Hearing those words of these heroes endued with great activity, he answered them, saying, So be it, and remained, as before, within the waters, having, O Lord, solidified them by his powers of illusion. Those Ka warriors, headed by Gripa, filled with grief, took leave of the king, O monarch, and went away to a place far removed from that spot. Having proceeded far, they beheld a banyan, O sire, under whose shade they stopped, greatly tired, and exceedingly anxious about the king, and indulging in such thoughts as these, the mighty son of Dhritarashtra, having solidified the waters of the lake, lay stretched at the bottom. The Pandavas have reached that spot, from desire of battle. How will the battle take place? What will become of the king? Thinking of these things, O king, those heroes, Kripa and the others, liberated their horses from their cars and prepared to rest there for some time. 31. Sanjaya said, after those 3 car warriors had left that spot, the Pandavas arrived at that lake within which Duryodhana was resting himself. Having reached the banks of the Dvapayana lake, O chief of Kuru's race, they beheld that receptacle of waters enchanted by thy son. Then Yudhishthira, addressing Vasudeva, said, Behold, the son of Dhritarashtra hath applied his power of illusion to these waters. Having enchanted the waters, he layeth within them. He can have now no fear of injury from man. Having invoked a celestial illusion, he is now within the waters. By an act of deception, that wight conversant with every deception hath sought this refuge. He shall not, however, escape me with life. Even if the wielder of the thunderbolt himself aid him in battle, people, O Madhava, shall yet behold him slain today. Vasudeva said, With thy own powers of illusion, O Bharata, destroy this illusion of Duryodhana, who is an adept in it. One conversant with illusion should be slain with illusion. This is the truth, O Yudhishthira. With acts and means and applying thy power of illusion to these waters, slay, O chief of the Bharatas, this Duryodhana, who is the very soul of illusion. With acts and means Indra himself slew the Daityas and the Danavas. Vali himself was bound by the titled one, Upendra, with the aid of many acts and means. The great Asura Hiranyaksha, as also that other one, Hiranyakasipu, was slain by the aid of many acts and means. Without doubt, O king, Vritra also was slain by the aid of acts. Similarly was the Rakshas Ravana of Pulastya's race, with his relatives and followers, slain by Rama. Relying upon acts and contrivances, do thou also display thy powers. Those two ancient deities, Taraka and Viprashati of great energy, were in ancient times, O king, slain by the aid of acts and means. Similarly, Vatapi and Dilwala, and Triziras, O lord, and the Asuras Sunda and Upasunda, were all slain by the aid of means. Indra himself enjoys heaven by the aid of acts and means. Acts are very efficacious, O king, and nothing else so, O Yudhishthira. Daityas and Danavas and Rakshasas and kings had been slain by the aid of acts and means. Do thou take therefore the help of act. Sanjaya continued, thus addressed by Vasudeva, Pandu's son of rigid vows, smiling the while, addressed, O monarch, thy son of great might, who, O Bharata, was then within the waters of that lake, saying, Why, O Duryodhana, hast thou entered these waters, after having caused all the Kshatriyas to perish and after having, O king, caused thy own race to be annihilated? Why hast thou entered into this lake today, wishing to save thy own life? Arise, O king, and fight us, O Duryodhana. Where, O foremost of men, hath that pride and that sense of honour which thou hadst now gone, since, O king, thou hast enchanted these waters and art now lying within them? All men speak of thee in assemblies as a hero. All that, however, is entirely untrue, I think, since thou art now concealed within these waters. Arise, O king, and fight, for thou art a Kshatriya born of a noble race. Thou art Kauravya in particular. Remember thy birth. How canst thou boast of thy birth in Kuru's race when thou concealest thyself within the depths of this lake, having fled away from battle in fear? This is not the eternal duty of a Kshatriya, staying away from battle. Flight from battle, O king, is not the practice of those that are honourable, nor does it lead to heaven. How is it that without having attained to the end of this war, inspired though thou wert with a desire of victory, thou stayest now within this lake, after having caused and witnessed the slaughter of thy sons and brothers and sires and relatives and friends and maternal uncles and kinsmen? Ever boastful of thy courage, thou art, however, not a hero. Falsely dost thou describe thyself, O Bharata, when thou sayest in the hearing of all men that thou art a hero, O thou of wicked understanding. They that are heroes never fly away at sight of foes. Or, tell us, O hero, about the nature of that courage in consequence of which thou hast fled from battle. Arise, O prince, and fight, casting off thy fears. Having caused all thy troops and thy brothers to be slain, O Sayadana, thou shouldst not, if thou art inspired with righteous motives, think now of saving thy life. One like thee, O Sayadana, that has adopted Kshatriya duties, should not act in this way. Relying upon Kana, as also upon Shakuni the son of Sabala, thou hadst regarded thyself immortal and hadst, from folly, failed to understand thy own self. Having perpetrated such grievous sin, fight now, O Bharata. How dost that flight from battle recommend itself to one like thee? Surely, thou forgettest thyself. Where is that manliness of thine, O sire, and where, O Sayadana, is that pride cherished by thee? Where hath that prowess of thine now gone, and where also that swelling and great energy which thou hadst? Where is that accomplishment of thine in weapons? Why dost thou lie within this lake now? Arise, O Bharata, and fight, observing the duties of a Kshatriya. Either rule the wide earth after vanquishing us, or sleep, O Bharata, on the bare ground, slain by us. Even this is thy highest duty, as laid down by the illustrious Creator himself. Act as it has been laid down truly in the scriptures, and be a king, O great car warrior. Sanjaya continued, thus addressed, O monarch, by the intelligent son of Dharma, thy son answered him from within the waters in these words. Duryodhana said, it is not at all a matter of surprise, O king, that fear should enter the hearts of living creatures. As regards myself, however, O Bharata, I have not fled from the field of battle actuated by the fear of life. My car was destroyed, my quivers were gone, and my Parshani drivers were killed. I was alone, without a single follower to stand by me in battle. It was for this that I desired a little rest. It was not for the sake of saving my life, it was not from fear, it was not from grief, O king, that I entered these waters. It was only in consequence of fatigue that I did so. Do thou, O son of Kunti, rest a while with those that follow thee. Raising from this lake I will certainly fight all of you in battle. Yudhishthira said, all of us have rested sufficiently. For a long while we were engaged in a search after thee. Rise then, even now, O Sayadana, and give us battle. Either slaying the Pathas in battle make this kingdom that swelleth with prosperity thy own, or slain by us in battle, proceed to those regions that are reserved for heroes. Duryodhana said, they amongst the Kurus, O son of Kurus race, for whose sake I desired sovereignty, that is, those brothers of mine, O king, all lie dead on the field. I do not, again, like to enjoy any longer the earth that is now shorn of wealth and reft of superior Kshatriyas, and that hath, therefore, become like a widowed lady. I, however, still hope to vanquish thee, O Yudhishthira, after curbing the pride, O bull of Bharata's race, of the Panchalas and the Pandas. There is, however, no longer any need for battle when Drona and Kana have been quieted and when our grandsire Bhishma hath been slain. This shorn earth, O king, now exists for thee. What king is there that would like to rule a kingdom divested of friends and allies? Having caused friends such as I had to be slain, and even sons and brothers and sires, and seeing my kingdom wrested by you, who is the like myself that would like to live? Clad in deer skins I would retire into the woods. I have no desire for kingdom, deprived as I am of friends and allies, O Bharata. Reft almost entirely of friends and allies, of heroes and elephants, this earth exists for thee, O king. Do thou enjoy her now cheerfully. As for myself, clad in deerskins, I shall go to the woods. Friendless as I am, I have no desire, O Lord, for even life. Go, O monarch, and rule the earth destitute of lords, without warriors, reft of wealth, and without citadels, as thou choosest. Sanjaya continued, hearing these words of poignant grief. The illustrious Yudhishthira addressed thy son Duryodhana, who was still within those waters, saying, Do not utter such ravings of sorrow, O sire, from within the waters. I do not, like Shakuni, feel any compassion for thee, O king, for such words as these. Thou mayest now, O Sayadana, be willing to make a gift of the earth to me. I, however, do not wish to rule the earth thus given by thee. I cannot sinfully accept this earth from thee. Acceptance of a gift, O king, is not the duty laid down for a kshatriyu. I do not, therefore, wish to have the wide earth thus given away by thee. I shall, on the other hand, enjoy the earth after vanquishing thee in battle. Thou art now the lord of the earth. Why then dost thou desire to make a gift of that over which thou hast no dominion? Why, O king, dost thou not then give us the earth when we, observant of the rules of righteousness and desirous of the welfare of our race, had begged thee for our portion? Having first refused the request of the mighty Krishna, why dost thou now desire to give away the earth? What is this folly of thine? What king is there, who, assailed by foes, would wish to give away his kingdom? O son of Kuru's race, today thou art not competent to give away the earth. Why then dost thou wish to make a gift of that over which thou hast no power? Vanquishing me in battle, rule thou this earth. Thou didst not formally agree to give me even that much of the earth which would be covered by the point of a needle. How then, O monarch, dost thou make me a gift of the whole earth? How is it that thou, who couldst not formally abandon even that much of land which the point of a needle would cover, now wishest to abandon the whole earth? What fool is that would, after having obtained such prosperity and ruled the entire earth, think of making a gift of that earth to his enemies? Stupefied by folly, thou seest not the impropriety of this. Although thou desirest to give away the earth, thou shalt not yet escape me with life. Either rule the earth after having vanquished us, or go to regions of blessedness after being slain by us. If both of us, that is, thyself and myself, be alive, then all creatures will remain in doubt about to whom the victory belongs. Thy life, O thou of limited foresight, now depends upon me. If I like, I can suffer thee to live, but thou art not capable of protecting thy own life. Thou hadst at one time especially endeavored to burn us to death and to take our lives by means of snakes and other kinds of poison and by drowning us. We were also wronged by thee, O king, by the deprivation of our kingdom, by the cruel words spoken by thee, and by thy maltreatment of Draupadi. For these reasons, O wretch, thy life must be taken. Rise, rise, and fight us. That will benefit thee. Sanjaya continued, in this strain, O king, those heroes, the Pandavas, flushed with victory, repeatedly spoke there, rebuking and mocking Duryodhana. 32. Garda Yudhapava. Dhritarashtra said, thus admonished by his foes, how, indeed, did that scorcher of enemies, my heroic and royal son, who was wrathful by nature, then behave? He had never before listened to admonitions such as these. He had, again, been treated by all with the respect due to a king. He, who had formerly grieved to stand in the shade of an umbrella, thinking he had taken another's shelter, he, who could not endure the very effulgence of the sun in consequence of his sensitive pride, how could he endure these words of his foes? Thou hast, with thy own eyes, O Sanjaya, seen the whole earth, with even Himalachas and nomad tribes, depend upon his grace. Rebuked thus at that spot by the sons of Bandhu in particular, while lying concealed in such a solitary place after having been deprived of his followers and attendants, alas, What answer did he make unto the Pandavas upon hearing such bitter and repeated taunts from his victorious enemies? Tell me everything, O Sanjaya, about it. Sanjaya continued, thus rebuked, O monarch, by Yudhishthira and his brothers, thy royal son, lying within those waters, O King of Kings, heard those bitter words and became very miserable. Breathing hot and long sighs repeatedly, the king waved his arms again, and setting his heart on battle, thus answered, from within the waters, the royal son of Pandu. Duryodhana said, Ye Parthas, all of you are possessed of friends, of cars, and of animals. I, however, am alone, cheerless, without a car, and without an animal. Being alone and destitute of weapons, how can I venture to fight on foot against numerous foes all well armed and possessed of cars? Do you, however, O Yudhishthira, fight me one at a time. It is not proper that one should in battle fight many endued with courage, especially when that one is without armor, fatigued, afflicted with calamity, exceedingly mangled in his limbs, and destitute of both animals and troops. I do not entertain the least fear, O monarch, of either thee, or Vrikadara, the son of Pritha, or Falguna, or Vasudeva, or all the Panchalas, or the twins, or you, Ayudhana, or all the other troops thou hast. Standing in battle, alone as I am, I shall resist all of you. The fame, O king, of all righteous men hath righteousness for its basis. I say all this to you, observant of both righteousness and fame. Rising from this lake, I shall fight all of you in battle. Like the year that gradually meets all the seasons, I shall meet all of you in fight. Wait, ye Pandavas. Like the sun destroying by his energy the light of all stars at dawn, I shall today, though weaponless and carless, destroy all of you possessed of cars and steeds. Today I shall free myself from the debt I owe to the many illustrious Kshatriyas that have fallen for me, to Balika and Drona and Bhishma and the high Sultana, to the heroic Jayadratha and Bhagadatta, to Shaulya the ruler of the Madras and Bharishrava, to my sons, O chief of Bharata's race, and Shakuni the son of Sabala, to all my friends and well-wishers and kinsmen. Today I shall free myself from the debt by slaying thee with thy brothers. With these words, the Kuru king ceased speaking. Yudhishthira said, By good luck, O Sayadana, thou knowest the duties of a Kshatriya. By good luck, O thou of mighty arms, thy heart inclineth to battle. By good luck, thou art a hero, O thou of Kuru's race, and, by good luck, thou art conversant with battle, since, single-handed, thou wishest to meet all of us in battle. Fight any one of us, taking whatever weapon thou likest. All of us will stand as spectators here. I grant thee also, O hero, this other wish of thy heart, that if thou slayest any of us, thou shalt then become king. Otherwise, slain by us, go to heaven. Duryodhana said, A brave man as thou art, if thou grantest me the option of fighting only one of you, this mace that I hold in my hand is the weapon that I select. Let any one amongst you who thinks that he will be my match come forward and fight with me on foot, armed with mace. Many wonderful single combats have occurred on cars. Let this one great and wonderful combat with the mace happen today. Men, while fighting, desire to change weapons. Let the manner of the fight be changed today, with thy permission. O thou of mighty arms, I shall, with my mace, vanquish thee today with all thy younger brothers, as also all the Panchalas and the Saranjayas and all the other troops thou still hast. I do not cherish the least fear, O Yudhishthira, of even Shakra himself. Yudhishthira said, Rise, rise, O son of Gandhari, and fight me, Sayadana. Alone as thou art, fight us, encountering one at a time, thou of great might, armed with thy mace. Be a man, O son of Gandhari, and fight with good care. Today thou shalt have to lay down thy life even if Indra becomes thy ally. Sanjaya continued, the tiger among men, thy son, could not bear these words of Yudhishthira. He breathed long and heavy sighs from within the water like a mighty snake from within its hole. Struck repeatedly with such wordy goads,